Oh my god, I was ranting to myself here for like a minute. Oh man, okay. All right. I was wondering. I was like saying some stuff. I was like, "What's up? What's going on?" All right. Well, anyways, I learned how to use technology. Good to get out of your system. That's right. Yeah, no, it's just how it goes. All right. So, if you're not checked in, that's it. We're going to be starting now. So, let me just check. All right. Good luck, have fun, guys. Going to be a fun tournament. We haven't done a best of three. Going to be getting back into the swing of Total War tournaments. I know we took a little bit of a break. We had a couple here and there, but now we're going to be getting back into the meat of it. So we're going to be generating the bracket, and here we go. Good luck, have fun. Number one, yes. Number one, big time, yes. I'm still terrible at this. All right, guys. The brackets are up. Hopefully you guys have a good one. And let's see. Oh, you're in there. And now we are going to announce this. Goblins, we're live. Get those games going. Go, go. Okay. So it begins, the greatest battle of our time. I'm not playing today. I wanted to cast some games. Ooh, there's a sweaty one right away, dude. Oh, Maximillionaire versus Lobby Code, please. We got Maximillionaire versus Gondola the Patient. They deserve each other, too. They both picked, like, Ultimate Sweat factions. Lobby Code, please. All right, so this should be fun. Outstanding. But yeah, man, I was just talking about how, when I was talking to myself into the abyss, I was talking about how I've been watching the World Cup, and it's been super fun. I mean, I had watched it in the past, but I don't know if it's something that, as I've gotten older, I've just found more of enjoyment out of it, or, obviously having a European wife certainly, I think, influences it as well because she enjoys watching it together. But it's been a lot of fun, man. Yeah. Heart sweating it, dude. It's going to be pure sweat. Yes. Okay. Perfect. And we're going to go ahead and get in this lobby and do a little bit of commentary. So, yeah, we have a whole bunch of matches today. We're going to be casting away. So let's find that. Okay, that's his lobby there. So he didn't put a password on it, which is troll. So let's get out there and wait a second. Hey, Bowie, thank you for the donation. We're back, baby. Yes. And guess what? I'm going to be doing, I think, a Karl Franz campaign. It's time for the 500th Karl Franz campaign. It must happen. It must happen. Yeah, oh yeah, the freaking yeah, I saw that. I'm not like too up on all the drama with like the World Cup stuff, but there's a lot of it actually. Yeah, like I remember watching the Paraguay France game. Dude, there was a lot of that was like a heated game. There's a lot of like dirty playing in that one, and then I mean I don't really know what's normal, so I'm having to learn on the go. I mean I played soccer, football in high school, and I played a little bit of club in college, but yeah, I don't know like the politics of all the players and the teams and all that. But yeah, it's wild. All right, so let's go ahead and join this. Find the lobby here, and there we are. Okay. Yeah, so vampire counts here. Is it going to be a mirror match? If they get a mirror match, I'm going to laugh. Hold on, let me check their factions real quick. Okay, so looking at the factions for these homies, Gondola's on vampire counts first, and Maximillionaire's on Dark Elves. Okay, Dark Elves vampire counts, so it is going to be not a mirror match out of the gates. No problemo. Yeah, corruption is. I've been hearing that for years. Like, I've never followed professional soccer, these different soccer circuits, but I've always heard that's one thing I've heard consistently over the years is like corruption in FIFA, and yeah, I've heard it. I've heard it. All right. So let's see. And we're all set. Yep, I think all the players got their matches. We're good to go. Yeah, like I don't know how good the various teams were. I watched. Oh, that was a good game too. Norway. I assumed like again as like a potato in the soccer world or football world. I assumed that Norway was going to have a hard time with Brazil, but man, that was that Holland guy, dude. He's a Terminator. That header that he got, he just like bullied ahead of that guy and just headed it in, and then that kick, it just looked like he's no way he's going to make that. It's downtown. There's like a couple defenders in the way, and he just like rocketed that thing in there, dude. It's insane. Yeah, because I mean, you know, that is one thing you always hear. You know, living in North America, you're always hearing about how strong Brazil is at soccer, and they certainly looked good at several points during this World Cup. But yeah, France's team is really strong. Yeah, they look really good. You know, there's a lot of the teams that seem to have a couple playmakers, but on France, it just seems like everybody is just so strong. Could be wrong though. Again, could be wrong. Spain versus Portugal is starting, and my friend is a huge Ronaldo fan for his sake. Portugal wins, but I hope Spain leads until the very end because you want to see him squirm. You want to see him suffer. All right, guys, we got the first match coming up. It's going to be Vampire Counts versus Dark Elves. Yeah, it's going to be good. It is go time. You think so? More Warpstone? Yeah, I mean, you know, they have that. I don't know if you guys follow mixed martial arts like MMA, but there's that school of thought in mixed martial arts, which is called MMA math, right? So it's like, well, if this guy beat that guy, then he's better than these other guys that guy beat, right? So it's like, well, you know, they only, who was it? Well, France only beat Paraguay 1-0, and, you know, U.S. beat them 4-1, so therefore the U.S. team must be the strongest team of the World Cup. You know, just like stupid like shit like that, right? That's like the MMA science, MMA math, and I'm sure the same thing applies to soccer as well, right? Yeah. Brazil's reputation died a bit when they lost to Germany 7-1. I did watch that. Yeah. But Holland is a monster. Yeah, that guy's a beast, man. He is. I've never seen him play before. This is like my first time really watching professional football, or soccer, as we call it here. Yeah. The warp has overtaken me, yeah. By the way, we got some fun stuff coming up. I haven't really announced it on stream yet. He's not... okay. Looks fine, and looks fine. Okay, perfect. So just doing one last admin thing while we get this going here. Okay, perfect. Okay, all the factions have been posted. The players submitted all their factions to me before the event, so I had to make sure they were all public there. Chortling a hog. That's a good way of putting it. Max Van Jim, thank you for resubscribing. Let the sweaty best of threes flow for Sigmar all day, every day, man. All day, every day. But yeah, what I was going to say is we'll show you guys later on the stream towards the end, but the More Warpstone channel, they are hosting a Minecraft PvP event on a Warhammer Fantasy themed server. So there's going to be 5 nations in total playing in that. So I'm representing the Empire, the Sons of Sigmar, and then there's a couple other YouTube and or Twitch people who are going to be representing like the dwarves and a few other factions. And I'll show you guys at the end of the stream. We're going to jump on the server and take a look. And if you guys want to play, we're still recruiting champions. We made an announcement in our Discord, but yeah, we would love to have you guys there. And it's a 3-hour event, and it's going to be on July 11th at 10 a.m. So 10 a.m. my time. So for most of you Europeans, it'll be like 7, 8, 9 p.m. depending on where you are. But yeah, if you have Minecraft, it's very different. It doesn't have like traditional crafting. There's no environmental like farming in the world. Basically, when you capture cities, and then in those cities they have mines that you can go into and like gather resources. So yeah, I'll show you guys later though. At the very end of the stream, we'll get into it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game 1 between these two gentlemen, and let's get this set up here. Actually, since it is a best of 3, we should probably get a little scorecard that we're going to be following. So that is going to be Gondola versus Maximillionaire. Maxim. Just gonna do Max. His name is very long. It's hard to fit in there. That's what she said. That's what she said. All right, guys. Horrible looking scoreboard, but that is what it's all about, baby. Let's get it. So, spawning in on the north side of the map, it is going to be Gondola the Patient. Going pure Sweatlord today, by the way. Normally he plays Warriors of Chaos, but today I think he has Vampire Count, Slaanesh, and Norska. A very, very strong set of factions for his best of three. So the format is you declare 3 factions, and then in Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3 of the best of threes, you just play them in order. So it's a very simple, a little bit less like balanced competitively, a little bit more RNG on the faction lineups, but it is a faster format to get through the best of threes. So we're just trying it out here today. But zombies, skeletons, cryptors, corpse guards, Heinrich Himmler, Cairn Wraiths, about as meta adjacent as you can possibly get. A very, very strong build. Cairn Wraiths, disruptive, terror-causing pieces. Cryptors really do most of the heavy lifting in terms of DPS, and that is going to be that. All right, so for Maximilianaire, we do see the double assassins. So it's going to be Canade Assassins on foot, and the Canade Assassins here, of course, pretty good against vampires. They have really, really decent range damage, so you can sit them on like Cryptors and Corpse Guards and have them snipe characters, and they can do some nice work for sure. Up in the sky, Supreme Sorceress of Burning Head and a whole bunch of Dark Riders. I like this from the Dark Elves, getting on the objectives quickly. And then we have Chad Ganeth Executioners from Maximilianaire. Very interesting. Look, if anybody knows how to fight against vampire counts, it's 100% going to be Maximilianaire. This man has played a million games on the vampire counts. But to be fair, you know, he's punished many people with the vampire counts, so it's a little bit deserved for him to have to face his own people, you know, and see how it goes. I would imagine he has vampire count somewhere in his pick of factions. I have no idea, but we will find out. So Dark Rider set up here, and the capture weight is going to be going to the Druki. So it's 4, 8, 12 versus 3, 6, and 11. So a little bit more capture weight for the Dark Elves here. Crows of Cain going to be called in, and the Dire Pack is going to be getting charged and engaged on by Dark Riders. Dire Pack will win that fight, but 2 Dark Riders can definitely equalize that, and I would imagine there's going to be a Burning Head coming in, and the 2 Assassins here as well. So the Canade Assassins might be able to have an opportunity to jump on Heinrich Himmler there, but I would imagine that they will... Heinrich will be able to escape, although the big dragon does jump in. Supreme Sorceress does get a nice little engagement on Heinrich Himmler there. And now we see the Flaming Sword of Ruin activated, which I don't hate at all. In the meantime, I like this play a lot, positionally speaking, for Maximilianaire. He's going to be denying the Vampire Count army's flank here by setting up his elite infantry, and he does currently have a 2-to-1 objective advantage. All right, wait, Heinrich Himmler, there he goes. All right, so we did squeak away. The dragon was able to get a little bit of DPS right there, and the Banshees also got beat up. But look at this, the Canade Assassins with the Flaming Sword of Ruin doing magic damage against the Banshees and actually doing some respectable damage there on those Assassins. So yeah, no White Kings, but Banshees are better against the elite infantry. That is for sure. All right, guys, Harganeth Executioners have set up shop. Looks like Dragon's going to be coming overhead looking for some Burning Head action, while we do see the Raven's Heralds up in the sky. I really like this choice. Raven's Heralds, of course, are going to be very, very good at shooting down Cryptors and Corpse Cards and pretty much anything if they're left to their own devices. But they're going to need a little bit of protection. Up in the sky, the Fellbats are coming in from Gondola the Patient, and what you see from Maximilianaire is he's going to be disengaging his Crows of Cain and wheeling them about to intercept those Fellbats. And they will dominate the Fellbats in combat. Granted, it's not something that they will kill super, super quick. All right, down to the pits. The Harganeth Executioners trying their best. It's going to be a fat Burning Head, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very nice right there. And it certainly cooks up a lot of those undead units, taking about 15-20% of the HP off those Cairn Wraiths, leading to crumbling and also lighting the Cryptors on fire as well. Flaming Sword of Ruin activated. The boys are moving in. Harganeth Executioners engaged with magic damage against Cairn Wraiths. So what you'd want to do as the Vampire Count player at this point is run away with those things, but I don't know if Gondola is going to be on point with that. Out here, Cryptors get partially surrounded by some Dark Riders and by the Dragon, and the 2 Assassin characters are just kind of standing and shooting their hand bows, it looks like. So, yep, shooting at whatever they can, and just kind of unfortunately wasting some shots into the Skeleton Spearmen. I think they were just on auto-fire, but they have a lot of ammunition, so should be all right. Now, the elite infantry line of the Dark Elves is starting to fold. I mean, obviously, fighting an entire Vampire Count blob is going to be super hard. We got Banshees and Banshees doing great AP damage. The Cryptors are basically a hard counter against Harganeth Executioners, so you got to watch out for that. Yeah, it's a little bit scary here. Dragons and Dark Riders and the Assassins trying to wear down the Cryptors. They got them crumbling, and now we're going to start seeing Corsair Handbows being called in, which is a good choice. The Dark Elves do have a points advantage, not a big one, but enough that they can buy some time in terms of the bleeding of points to be able to value trade before the game is over. So those bad boys are going to be on their way up, and we will see what they are going to get done. So that's going to be 2 of those. Dragon pulls back. Crows of Cain still able to kind of protect, fend off these Fellbats a little bit. The Corsair Handbows, if they just run underneath, should be able to pick off a ton of these Fellbats, and I would wager that's exactly what's going to be happening here. So the Vampire Counts have left a very stalwart defensive force over here. I mean, it's just a corpse cart and some zombies and skeletons. This is a pain in the ass to clear off. Like, if you send a Corsair or a Harganeth Executioner, your opponent just calls in one Cryptor and just kind of ends your career. So, yeah, it's going to have to be a value trading fight in the middle, most likely, where the Dark Elves do have a degree of strength. Burning Head's obviously going to be big. One of the Assassins a little bit trapped up here. It looks like the Vampires did get a decent little hunt here with the Banshees, but the Dragon's going to be swooping in, going after Heinrich Kemmler, and that would be one way that Maximilianaire would be able to pull, I would say, the momentum back in the game, is if he can karate chop Heinrich Kemmler, bring that bad boy down, but also saving that other K8 Assassin would be pretty massive as well. So Schmiegel's moving up on the objective here, and there they go. So that's one Schmiegel and two, so there are going to be two Crypt Ghouls arriving up at the point. In the meantime, the Corsair Handbow is going to be kiting back against the Cryptors, but getting triple capped here is pretty disastrous for the Dark Elves. Their build doesn't have a ton of agency in terms of like grabbing the points back. It's more value trading. I mean, they still have a lot of time left, but that time goes quick. So the Dragon gets in and leads to a Banshee being killed. Flaming Sword of Ruin Dragon, Chad. That's one Banshee in the trash can, ladies and gentlemen. What a nice pick, and it does save the K8 Assassin. Now out here, the Druki going to be sniping the Cryptors, so getting some very nice value as Maximilianaire here in the battlefield as he does rip those handbow shots. Cryptors, of course, have pretty much no missile mitigation. They have only 30 armor, so they're very, very weak against these type of small arms fire pieces. And the Cryptors are in critical binding, and they are going to be retreating on back. Now, how are the Dark Elves going to get one of the objectives back? That is the question. We do see a Feral Manticore being called in. I feel like there's been a lot of energy spent trying to keep the Ravens Heralds online, but yeah, they are eventually probably going to get crumped here and taken to Pound Town. Yep, so they go retreating, and that's going to be Doomfire Warlocks. Now, Doomfire Warlocks are pretty solid in this match. They, of course, do magic damage, so against like Banshees and Wraiths, they're really, really strong. And they're good at clearing out chaff, too. They have 50 melee attack, really high weapon strength, and charge bonus. They don't want to be fighting like things like Blood Knights or Black Knights, but against like chaff-centric units, like they're pretty good against almost everything here, to be honest with you. All right, so the Vampire Counts are just going to Netflix and chill here. They're going to sit on the objective. Breath Attack coming in once again. It tickles those guys, but the Canadian Assassin that was trapped there does end up meeting his fate and is not going to be able to escape. But here comes the Manticore and the Crows of Cain. Will they be able to reclaim this objective? Because right now he's bleeding a ton of points of the Vampire Counts. This is really just what Vampire Counts do. They just move up. They grind you down to the points, and they just sit there. And even if you're ahead of them on value, are you really? Because of all the healing on the corpse cards, the invocations of the heck, and all that evil witchcraft that they are known to employ. So the Dragon moves in, attacks into the Cryptors. Not a bad choice. And we do see the Crows of Cain jumping on top of the Hounds, which is also a very good play. But the Handbows are not able to get up on the points. Need to see a little bit more micro out of these Doomfire Warlocks. They need to wheel about here, go after the Cryptors, go after the Ghouls as well. The Dragon trying to cheese Heinrich Kemmler, which is a smart play. He is down to about 2200 HP. He did take a boink right there. Meanwhile, Soulblight's going to be activated from the Doomfire Warlocks, taking away what little armor these units actually have. And a lot of crumbling for sure. I mean, yeah, the Elves are value trading well, but they're going to need to get on the objectives. Is he going to start split pushing somewhere? It doesn't look like it. So we don't see any play coming out over here to try and get on this objective. We don't see anything coming over here. And here comes ye old Blackheart Corsair. So they move up. Those guys getting chewed up nice and good. Doomfire Warlocks attacking in, but the Dire Pack does get a nice engagement on them. Soul Stealer could be nice here, you know, on the Dark Elf side, but I think the Burning Heads have been pretty effective this game. Crows of Cain descending in, and we are about to see a bit of a momentum shift. I do think that it will come to the point where maybe, Winds of Death from Heinrich Kemmler right there. A lot of bows going in for the snipe on him, though, but it looks like he is able to dodge that. More Wraiths on their way. Those things are going to be a menace, but again, Doomfire Warlocks shouldn't have too many issues with them. Burning Head does come in, tickles the pickle of that unit. And here are the Cryptors as well as the Wraiths going to be getting taken down by the Doomfire Warlocks. But, you know, crumbling takes 5,000 years. It's going to... You know Undead are already very strong. And when we get the Nagash stuff, man, I bet you it's going to be crunk. Things are going to be wild. All right, Cav coming on in. And more Dark Riders are going to be piling in there as well. Looking like Vampire Count dominance on the objectives. And I'm starting to think that even if the Dark Elves do get momentum back here, which they're on the precipice of doing... they're just not going to be able to get the points back quick enough. Vampire Counts are incredibly tough to get off objectives. Very, very tough. There's a reason why they're one of the best factions in the game. Oh, dude, I'm so excited to do commentary for 40k. Yeah, I'm so excited. Oh, God, give it to me, precious. All right, Dark Riders need to get in the point, and the Doomfire Warlocks are clearing out the spears. They need to turn about and get on the back of those Wraiths there. Really good Flaming Sword of Ruin, and here we do see the last of the Dire Pack call in here being chewed up by the Crows of Cain. And now the Dark Elves are fighting tooth and nail to try and get this objective. One of the Banshees getting put in the trash here, but still no capture weight. Middle objective is undefended. It looks like right now Gondola is going all in on trying to defend this objective here. Yeah, he's got his Cairn Wraith and his Cairn Wraith, so those bad boys are getting there. Burning Head there, that's a good one. That's going to be hitting a Wraith and a Zombie unit and probably clearing a lot of them out. And there also is going to be a Doombolt coming in, or a Wand of Caridon. I would believe is what it is. Is it the item? I can't remember who cast that. I think it might be one of the Doomfire Warlocks or something. Yeah, with the Lesser Doombolt. All right, so Feral Manticore going. Lesser Doombolt going to be on the big dog. He's really, really low, and that might actually hit him and do about 400 or 500 damage. Yep, right there. And he's at 23, and the Manticore comes in and gets him. Dude, Heinrich Kemmler could actually die here, but I don't think it's going to matter. The Vampires are still kind of winning the fighting. Like, even though Heinrich Kemmler is kind of sniped out, that needed to happen, like, a couple minutes ago, you know, and Homeboy manages to survive with an Invocation of Nehek. Evil vampire magic, and it does look like Gondola the Patient is going to be giving Maximilian a taste of his own medicine, bringing out the vampire counts, showing how OP they are, and doing it to it. So on the backside, moving on up, are Cold Moon Knights. Those guys are, you know, of course, stalwart fighters, but they do lose to, like, Cairn Wraiths and Skeleton Spearmen, so not going to be the most effective pieces. You know, one thing that I really do like this game, though, is the Burning Heads. The Burning Head play has been amazing. It's been really effective and has allowed the Dark Elves to grind through a lot of very tough positions. But yeah, still, he can't even get the capture weight here. We have Cairn Wraith sitting there. Crypt Ghouls reinforcing the backside objective, so Gondola's coming over there to make sure nothing funny goes down like that. A couple Zombos moving up towards objective number 2, and that's going to be it. I mean, Max fighting to the bitter end. It's very easy when you're in one of these games to get absorbed and not look at the current state of the game, but that is going to be a victory in game 1 for old Gondola the Patient. This is best of 3. So what we're going to be doing today, guys, is going through a whole bunch of best of 3 matchups. And just casting, having some fun, man. Talking some smack. Yeah, a very meta vampire count build. If you guys are new to this game and you want to beat your friends, you can literally bring a build like this in almost every single matchup. Like, just copy paste this build and you will win most of your games if you just move up in the objectives. It's very strong. And for the vampires, or excuse me, the Dark Elves, yeah, the Harganeth Executioners were the weak link. I think Max played a really strong game, but his Harganeth Executioners just bled value and basically did nothing. I think that's what cost him the match. If he had indexed more into, like, Skirmish and maybe Corsair Handbows in his opening build while just holding one objective and value trading, maybe. But yeah, GG, well played. It's a hard matchup for Dark Elves, I feel. So now we have Norsca versus Wood Elves, another very sweaty one here on Eastern Isle Colony. So the players are going to be doing their builds. And let me make sure I'm not needed. Yes. All right, cool. And here's the bracket for the tournament today. So let's go ahead and take a look and shift on over there. Let me do this, close this out. And great. Daniken usually takes Chariots and then Executioners in the late game to clean up. That makes a lot of sense, Ent. That makes a lot of sense, brother. All right, so desktop. Okay. Cool. So here's the tournament. Yeah, a lot of people signed up. We had a pretty good run of players. I actually announced it in advance. I'm normally really bad about that. But so we got a big sign up of players today, which is awesome to see that despite, you know, a little bit of slower time in Total War Competitive, players still showing up, putting in some work, which is good. And yeah. You can see here's the brackets. Some people, of course, are in the second round waiting for their opponents. We're currently casting Maximillionaire versus Gondola the Patient, and as soon as that goes down, I'm going to find another game to cast, so should be fun. Should be a good time indeed. How's that Total Tavern? Yeah, Salty Scarab. I actually got to talk to Marshall about that. I'll see. We will see. Okay, so let's get back to the match here. And do it to it. Norsca versus Wood Elves. Yeah, so shielded, good quality infantry. Mobility, maybe some Kurgan action. Although I don't know about Kurgans against Wood Elves, but yeah. The great, yeah, Centricity, he lurks. He lurks in the shadows. So yeah, we have the frickin' dude, I'm so excited for that event. It's gonna be really fun. The the Minecraft event. Hopefully we don't just get wrecked right away. I've been binging Tabletop Tavern. Yeah, it's fun. Tabletop Tavern's a fun game. I played every faction, so now we have a video of every single faction up on the channel, including the streams we did. But yeah, it's a great little game. I'll probably take a break from it until it gets multiplayer, because I've done everything on single player, so now we're just going to be waiting for the multiplayer. Nice, Colin. Get it. Hey, Danny, thank you for the jewels. New thing on YouTube. I have no idea what it is, but I think it's like Twitch bits or something. Did anyone watch the latest AoE? I did see bits and pieces of it, Bob, on Hera's channel on Twitch. Yeah, Little bits and pieces. Norska and the hardwood. Players bringing out quite a bit of sweat today, which I respect. You know, they're bringing out the big guns. And, yeah. Here we go. I'll be honest, I don't know what I just did, but you deserve it. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, Danny. All right, so, yeah, very, very sweaty stuff. Look at that. Bearmen, Marauder Champions. So this is like a stuffing build. It's just designed to push you back and hold the objectives and just grind you down with shields. Yeah, and it looks pretty good, although War Dancers will beat a lot of those units, just not the champions. He did, Scarab, he did. The family jewels have been sent. They have indeed. So it begins the greatest battle of our time. Round 2 between these two world-class players. Spawning in on the north side of the map, it's going to be Gondola the Patient, going for a massive amount of Marauders. So Marauders and Bearmen and Champions. So basically he's just like, oh, you have archers? Well, I'm just going to bring shields. So his entire army is good quality shielded infantry with a great shaman of fire to burn down the archers and the other big threats. Yeah, dude, there's no restrictions. We have no restrictions today. You know, one of my philosophies of domination mode is to be like have as little rules as possible. I don't want to get into like a place where it becomes like what it was like in land battle, where you have like a ton of people arguing over the like restrictions on unit types. I don't think we need too many, to be honest, unless something's like bugged or like, yeah. All right, so what do we got here? Deepwood Scouts, Hawkeyes of Drakira, so one Way Watcher, which is nice simply because of the Discourage ability, so you synergize them with the other archers and you can alpha strike positions. War Dancers are a good choice. They will be able to rip and tear through Bearmen and Marauders. Now, they will meet their match. Marauder Champions will defeat War Dancers in combat, but the basic Norskin infantry will lose. So a lot of it's going to be about getting those good engagements. Now, we have a High Mage, so Arcane and Forging to snipe the Wizard. Tempest to shut down the Chimera, it looks like, and then we do have Apotheosis as well. All right, guys, that's going to be it. Good luck, have fun, and let us know who you guys think in ye old chat is going to be the winner of today's Cockfight of the Gods. We're going to find out in just a second, man. It's going to be a good time. All right, so advancing up are the Deepwood Scouts. Eternal Guard and the War Dancers awaiting in the wings. And yeah, War Dancers, and Eternal Guard heading up towards Objective Dose. So out of the gates, we're probably going to see the Hardwood get their clutches on Objective 1 and 2. And yeah, all shielded infantry, so nothing really feels great to shoot at until your opponent calls in a Chariot, which is certainly a better target to shoot. So yeah, so land ships to the Empire and Blimster Dwarves are allowed. They've always been allowed in domination mode. That's not land battle usually puts more rules in because of the nature of land battle. It's just kind of funky with single entities, so they need to put rules in. But for domination mode, you don't really need that kind of stuff. Yeah. All right, so Dryads up on the point, but here comes the Unga Bunga. They are on their way over. A lot of shielded boys. The Scandinavians are here, and they're going to be trying to push the elves off the point. That's going to be 15 capture weight. Each infantry unit represents 5 capture weight, so that's 15 versus 5 right there. But the Wood Elves, consolidating their archers and their War Dancers, are coming over as well. Marauder Champions are nowhere to be seen on this side, as a matter of fact. Looks like the Marauder Champions are mostly lurking over here. Yep, Marauder Champions on that side. So there they go. And we do see the Dryads trying to push back the Marauder Champions here. It's going to be a disastrous fight for the Dryads. They're going to bounce right off that armor. Yeah, no, I'm very excited, Benjamin. I'm very excited, brother. All right. So now back to the commentary. We do get the War Dancers getting a nice little engage here versus the Marauders, and they are winning that fight. Huge Chariot charge, by the way. So the followers of the Great Eagle able to get in and run down a whole bunch of those Dryads right there. In the meantime, Wood Elf Archers are going to be pouring their firepower into the Chariot here, which they absolutely should. And we do see the Wild Riders here of Maximillionaire, keeping the backfield pressure at bay, making sure the Norskins don't penetrate too deeply. But man, this Chariot is doing such work. Oh my goodness, look at that, flattening those War Dancers right there. But now it's going to be getting countercharged by the Wild Riders and eating a lot of archer fire as well. Granted, the followers of the Great Eagle are heavily armored. They have 90 armor, so they are kind of chilling. And it looks like Norska is going full Unga Bunga. They're going to be coming up with all their infantry here, and here, and attempting to grab number 2. Hounds also slipping into the backfield. War Dancer is going to be trying to intercept them, but now the Hounds are going to be getting partially onto the Archers. The Wild Hunters of Kurnus and or one of these cav units is going to need to come over and try and deal with that. And it does look like the Wood Elf front line is faltering. This one Chariot has honestly been carrying the entire frontline fight, just flattening some of these Wood Elf infantry. We do see Gondola up on points, which is certainly not great for Maximillionaire and the Wood Elves, who are already on the defensive. Typically, the defenders are going to be a little bit up on value if you were probably to average everything out, but we'll see what they can do. Deepwood Scouts are fleeing the scene, and it does look like the Shaman Sorcerer are going to be dropping a big burning head right there, which is going to hit the Deepwood Scouts and maybe tickle some of those Way Watchers. But no, it looks like they are able to get back. And now we have a nerd duel, guys. We have the Harry Potter fight. It is going to be the Spellweaver of High Magic battling the Great Shaman Sorcerer, and she has Arcane Unforging, so she will win that fight if they do decide to duke it out. Now, Norska calling in some Condom Wolves in the back, so these Skin Wolves are coming up to help deal with the Wild Riders with their anti-large bonus. The Wood Elves pretty much getting flattened right now. A big value lead for Norska. Norska winning a lot of the microcosms of the fights right here, and the Wood Elf Cav are getting folded up. Their archers are partially online, but man, these archers are really ineffective against all these infantry. Definitely like a character like Dryka with like Pit of Shades, Melkosk probably would have been a little bit stronger than this High Mage. Like the High Mage isn't really doing anything, whereas like a Dryka would be able to wreck the infantry. Melkoth's them, Pit of Shades, the Marauder Champions, some of the Dryads to help out in the fighting as well. So a lot of things that are going pretty rough for old Maximilianer here. All right, double Dryads coming up. Dryads will trade very well into baseline Marauders. Champions versus War Dancers, there could be worse fights. Yeah, the War Dancers will lose, but they'll put up a good fight in the process. They have a really nice bonus versus infantry and very high combat stats, so we're going to see if they are going to be able to do it. All right, double Dryads heading up towards Objective Dose, ladies and gentlemen, and the backfield, a continued route for Maximilianer here, as he does fall behind almost 2,000 plus value, which is probably a relatively accurate indication of things. Arcane Unforging is like cute and all, but like that Shaman can just hide in the bushes, and from there, basically just chortle it out and cast spells in the safety of the bushes. All right, so the archers are going to be relocating. One of the archers does go down here. The Norskin Ungabunga blob is just going to be hard chasing right here. In the meantime, the elves are going to get their point back, which is a nice one for them. Certainly a good morale raising piece, as we do see Kurgan Horsemen being called in. So the Giga Chad Kurgans have arrived. They are the dual weapon version. They will lose to Wild Riders typically pretty decisively in a head-on fight. But we'll see if a head-on fight is even what happens here. Dude, he is just AI chasing right now, dude. All of these Marauder Bearmen and all these shielded infantry are just like, yes, shoot your arrows into our shields. Do it, do it. All right, Eternal Guard and Dryads, as well as War Dancers, trying to fight on this point, but I feel like they're going to be losing the inevitable fight. The Kurgans with their anti-infantry bonus. The Chariots still have freaking 3 of 4 models, by the way, despite being at like 1% HP. Oh my, wait. Okay, no, they got 400 HP, so they're very, very low, but they're hanging in there like champs. And then we got Hound units coming in and more Marauder Bearmen as well, and that is a wave of capture weight, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god, that's going to be like almost 20 capture weight coming in right now. Burning Head from the Norskins, going to be roasting those Wild Riders right there, so they get cooked up nice and good like. Not a good time for them. And the archers in the back are just shooting into shielded infantry, right? They're having a real rough time there. So, yep, just running away. Burning Head coming downtown, going after the Hawkeyes of Jakira. And, ladies and gentlemen, I think that Norska is just going to Ungabunga them. There were some build inefficiencies, right? Like although I understand the Archer Core, but I do feel like the magic for the High Elves was not terribly helpful. But again, if you can get a snipe in the Lord with that, maybe. Okay, this is a big play here for the Wood Elves. The Wood Elves able to get some War Dancers to steal the side objective. So little things like that can make a big difference. And the Hardwood is still managing to hold on to Objective 2, but just barely, as the Norskins are going to be breaking through the eastern flank of this objective right here. Dryads do have very good leadership, but yeah, Marauder Champions and Marauder Bearmen are just such meaty units. So tough to get through. Feral Manticore, I like that. Getting a cheap source of terror on the battlefield, something that can also chase down the Spellweaver and just put persistent pressure on that is going to be quite good. Shaman Sorcerer chilling out on the objectives, and the High Elves are basically being base camped. Back here, we do see the Marauders coming out, and the Dryads and company are going to be paying the ultimate troll toll right there. All right, guys, I don't see too many avenues of a comeback here. The Skin Wolves were able to dismantle this flank press here, so the War Dancers do get caught. And now there are going to be Marauder Horsemen with their Javelins who will make pretty quick work of those War Dancers. Even in melee with the Skin Wolves, they should be able to get it done. And Norska has basically won the game. In our first rodeo here, ladies and gentlemen, this one's looking very over. The Wood Elves just did not have the right build to win this. And Gondola, Gondola brought a build that was very, punishing of the wrong enemy archetype. Yeah, and the Hellspire tribe does get it done. That's going to be a 2-0 victory for Gondola, who is going to be moving on, I should say, and in to the next round. But yeah, just classic Norskin Ungabunga, but the Chariots were a big winner too. Those things broke the Wood Elf lines. They were able to do some big damage. Got about 1,200 value there as well. And the archers were incredibly lackluster, probably, I would imagine. 1,200 there is not bad. 200 here, kind of rough. But GG, well played. And let's go ahead and get our next match going. So I'm going to go find a match on the tournament website. And let's do it. Do it. We're going to do it. All right. So what's it going to be? That's going to be getting reported. And everyone's just finishing their first round right now, unless they're going to best of 3, I would imagine. So we're just going to hang tight for a minute, and we are going to find another match to watch. These first round games should be wrapping up here in like the next 10 minutes, give or take. So we're going to jump into, we could do one of these up top. We'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes. Yeah, Norska is incredibly strong. They are a menace. They are a menace and a half. Let's look at the stats right now. I haven't looked at these in a while, so we're going to look at this. Bretonnia has a high win rate, which is weird. It must be, I think there's like a couple of Bretonnian mains who are falsely inflating that. But Vampire Counts, Norska, Chorf's actually doing pretty good. Wood Elf's looking very strong still, yeah. A lot of the usual suspects, honestly. But yeah, no, looking good, man. Looking good. Skulltaker is incredibly meta, Macabre. Yeah, Skulltaker is probably the most commonly used Lord of Khorne. Yeah, 100%. He's very good. He was actually so strong that he had to get nerfed. Okay, so let's get in here. Go back to the tournament, and I think we should have another one. Max he's not happy about the chariot. Yeah, they're good. They're good. That one, especially because it has fire damage, so against all the dryads, it was doing an extra 20% damage, which is especially brutal. No worries, dog. You know, it happens to the best of us. Scarbrand and Shambles, yeah. Scarbrand is the potato compared to Skulltaker. Ogres are still a good faction, I think. Yeah, I still think they're good. They're just not as popular as they once were. All the sweats abandoned them. They went elsewhere. All right, Hobo, I think, is about to play a game. Yeah, so we will do Hobo Honker's match next. So let me get in his lobby for now. Unless another one opens up quicker, we will spectate his match. Whoever he ends up playing here. Need an intensity nerf. He's not playing today. I'm thinking about hosting the Domination World Championship sometime in the next like 4 weeks. Like maybe end of July, like July 20th, somewhere in that ballpark. So stay tuned for that. Because, you know, the season's been going a long time. So I think adding a little bit of a finish there would be good. I should take up the Ogre Mantle. I could learn some Ogres. Ogres is just kind of like Noblars, Leadbelchers, and Mobility. That's kind of just the meta for them. Yeah, which is alright, I suppose. But that is our first round one. Obviously, it was quick because it was a 2-0, and the games were pretty decisive. Yeah, Dwarfs are doing good. I'm curious to see what tech people are using with Chaos Dwarves. What's doing well for them. Yeah. The Rat Mantle awaits. Yeah, Skaven is like the true suffering faction. If you just want to like suffer perpetually, you play Skaven. I'm still debating if I should get into tourneys for this game. I play a legendary campaign mostly. Love the Rat Boys. Macabre, you totally could. Yeah, you totally could. I mean, yeah, you might lose some games, especially since you're playing Skaven, but it's fun. You know, it's a low barrier of entry. You just get in there, you play, you win some, you lose some. It's all good, you know. Well, yeah, I'm very excited. Yeah, so do we have time to show you right now? I don't know if we do. We'll save that for the end of the stream. At the very end, we'll show you guys the Minecraft event. Yeah, because there's a Total War Community Minecraft event coming up, which is going to be featuring Nation vs. Nation. So if you guys want to play on, if you guys play Minecraft and want to be on my team, I'll drop a link to the Discord, but you can check out the announcement in there, and I'll show you guys what it looks like later. Yeah. But there's a link there as well. All right. Let's see what matches are ready for the next round. Wow, nobody's ready yet. Okay, I guess our game just went very, very quick. You need to enjoy the suffering. I lost your first 20 games, says Pope Patty. Yeah, it's just part of the process, especially since like, yeah, the most tournaments have like champion caliber players playing in them, right? So it's tough. Who is our rat champion? Charix is probably one of the best Skaven players out there. Yeah, Charix is really, really good at Skaven. I don't know how active he is right now. He comes and goes. I'm sure he'll be back for major events. You know, what I'm even more excited to see is who is gonna become the Dark Lord of frickin' Dow 4 and 40k. Like, who is gonna rise and be the champions of those games? What's your biggest hope for 40k competitive game modes? What I would like to see for 40k competitive is just to make it as close to tabletop as possible. So 3 to 5 objectives in the battlefield that give you victory tickets, or a win condition of some sort, and then just regular armies with reinforcements in the form of reserves, not resummoning things. I think domination mode works well here, but for 40k, I would like to see like army versus army with reserves being called in and, objective play. So like conquest mode with more objectives is what I would like to see. Also, I would like to see a functional leaderboard, an ELO system, and seasonal rewards and rankings like Grandmaster, Diamond, Challenger, whatever. Like that. And yeah, obviously dedicated servers would be one of my big things. Yeah. That would be one of the big things. I'm going to be streaming it on the channel, yeah, on July 11th, yes. All right. So let's see. As soon as there's another game, I will jump on into it. Refresh the brackets. Wow, no other matches have finished yet. That's hog wild. Yeah, because in tabletop, I like, and also like I know Total War players like I think Conquest is a good middle ground between domination players and Conquest players, and I want everybody to play the same format, right? I don't want any of this bullshit we have in this game where there's like 3 communities playing 3 different multiplayer formats. It's like, that's just kind of lame. So hopefully there's one that CA just gives you one, and that's what it is, and everybody plays the same thing. Did they say when Total War 40k comes out? I would, if I had to guess, I would say Total War 40k will probably come out. So I think we're going to get early looks at it, like in the holidays. Like maybe even with like access to play it and like show off some footage would be my guess. And then I think it'll come out like early Q1 next year. Would be my guess. Yeah, so like maybe March, April next year, like early around in that ballpark would be if I had to just guess. Like Q1 next year, I think. Because, 5 months from now, I think we're going to get a lot of looks at things and, and go from there. Siege battles become the main meta for 40k Total War. That'd be wild. That'd be wild. He knows. I wish I knew. I know. I'm pretty terrible at that, though. I'm pretty terrible at just knowing when things are happening. You're thinking of summer? Yeah, Q1 or summer. It could be. Yeah. I'm ambitious here. I'm ambitious. I'm hoping it'll be sooner than later, but you never know. Man, because I played Total War 40k a year ago, like April of last year, and it had a lot of placeholders, but there was many elements of it that were quite solid, and so I don't know. The single game type is great for community size, but that's not the. Well, yeah, for multiplayer, it is the mark of a good game, though. If you're like talking multiplayer, it's like, imagine if like StarCraft had like 5 different competitive or 3 different competitive game modes like that, like just. There was like miniature scenes for each one. It's like, no, that's not how you do it. Like Warcraft 3 has survived because of its like tight knit scene. Obviously the focalized on one, game mode or one style, right? Yeah, we got some good stuff. We got some good stuff coming. The end time stuff will be really fun. I have some big events planned for that, like some faction war type things. Lot of fun stuff's going to be planned for that. Yeah. Nurgle will rise once more from the ashes. All right. So we're going to do this lobby here. All right. Let's see. I'm in the game before hobos if you want to watch. And all right. So we're going to do perfect. And it looks like we have a lobby to get into. So that's perfect. So it's going to be Driver. And Driver is a really fun Chaos Dwarf player. He's very good at them. So excited for that. Driver, lobby, code, please. All right. So let's get up there. There we are. And we're going to go get into this lobby right now. Let's refresh that and find out where it's going to be. So that's Adler's lobby. And we just got to wait for the spectator slot. It's hobos. Darren, spec slot. Okay. Him going to his lobby. Yeah, I see Driver is playing against Darren Dimwitz here. All right. So refresh. And outstanding. Cool. What's going on, Steve? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Warcraft 3 custom games are amazing. They are. Dude, like Footman Frenzy and the Legion Tower Defense, I mean, it created Dota. It's incredible. Yeah. Okay, so just waiting for this player to come get into the next one. Yes, yes. Good. Okay, got to answer an admin question. All right, so we got greenskins from Dimwitted 1. Greenskins have been pretty popular from what I've seen, when I've been watching in the shadows, seeing some of these tournaments going. Uther Party, yeah. I appreciate that, Steve. Thank you, man. Dude, we should have a stream of just doing like Warcraft 3 custom games one day. I wonder if there's still enough that you can get. Why are the custom games for Warcraft 3 good, but game types aren't? I'm not. That's a pretty open-ended question. I mean, Warcraft 3 custom games just have such a long legacy. Oh, dude, we got the greenskins versus Chaos Dwarves. Hell yeah, dude. That's a thematic battle right there. Yeah, let's get it. Let's freaking get it. Oh, you're welcome, Steve. Hope you're staying safe, man. We'll hopefully have some fun here. The Wa is here. The big dogs. And Arachnarok Lair is going to be the map here. And let's go ahead and get the nameplates updated before we get into the match. So, a first for me. 0-0. And player dose is going to be Driver. There we are. And player Uno is going to be Dimwitted. I didn't call him that. It's his own name. All right. So here we are. Now this map is very brawler-centric. Granted, you can hide mortar artillery behind the trees. So if the Chaos Dwarves are feeling really cheeky, they could do a Dreadquake. However, I wouldn't recommend it. You're going to lose out on all the objectives. Yeah. You're going to have a bad time. You're going to have a bad time if that's the case. All right. So while we got a little bit of time to chill here, guys, I want to hear your predictions. Who is going to be winning the World Cup this time around? Okay, more importantly, who are you rooting for and who is going to win the World Cup? You need to educate my potato American football soccer knowledge. I'm curious what you guys think the odds are, who's the favorite. Yeah. The idol. Dude, I had a really good rogue idol. Anticity's going to win the World Cup for Canada. No, Canada already got eliminated, so. Yeah, Canada did. Switzerland, what? France is the favorite. France will win. Yeah, you guys seem pretty confident. That's what I've been seeing online mostly. The USA using their political shenanigans. Oh, God, dude. Probably France, but you're rooting for Norway, yeah. Is England going to score some goals? Dude, I love that meme. One of my friends from the UK showed me this guy. Hold on. UK. Where's that guy? Where is this gentleman here? Hold on. UK. God, I can't remember where it is, but there's like this famous like soccer fan from the United Kingdoms. He's like this shirtless dude, and he's just like always in the front row. Like, yeah. God, I can't find it off the top of my head. It's so funny though. I love it. Yeah. I'm English, but I kind of want Norway to win. Holland is just so good to watch. Respect that, yeah. Okay. Come on, England, score some goals. Not gonna lie, you're saying football is corrupted too much to even care. Yeah, it's kind of like, that's just how the world feels in general, right? Norway fans are the best, yeah. England did just beat Mexico. I watched that yesterday. Old man Harry Kane still holding it together. Yeah, I am definitely inclined to root for the old men. There's like an old scrappy man, I'm gonna root for them. Yeah. England does have Kane, but Norway has Holland. Yeah, yeah. Come on, England, bang. Yeah, the English soccer memes are pretty funny. I'm not going to lie. English football fans is where GW go for inspiration for ogres. Yeah. Oh, it's so good. Hang on. Let's see. Yeah, this is the guy. All right. So when I went to Google and just typed in English football fans, let's see here. This is the guy that they sent me. This guy right here. Yeah. This dude. This is the one that I was sent. Dude, look at that absolute like specimen of a man, dude. I love it. Oh, what a Chad. All right. Let's go back to the game. Wrong one. And there we are. Perfect. All right. So it begins. The greatest battle of our time. Dude, I would hang out with that guy. That guy looks like a fun time at the pub. Yeah. You know that guy just slams the beers, dude. He just puts them down. Google Norway fans. We'll do that later, yeah. Every British person knows at least 10 guys that look like that. When I was in the UK, I did see a couple people who looked like that. Yeah, I saw a couple of them at Weatherspoons. Yeah, when I was at Spoons, there was a couple specimens who looked like that for sure. It was epic, dude. Epic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, spawning in on the east side of the map, it is going to be the Chaos Dwarves, and they're going to be bringing the dreaded Hobgoblins, so we do have a couple sneaky gits. It does look like Driver is going to be using the sneaky gits to get up and just get the objectives quickly, and then the rest of the build is going to be Laborers, backed up by Fireborn, and a Iron Demon to run over infantry with a Sorcerer Prophet of Fire just to burn through the witches and slam through the ditches. All right, guys, and now looking at the army, oh god, it's the biggin, it's the Rogue Idol ROR. Oh, Dad is here, dude. Yes, that is what it's all about. So, the biggin Rogue Idol, the rest of the build is going to be Orc Boys, backed up by Savage Orc Air Boys, and elsewhere on the battlefield, ladies and gentlemen, a Night Goblin Warboss and Snagula. So he's pretty good because he's got that net ability and his Spider Summon. So, yeah, the Rogue Idol, man. I don't know how that's going to go. There are no artillery pieces to shoot it. Yeah, hopefully those unpaid interns have some good health insurance. Right. I doubt it, but we'll see. And yes. Do the Greenskins have a wizard? I would assume they have one in reserve. Yeah, so he's got a Night Goblin Warboss. He's got Snagla Grobspit. Now, you know what's really cool about this character is if the Chaos Dwarves have artillery in the back, you can have him go like special operations and go back there and drop these summons. Yeah, he could drop the hatchlings onto the artillery pieces and shut them down. So it's a pretty cool little combo. Yeah, we'll see if it works out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on up is the biggin, the Rogue Idol. The Chad is here. And I have to say, I love this shit. I love the Rogue Idol. It's one of the coolest monsters in the game. And yeah, he can throw boulders all freaking day. So there he goes. And the first boulder throw, where's he going? Into the Chaos Dwarf Infantry here. Oh, dude, the accuracy. That guy should play for Major League Baseball right there. That was a nice throw. Direct hit into the Dawizar Infantry. Not bad at all. All right, so Colin is going to be a Doomdiver Catapult, which is going to be designed to shoot at either the Sorcerer Prophet and or the Iron Demon. The problem with this greenskin build is it's going to get rolled really hard in the front line. Like, it's going to have a bad time by this Chaos Dwarf army. Like, Fireborn, Iron Demon versus, like, Goblin Infantry, that is very, very rough. Okay, Spear's moving up. Biggin continuing to throw boulders. Down here, we do see the Goblins getting control over the objective, so at least they are having some success somewhere. And it does look like the big Sorcerer Prophet of Fire getting a beautiful burning head on the Savage Orc Air Boys. And the Greenskins don't really have anything to deal with him. Now, Doomdiver Catapults are going after the artillery piece, and they miss every single shot. Hell yeah. That feels good. And yeah, in the meantime, it looks like Driver is just going to be trying to methodically shut down these guys. Now, we do get a Rampage of Fermented Fungi, but like, what does that actually do? To me, that feels like a bit of a suboptimal play because there's no follow-up. But again, we're going to find out and see if there is going to be any follow-up here. He's throwing boulders at the train! Oh my god, he's throwing boulders at the train. Oh my god, the jankiness. I love it. I love it. Yes, Sisyphus, I did see. Alright, so where are the Boar Boy Biggins? Where is the Pig and the Rider, dude? The Pig and the Rider need to come in and get some engagements here. Sneaky gets trying to get into the backfield. In the meantime, the Greenskin front line is holding better than you would expect. The Goblins, you see, these are paid employees, these Goblins, and these are unpaid interns. The unpaid interns have no weaponry, at least the actual interns who get a little bit of pay have some gear. So they are able to win that fight versus the unpaid interns. And now a burning head coming in from the Sorcerer Prophet. Time to burn through the witches and slam through the ditches in the back of the Dragula, but it is going to miss. And for the most part, the dim-witted one was able to dodge that. Now the Wah is here, and it's going down to Party Town, ladies and gentlemen. It is going down. All right, the Rogue Idol actually slapping the base on the Sorcerer Prophet, putting some hurt down on him. And the Doomdiver Catapult is doing some considerable damage as the Iron Demon tries desperately to make it into the backfield. But the Bacon is on its way out. Sweet Pig. So there they go. Big old charge right there. Iron Demon going to be taking a little bit of impact damage, but the Doomdiver Catapult is still going, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to stop it. Those are not the anti-large bore boys. So they only have 22 melee attack. That's a big oof. That's not going to be super effective at dragging down an Iron Demon. Elsewhere on the battlefield, ladies and gentlemen, Objective 1 is held by the green skins, but probably not for long, as we do see the Demon's Tongue being called in. So the Demon's Tongue is coming on up to party. There it goes. Yeah. Snagla Grobspit is on the hunt. Fang Spike here as well, and he's potentially going to be able to do some damage. We'll have to see. Doomdiver Catapults. Okay, now the pigs are starting to sweet pig. The hogs are feasting. So the Wild Hog's going to be dodging this. Burning Head comes in, does cook up the Doomdiver Catapults a little bit. And now we get a proper anti-large pig coming out. Okay, so these are the Broken Tusk Mob. These are anti-large specialists. They will be able to kill this Iron Demon 100% if it stays here. We'll see how that all goes. And the other pigs did move up to engage against the Kadai Fireborn and also against the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire. And the Rogue Idol is just kind of waddling around the battlefield, having a hard time getting a new engagement. Classic stuff, that is for sure. Goblins down here holding. But we got the Sneaky Gets, and Sneaky Gets are a really good counter against light infantry. They have a really nice bonus versus infantry, and yeah, they will be able to crush regular goblins in combat pretty decisively. Unless the Greenskins can get something down here like some Cav or maybe some Squig Hoppers. I don't know what the plan would be. But the Rogue Idol, is he going to move up on the objective? Yes, that is the play that needs to happen. This is a big pick for the Greenskins here, so there are some good value trades. So look, because if this train goes down here to the Bacon, which it's going to, the Doomdiver Catapult will then be back online, and that can start putting some good damage down. Also, in the middle, look at this. So what's cooking here? Spider to Bad Moon was activated, and Snagla Grobspit, as well as that Night Goblin Warboss, are actually slowly killing the Demon's Tongue. So is there a comeback option for the Greenskins? I mean, they are doing good, but the thing is they need to finish off some of these single entities, you know? Broken Tusk Mob going to be getting a super effective engagement. The Bacon has gotten in, and it will be able to finish off the Kadai Fireborn. The Kadai will not hold up super well at all here. It's going to be very bad, actually. And in the meantime, the Broken Tusk Mob can surge forth and look for some other big targets to fight. Doomdiver Catapult still has 3 online, and now it's going to be putting progressive firepower into the Sorcerer Prophet. And you guys got to remember, the Rogue Idol is still here. Dad is still here, and he's going to, slam those dwarves. Yeah, he got the big Space Jam slam there. Those Chaos Dwarves do get squashed, and eventually he will be able to clear this unit. It's going to take him a long time to get through all those infantry, and it looks like in the back the Chaos Dwarves have called in their own firepower. They are going to be getting a Deathstreak rocket launcher. So the Deathstreak rocket launcher will kill a Rogue Idol after like 45 minutes. Rogue Idols have an obscene amount of HP. I think they have some of the highest HP in the entire game. I think Dread Saurians have the most. They have like 14,900. I think Rogue Idols are pretty freaking close. Oh wow, no, never mind. The big one actually has the most HP. Okay, I didn't know that. Oh wow, they got a lot. All right, Squig Hoppers versus Wolf Riders here. Unfortunately, the Squig Hoppers did get charged. They did not get their charge bonus, and the Hobgoblins got theirs. Therefore, the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers are going to be getting trash canned pretty badly in combat. In the backfield, the Baconators are hunting the Sorcerer Prophet, and it looks like the little goblin that could is going to be waddling back here. He's going to be trying to get a fermented fungi. He's pumping those gremlin legs. So there he goes. He's moving. Oh, you can do it, buddy. You can do it. So yeah, if he gets a fermented fungi, it's pretty damn good. And on this side, are the Greenskins making any progress? Pump Wagons called out. Really nice. Goblin Spears dragging down these guys. Pump Wagons are going to be good against most of these. And Snagla Grobspit. He didn't hear that bell at all. Look at this. He's still in there fighting, dude. Yeah, look at that. So Poison, the Demon's Tongue is literally flamethrowing him down, though. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it. And he's going to, hopefully, for the Greenskin's sake, finish that off right there. Deathstreak Rocket Launcher still just going and draining down the Rogue Idol. But the Rogue Idol is clearing off the middle objective. With some Savage Orcs coming up, that might be enough to reclaim that point. Currently, as it stands, though, Driver and the Chaos Dwarves are pretty well ahead. But, oh, play the game, baby! He caught him. He threw some hallucinogenic mushrooms in his face, and Homeboy is rampaging at a bunch of spears. And now is there a Tormentor Sword as well? Oh my god, that's going to be brutal. This could legit be a comeback for the Greenskins. Taking down the Sorcerer Prophet will tank the leadership of all those Hobgoblin units so badly that then the Greenskins might be able to overwhelm them. Alright, so he is broken. Wow, dude. The Rogue Idol comeback. Is it happening here today? It very well could be. Snagla Grobspit did finish off the Demon Train. So check this out. If we look right here, We can see the Iron Demon did get finished off by Snaggle Grobspit, and now he's going to be going after the artillery back there. In the meantime, in the middle, Savage Orcs versus Hobgoblins. The big man just hanging out there, getting that capture weight going. And you're going to see a big leadership penalty across the board here in a second. So when that dude gets chased off the battlefield, it's going to be negative 16 leadership to all these units. And you're going to see a ton of routing units, man. It is going to be very, very tough. All right, Orc Boys are doing it. Those guys are bumping and grinding up on the point, and they are able to maybe win that just with sheer numbers. Pump Wagons coming in will definitely change the dynamic of that fight, and you're about to see negative 16 leadership. So these guys, let's look. So are there Hobgoblins here? There are. So they just went from 25 leadership down to probably running off down to 5, dude. Wow. The shock damage of losing your Lord, and then the Pump Wagons are coming in to pump up the jams, dude. Absolutely flattening that Chaos Dwarf position. And suddenly, the Greenskins are back in the menu. A game that looked very precarious for them. You know, that beautiful Lord snipe right there. There was a couple things, right? Like getting the Iron Demon snipe, number one, killing the other Iron Demon back here, and then sniping the Lord and chasing him off the battlefield back here, man. That is just a thing of beauty right there. We as Gabos indeed. Jackson, thank you for resubscribing, dog. Appreciate you. All right, the big pumps are on their way down. Here they go. Oh, yeah. Oh, pump up the jams. Oh, yeah. Pump wagons are really good. They're a menace, dude. They wreck infantry so hard. And that's going to be game 1 going to the Rogue Idol build, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. That was insane. Nutty stuff. GG, well played. Who would have thought that the biggin was going to win that game? I didn't have that on my bingo card. But somehow Palpatine returned. And the victory is in full effect. So Darren Dimwit's going to be going up 1-0 in this best of 3 series. If he wins the next game, he will be advancing on to the next round. And that is that. The Giga Chad Idol. Game-defining Rogue Idol flexing in the middle, doing its best. That's right. That's right. What in the name of jank? You know you love it. Search your feelings. You know it to be true. All right. Let me see. Make sure there's... day of the week is it? Today's Monday, right? Okay, so... All right, and we're all set. Sorry, I forgot to check the value. I was adminning some other things in the tournament. Yeah. I would imagine the Rogue Idol probably got like 2K value. It's probably pretty accurate. So Driver is going to be on Warriors of Chaos next. And the Greenskins are going to be gone, and Dim-Witted One will be playing another faction. So let's see what he's going to be playing next. I can go check the player cards here. So Dim-Witted One is going to be playing... Empire. So we have Empire versus Warriors of Chaos. Okay, I mean, I'm very excited for this, dude. I love me some Empire games. Let's go check the brackets and see how everything is looking right now. I would wager everybody is advancing along nicely. And let's go check it out. Okay, and there we are. So, yeah, most of the first round games are done. K-Nate defeated Lura. Driver defeated Reese. Kartoffel defeating that guy Wally. Mr. Hill defeating Tommy. Ponzi and this player are still playing. Hopefully they're around. It looks like there are a couple game 1 matches still going. They probably went to round 3 and they're really long games. Dude, no, I have a really good big in replay coming soon for you guys, actually. It was very, very cool to see it in the tournament today as well. And yeah, the winner of this game. Let's see where this is. Wait. What? What are they doing? It's best of 3. Did they not read the tooltip? Did I say best of 3? Oh, they accidentally reported it wrong. Okay. I need to fix that. Okay, so the players just are... Okay. Do not report games until the full best of 3 is done. Thank you. Yeah, so some of the players probably just don't know. They just reported it wrong, but we'll leave that for now because it doesn't really matter if it's 1-0 or 2-0 and see how the game actually ends up going. All right, cool. All right. Play on. All set. Where's the pig and the rider? I know. Do you ever have any tournaments where the winner must stay as the same faction? All the time. Yeah, Macabre, one of the most common tournament formats in the community is called the single faction tournament, where it's just one faction being played. Yeah, the whole time. So yeah, we absolutely have those. Yeah, the electric counts are coming right now. Yeah, we're about to get the electric count summoned in here. Where's the pig and the rider? Where's the choppa that was crumping? They had passed like wah on the Empire. Yeah. Is there anything that can beat a Dread Saurian one-on-one? Probably Kugath, maybe. Kugath might beat a Dread Saurian one-on-one, especially if he's allowed to use his magic. Because he will just tank them, poison them, and then use Rancid Visitations and Fleshy Abundance and probably win that fight. If I had to guess. Yeah. Summon the electric counts. Okay, guys. Alrighty. And yeah, now we just chill and wait for the matchup. No, Kolek would lose, probably. Kolek doesn't have the sustain to heal. Kugath brings sustain and, like, an insane amount of durability. The Glotkin. Oh, dude. I know, Nurgle's gonna be awesome, dude. Finally. I'm a little bit worried about Nurgle becoming meta. I hope they are still, like, a balanced faction and not just absurd. You never know. Because, like, factions that have, like, tons of healing are just one step away from becoming vampire counts, right? So, yeah, you got to be careful with it. You got to be careful. So Empire vs. Walk on a map like this, I mean, you can do a lot. You can go wagons, you can go grenade launchers. Hellblaster Volley Gun is pretty fun here too, although it's a little bit risky. Franz, Life Wizard, Boris Todbringer, Beastcaster, Firecaster. A multitude of ways to go about it. Great Swords are good. Great Swords hard counter Forsaken, so that's a nice one. Forsaken are very meta. Whole bunch of different builds you can do. You can go for a gun line on this map. You can bring like a bunch of Null and Ironsides and handgunners if you want to. I mean, there's a whole bunch of different cool tech. And that's what's really fun about playing Empires. There's a lot of build diversity with that faction. Granted, your core infantry are usually just going to be Spearmen and Spearmen with shields. Those are like your best boys. Karl Franz versus Archeon. That honestly happens in this matchup all the time. Boone, thank you for resubscribing, man. I appreciate you, boss. But it's a very, very common nuance of this. So yeah, Gelt, Wagons, Luminarch, okay. Luminarch is interesting. I mean, that big chicken in the sky is going to have some dangerous engagements. That is for sure. We'll see. And, cool. Yep, looks like no admin stuff, and we are all set. I'm sure that everything that we're seeing for the Nurgle stuff will be in the multiplayer roster. Yeah, the only thing that's like up in the air is how are they going to be implementing like Nagash in like multiplayer, and like that's the one thing. It's like I'm very curious to see how that goes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, breaking down the army. Spearmen with shields, they just are there to fight trolls and then just to hold the line. Great swords to defeat the Chaos Infantry, so they will be able to fight Chaos Warriors and Marauders and Forsaken and all sorts of stuff like that. Balthazar Gelt with Final Transmutation and Searing Doom, and it does look like it's going to be a Temple off Luminarch. So Luminarch is pretty MLG pro gamer. And people are always like, oh, well, Luminarch's only good at sniping, but that's actually not true. The Luminarch is exceptionally good at shooting like trolls and monstrous infantry as well, and is even respectable against infantry units and cav. So in the back, Hawkon long rifles, and we have 2 war wagons as well. All right, that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. And looking at the Chaos Army of Driver, it's going to be pretty good. Marauders, trolls, a giant KFC chicken with Searing Doom. Hell Cannon on this map is pretty smart because you can waddle it behind this giant line of sight blocking pillar here and then shoot up and over at the Empire forces. So I do like that. Granted, if the Luminarch is able to range this thing, the Soul of Damnation will just straight up die. Luminarch will hard counter that. So he's going to have to get it in position and be very, very cautious. Lumi's coming up. Balthazar Gelt can also kind of hard counter this by just dropping Searing Dooms on its head. So the Empire front line is going to be outmatched a little bit by the Armored Trolls and by the Marauder Infantry. So that is something that Homeboy does need to watch out for. And Gelt popping the Staff of Elan is going to be flying over. Oh man, that Luminarch is just going to end the career of this Soul of Damnation. That's so unfortunate. That's a huge loss. Honestly, for Driver, unsummoning wouldn't even be a terrible idea at this point. At least try and get some of your money back. All right, guys, Luminarch is going to do it. And, oh, does it go through? It does. And, oh, no. Oh, the Wiener and Balls cannon is offline. Yeah. Oh, my God. What a devastating start for 920 value immediately for Dim-Witted One. And we do have the Hawkon long rifles. Oh, my God. And he gets netted. This is such a disastrous start. And now the Luminarch is going to be ripping a shot here. The chicken is getting cooked. Balthazar Gelt going for a final transmutation as well. Oh my God, and he's still netted for another 9 seconds. Holy shit. Oh no, this is a disaster for Driver. Oh my god, and he's gonna get hit again by the Luminarch probably. I think he's just accepted his fate at this point. Oh, the chicken is getting cooked so freaking hard, bro. Source code deleted. -5 leadership. Yeah, man, that's rough. Oh my god, talk about coming back from that. And here it comes. Another laser beam. Is it gonna hit? Oh no, he cancels the animation. He repositions. Great swords are, of course, losing in the front line to be expected here. The chicken is going to be landing on the ground. Luminarch shot is going to be coming for him in just a second. Here it comes. Is it going to hit? Looks like he maybe canceled it and decided to run away because he is being compromised by these marauders. So right here, he does get forced back a little bit. All right, so the chicken is being hunted by Balthazar Gelt, and Demograph Knight halberds are called in to fight the trolls. Should be quite good against those. The wagons, of course, putting DPS down to the armored trolls as well. And the Hell Cannon crew is now being unsummoned. Granted, that is just pure pain. Edging the laser beam so hard, yeah. Gelt might be able to finish off the chicken with the final transmutation. It's going to be close. The greatswords in the front line having a bad time. Granted, Demograph Knights with halberds have arrived. Don't know where they went. Weren't they right here? Yeah, I love the Hawklands in the back, too. The Hawkland long rifle is just the single one. Just nailing down these trolls, it's a thing of beauty. But yeah, look at the KFC chicken, man. He's just being bullied so hard. And losing that Hell Cannon early is a disaster. I mean, we all saw that coming, right? We all knew that that was going to be the suffering that was going to be on the board. Demograph Knights saturated in, unfortunately fighting mostly Grey Open Marauders, but the trolls get folded up by the shooting anyways. And the Giga Chad Sons of Sigmar are going to be advancing up. The Luminarch meta is upon us once more, and honestly, Luminarchs are decent. I think there are some matchups where they're very, very disruptive. All right, so wagons moving up. Hawk and long rifles repositioning. Templeoff and Luminarch going to be hiding in the bushes. And in the back, we have a nerd fight. Nerd fight! The KFC chicken is an exponentially stronger character than Gelt. Gelt has pretty pitiful combat stats, so he would actually lose his fight. This could be a throw by Dim-Witted One, or a partial throw. He's going to need to retreat, or... Oh, the Luminarch! Oh, from downtown! Oh, and the chicken gets nailed. 1,300 HP. 19 leadership, and then Balthazar Gelt comes in with a steel chair. Oh my god. Look at that. That's a thing of beauty right there. Yeah, I do remember that Anticity. I do. 800, 700 HP, ladies and gentlemen. The chicken has been turned into a drumstick here. He's at 10 leadership, but, you know, greater demons have pretty insane staying power with leadership, so see how it goes. State Troopers getting swarmed here, but we do see some Empire Knights coming in to help. The Empire Knights need to get around the back and rear charge right now and try and break that position open. But overall, this game is very, very much in the favor of the Empire. They've kind of won every single fight. They've been able to win the infantry fight with their guns and their Demograph Knights and wagons. And victory for Reichland there. All right, sorry, I forgot to switch this. And that is going to be a 2-0 victory for the Dim-Witted One. That was a really fun match. It was quick and one-sided, but still very fun. It just goes to show that even units that are considered memes in the right circumstances can be good. So shout out to those boys. Dim-Witted One, Demograph Knights did quite good. And yeah, the Chaos build wasn't bad or anything. It's just the situation with the Hell Cannon was rough. And then also he threw his chicken. Like if he just lost the Hell Cannon, that's one thing. But also getting Sartorial just blasted in the face like right afterwards. It was basically like when England was playing Mexico yesterday and like they just scored 2 goals immediately. It was basically the exact same demoralizing effect. So yeah, GG, well played, guys. And now we are going to be advancing on to the next set of games. So let me go see what's going. Yes, perfect. Sartorial, the ever KFC drumstick. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to go see what matches we got going. How is that match not being played, by the way? No problem. And we got to do this. So we are going to drop you. All right. Hope she feels. Okay, outstanding. What a game. That was some wild shit. So what's up next on the docket? I need to see what's going on with this one game. There's still a game that has not gotten out of round 1 yet. Yo, dog. Why is it taking so long? And he's playing against... Okay. All right, so yeah, there's one round that's still going, which is surprising, but it's okay. And now we just wait for another game. It should only take, less than 5 minutes and we should be all right. The opening net and the Warriors of Chaos Lord was insane. I know. That was just pure punishment, man. That was a rough one. That was a rough one right there. Certainly, Balthazar, dude. Balthazar can throw hands, dude. When he's able to, use his magic, he definitely can pack a punch. Okay. And where do we go in? Looks like we're doing fine. All right. From Hell Cannon 2, I'm in Hell Cannon. Yeah. It definitely was. I got to take this phone call, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. What did I miss? Hopefully nothing too crazy. All right. So, looks fine. Yes, yes. And all is good on the neighborhood. Mafia boss turn, putting on a hit. Yes, of course. That's what it was. That's what it was. Okay, so checking here. So we got another match. We're going to do Pope Patty versus Ponty. Okay. Lobby code for next game. Thank you. And we will go from frickin' there. Yes. Yes. So lobby code. Let's see who won that. Was it Ponty or was it Adam who won that game? Okay, it looks like Ponty won that. And they're going to be playing against Pope Patty. Okay. Bretonnia, Vampire Counts, and Norska are the factions here. So we are going to get a Bretonian game. You're going to see some high-level Bretonian cav action, which is always fun. And let's go find that lobby. All right, so that's going to be that. We don't see anything here. Hobo Honkers unfortunately had to drop. Something IRL came up, so hopefully all is well with him. And yeah, we just wait for the lobby code now. And if they're a little bit slow on it, we'll move up to the top and do some of these other games. We have Darren Dimwitz and Gondola the Patient over here. So, yeah, Kane 8 and Eric playing a match, and Rogue AI and Kartoffel are playing to see who's going to be getting there. And this, of course, is the grand finals and semifinals. What I'll do is I will have everybody stop when they get to the semifinals, and we will cast every one of those games. So, yeah, we will not miss any semifinals and grand finals games. So there, at the very least, is going to be probably 2 more best of 3s, followed by another 2 in the grand finals, would be my guess. Yeah, that is what's going to be on the docket. Okay, so Ponty's got the lobby code. Started a little bit earlier today. Hopefully that was better for some of you guys. I don't know what schedule is preferable, but... Yep, there we are, and here we go. I'm going to be trying to start streaming a little bit earlier in the day. I mean, I'll still do nighttime streams, but if I do earlier ones, it'll be, like, closer to this time. This is way better? Good, good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. I come to you, Don Turley, on this, the day of her daughter's wedding. Yeah, yeah. I haven't seen the Godfather movies in so long. Yeah. Yeah. The mob boss, huh? All right, Bretonia versus Norska. I mean, that's a fun one. Yeah, people bringing out the big guns today, and they are going to be on the Norskan Rise. So, like an errantry crusade of Bretonia, finding its way up to the north here. Oh, dude, give us dedicated servers. I know, seriously. It's such suffering. Zealous, thank you for resubscribing. And Day Khan, thank you for subscribing as well. Sorry I missed that during the heat of the games. I really appreciate it, guys. Dude, we're going to have so much fun when we get frickin'... when we get 40K in Dawn of War 4 soon, dude, we're going to be feasting, all of us. We're going to have so many fun events. God, it's going to be awesome. You're like an outdoor cat. You come and go, and I'm just happy when you show up. That's a very apt analogy, actually. Yeah. Mass Pegasus Knights. Honestly, Pope Patty probably will do some weird Grail Knight shit. Never mind, it's Warriors of Chaos versus Bretonia. I actually think that's a really fun matchup, too. Heard the Torinos are known as kneecap breakers. No, my family is from northern Italy, from Lake Como. Yeah, that's where they're from. Yeah, so like one half of the family is Italian, and Irish. Mostly Italian, Irish, and then also I think some of the other islands as well. I might have some Scottish ancestry. I'm not sure. My grandma was telling me, but she's getting up there. You never know what's going on. Yeah, mostly Irish and Italian and kind of Celtic ancestry. Yeah. All right, Archeon, the rarely chosen. I don't know about that. He's like the Archeon, somewhat occasionally chosen. I wouldn't. He gets some play. See, I have it so starved that I'm fiending for a simple balance patch. Oh, I know, dude. I know. I know. It is what it is, though, man. We gotta wait. All right. So now that we have a lot of homies here, if you guys play Minecraft and you are free, or you own the game and you are free on July 11th, which is the day before my birthday, actually, I'm playing in a Total War Minecraft PvP event where it's 60 on 6. It's 5 teams of 60 players each. I require your swords. I need help. It's a custom modded version of it, so there's no building really. It's just all about PvP and like capturing cities. But I require your blades. So if you guys are interested in that, I will be showing it at the end of the stream. So you can join the Discord and go to the announcement section. I did announce it, and you can get involved that way. Yeah, but it's going to be really fun. It's being hosted by the More Warpstone YouTube channel, the guys who do those epic head-to-head campaigns and those edited campaigns. Yeah, so if you're a Dark Wizard of PvP, yeah, it's time. No way we're getting a turn Minecraft arc. It's only because it's a Total War modded server. Yeah, I wouldn't probably just do vanilla Minecraft. Yeah, and my axe. I have a dagger. I'll take the dagger. I'll take the axe, dude. We're playing the Empire. So I have the Empire. Lore Master of Sotek is playing, I think he's the Greenskins. Cody Bonds is playing, maybe, yeah, there's Vampire. So there's Empire, Vampire Counts, Greenskins, Dwarves, and I don't know what the other nation is off the top of my head. Let me check. It's a 3-hour event. It's a really, really cool thing. Like the More Warpstone channel has been like working on a custom server for like close to a year. It has like unique rules. 60 people max per team. Yeah, right now I think there's like 20 or 30 people confirmed to play. So, but yeah, other than that, it's just going to be kind of first come, first serve to get on the teams. But even if like you come to the event and you can't, like, let's say our team fills up, which it probably won't, but if it does, you can join another team too. Because there's going to be 5 teams. Yeah, let me see who's there. Checking. Let me pull it up. Hold on. So we have, yeah, Battlesea, Cody Bonds, Lore Master of Sotek, More Warpstone, Monsters Abound, and myself. And then, yeah, those are the players right now. I think there was Blake's Takes and Brilliant Stupidity were interested in Lionheart. I don't know if they're actually playing. They are in like the chat for the event, but I'm not sure how it's going. I am streaming it, yeah. I'm streaming. I'm playing the Empire. I'm playing the Sons of Sigmar. Yeah. So how that Minecraft event is going to work is each nation has a capital city, okay? The goal to win is after 3 hours to be the last nation standing or to own the most territory on the board. So there's cities everywhere. You have your capital city and then you have neutral cities. The neutral cities can be captured. And when you capture neutral cities, you can mine iron, redstone, or another rare resource from the mines. There's no environmental mining whatsoever. So you can only mine resources from captured cities. So the goal is to like go and capture neutral cities, mine the resources from them, build advanced weaponry where you can go in and bully the other nations. So you can eliminate nations from play. If you attack a nation that has no extra cities, so let's say you win a bunch of wars against another faction, they don't have any cities left. And then you can go to their capital city and you can like take their banner and it'll burn down their city. So that's basically how that works. So you're vulnerable if you don't own any exterior cities, is how that goes. Unfortunately, I think I'm playing the Empire, and I think we have the worst spawn position. We're kind of in the middle of the map, so everybody's probably going to dogpile us, which is very lore accurate, mind you. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting experience. But yeah, there is a crafting system. They do have magical items. You can level your items up. Different things like that. Yeah. When you attack cities, they have battering rams. They have siege. He made siege towers and battering rams. There's mounts, and you can like customize your mounts to get like bears or like different things. Yeah, that's kind of a summary of how that all goes. Oh, look at this map, the Corn Corruption. Yeah, I like that. That's very, very neat looking. The Corn Corruption is rising in the desert. Evil lava and evil fire. All right, guys. So it begins. The greatest battle of our time. Spawning in on the north side of the map, it is going to be the Bretonnians. The Bretonnians going to be Pope Patty, and he's going to be facing off against Ponti, who's going to be going for a very elite Harambe build, actually. Look at this. So the Rotting Riders are, again, a good anti-large specialist, good at fighting Bretonnian Cav. Chaos Warrior Halberds, backed up by a Harambe. So Sila Angfingrim going to be doing the monkey pounding of corn. Lord is going to be a Nurgle Lord and another Rot Knight. Holy shit, what the hell is this? It is the normal combat system, Dionysian. Yeah, it is. Ah, scoreboard, thank you. Appreciate you guys. I'm getting a little long of tooth. I forget things from time to time. 0-0. Player 2 is going to be Ponti. And player 1 here is going to be Pope Patty. Hey, that fit perfectly. Nice. We will take it. He likes the Rot Knights. He does. Yes, he does indeed. Thank you for the update there. But yeah, Rot Knights, Nurgle Sorcerer with spell spam. So Miasma, Stream of Corruption. Basically just going to be spamming spells to get the healing passive going. And Sila Angfingrim Harambe for the rampages. Now, looking at the armies of Bretonnia, I think he's subverted he's tricked his opponent in a way, because Pope Patty is very known for bringing like mass Grail Knights and Grail Guardians in his opening builds, but he comes in with mass infantry and kind of throws a bit of a wrench in things, right? So, yeah, that is going to be a very, very tricksy Hobbitses. We got Foot Squires, and Foot Squires, Halberds as well, a Damsel of Beasts, and ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a very interesting cockfight here. I do think it's going to be hard for the Chaos Army. They're going to need to call in some Forsaken or maybe Marauder Great Weapons probably would be better against Foot Squires. But they're going to need a little bit of milk because this is tough. Oh, the Trebuchet of the Lady, dude. Here they come. So the Trebuchet is out, and it's going to be launching boulders at Cav. And you think that Trebuchets are like only good against infantry, but I can't tell you how many games I've had where Trebuchets get like 1,200 value by shooting at your freaking Cav units. It's hilarious. All right, in the middle... Harambe hanging. Oh, they could 2v1 fight Lewin probably with the Rot Beast and with Harambe. Harambe needs to go attack. What are you doing? Oh, no. Just poor micro there, unfortunately. Harambe, is it going to get the rampage? Okay. Oh, I don't think Harambe popped it. But regardless, we do see Lewin take a couple hits there, which ends up being pretty good for the blood, for the Plague Father, I guess. Chaos Warrior Halberd's going to be rooting about to get on objective number 1 here. And we got Marauders and Chaos Knights with Lances coming out. I don't know what kind of a weird build Ponti is doing, but it is weird. And I actually think he's going to take his 2 Cav units and just beeline to the backfield there, go balls deep and try and take down that Trebuchet. And Bretonnia probably will have no way of stopping that, to be honest with you. That's kind of cool. All right, Chaos Warrior's heading over towards Objective 1 to steal that, and he is going to go for the artillery. Bretonnia has the ability to call in an elite unit. It could either be a Grail Knight, a Grail Guardian, or a couple polearms would probably be the better way to do it. But I don't know if he has polearms in reserve, right? That is the question. All right. Oh, the unsummon. Oh, it's so funny. He's like, knows there's no way. If you cast a Stream of Corruption, it would cancel the unsummon, but it's just going to be gone. So look, the Bretonnian Trebuchet retreats off the battlefield, and mission accomplished for the Warriors of Chaos. They get rid of the enemy artillery, and, you know, they basically get 300-400 value for free there, which is pretty good. All right, Flock of Doom going down, and it is going to be hitting the Roddies. The Roddies should be able to heal through that. Now are they going to be crashing into the middle here? I'm curious how they will approach this. Chaos Warrior Halberd's heading in, and we do have big Giga Chad Chaos Knights coming around as well. Now, Chaos Knights are historically, I think, pretty terrible in this matchup. I'm curious to see what he's going to get done with them. The Rot Knights are basically just forming up a big Death Star, but now going to be retreating back. King Lewin gets some good trading, and they're going to be trying to get an engagement versus those Grail Knights right there, which... I don't know how it's going to go. Yeah, we're going to get Miasma Pestilence. Are you going to take the fight? Yes, it looks like it. And they kind of get a very awkward engagement here. But this is a good opportunity for the Nurglites to get a good farm. Yeah, Miasma Pestilence. They are losing some HP. The Rotting Riders and the other Rot Boys in a little bit of danger. In the back, we do see Knights of the Realm coming out. And the Chaos Knights, I just feel like there's too many things going well for Pope Patty. Although that big flank there is quite nice, and a lot of damage going to be going down to the Grail Knights with that devastating flank. And there is healing on the Nurgle roster. You got to remember that too. The spell passive spam is going to be doing something, but man, those Grail Knights didn't hear any bell whatsoever. They are just fighting tooth and nail here. Dude, look how giant Chaos Knights are considered this Knight of the Realm. Jesus, I did not notice they were that much bigger. Oh my God, that guy's like a middle schooler versus. Yeah, that's insane. All right, Chaos Knights, Knights of the Realm duking it out. One Rot Knight is broken and running. Very unfortunate for Ponti. Harambe and the Rotting Riders putting up a good fight, and they do finally break the Grail Knights there. But the Beast Slayers of Bastogne have come back. With their anti-large halberds, they're going to be changing the dynamic of that fight pretty freaking hard. They got their poking sticks out, and it is going to be scary. Value trading is close enough. I mean, one Grail Knight does go down here. There is going to be another Knight of the Realm coming back. Stream of Corruption activated from the Nurgle Sorcerer. Gets a nice cast there, and these Rot Knights now need to be re-rallied into the battle, and it looks like they are going to be. Back in the objective, we got some heavy pit fighting, Marauders and Chaos Warriors fighting versus the Foot Squires and the Grail Relique. This fight actually will favor Bretonnia. The Grail Relique is going to make the Foot Squires defeat those halberds, so that is a tough one indeed. 6-7 versus 5-4, yeah, no kidding. All right, Roddy's folding up those Knights of the Realm over there. The other Rot Knights still going strong, and Harambe still very healthy as well. Chaos Sorcerer being hunted by King Lewin. And do we have a battle on our hands? Kind of an interesting game here. How's this going to go? We do see a couple great open chads coming out. Some basic Marauders now swarming up. But most of the Mortal Kombat has been on the periphery of the battlefield as the Chaos Knights get bullied as usual. They did get about 800 value right there, though, which isn't terrible. So, you know, usually Chaos Knights, you look at them and you're like, oh, 500 value. But, you know, they got it done. Hey, Expo, thank you for resubscribing, man. Appreciate the support. Thank you for helping out on the channel, man. All right, Harambe and the Nurgle Sorcerer being hunted by King Lewin. The Rot Knights going to be collapsing on the middle formation. Rot Knights are functionally pretty decent against Foot Squires. Foot Squires have really, really bad stats against anything that isn't infantry, so yeah, I don't hate that. Looks like Flock of Doom going to be activated. These Roddies are going to be running, being hunted down by the Chadley Knights of Bretonnia. So they are going, and those Rot Knights have seen better days. They certainly have. All right, so there goes the charge. And Bretonnia, the Grail Knights have rallied. This is probably going to be a very favored fight for Bretonnia, as we do see the Nurgle Lord getting bullied by the King. Chaos Warrior Great Weapons on their way in. And yeah, Warriors of Chaos just having a couple tough trades here. The King has need of us, and he is here. So there he goes, King Lewin boinking in there. More Knights of the Realm going to be folding up the remnants of the Rot Knights. The Rot Knights are very low. The one thing that Chaos does have going for it is Chaos Warriors with Great Weapons are actually very functional traders against Cav. They just hit hard, and Knights of the Realm are going to be a good target for them. Although, I don't know, there's a lot of these Knights nearby. Lewin is bullying this Sorcerer still. Harambe is nearby. It looks like Silent Angfin Grim is going to be trying to move across and attack into King Lewin right here. On the objective, yeah, the Chaos Infantry are surging forth a little bit, getting a little bit of pressure on. A couple Marauder Horsemen throwing axes are out, and we do have Marauders engaging on pretty much every front. Value seems close-ish. Silent Angfin Grim going full, going apeshit right here with Crimson Juggernaut. So charge speed, glorious charge, and does get some respectable damage while the Nurgle Sorcerer is able to kind of weasel away right there. Can the Chaos Infantry pull this out? Are they going to be able to weasel something out in the grind? I mean, that is possible. And if Harambe can get in and actually, you know, drag Lewin down to the point where he's not a difference maker on the battlefield, I mean, that's going to be pretty massive indeed. All right, lore spam is active. We do see the Miasma Pestilence once again. And Marauder Horsemen moving up. And the Great Weapons are slowly losing this fight. Yeah, the throwing axes, if you just kind of sit them and have them throw at the Foot Squires here, that would actually be very, very cost effective. We got two Roddies back here. You either got to unsummon those or get them back in the fight. That is what needs to go down there. Lewin getting a charge there, but does miss. The melee defense of the Chaos Sorcerer holds firm. And Harambe comes and is just slapping up Lewin, man. I mean, that damage is adding up. Lewin is about 3,800 HP right there, so he is taking more and more damage. But that Nurgle Sorcerer mistakenly charges back there. But, oh, Harambe's going for it. And Lewin, is he rampaged? Yes, he is. This is an opportunity for the Forces of Chaos. If Harambe and the Sorcerer can drag down King Lewin with a bunch of throwing axes, maybe. But Pope Patty realizes the danger, calls in the Bretonian Shock Cav, and pushes back the Marauder Horseman right there and keeps him from helping to finish off King Lewin. Rod and Rider still fighting, and it does look like the game is starting to be taken over. Like, officially, I think it's pretty safe to say it's looking very good for the Bretonnians right now. They've won most of the infantry fights. The barbarians have been scattered, and over here on this side, it looks like the infantry fights have been won mostly by Bretonnia. Grey Reliques are really, really strong. They are incredibly tough to deal with. All right, hail to the king, baby. He's coming down, and he is going to be diving 800 HP on the Nurgle Sorcerer, and he does look to get a good boink right there, 500 HP. That's probably going to be a tap out, I would wager. I think that old Pope Patty is going to be getting victory in game 1. Yep, 180 HP, but shout out to our Chaos Chad. I mean, Ponzi brought the weirdest freaking build I've seen, and still kind of made it look decent. Now, is this game truly over? Let's go ahead and take a look at the battlefield and see. Chaos Infantry, including Chaos Warriors fighting on this point. There is a Hound back here, a Poison Hound doing God knows what. But yeah, looking pretty rough, man. I mean, a couple raggedy-ass Rot Knights. Harambe still here. Lewin able to get that character off the battlefield. And now we get a Chimera. I don't hate this. The Chimera, if it can get poison on Lewin, that could be pretty clutch. Although I think Lewin is a little bit faster or the same speed. Okay, he does get poisoned. Take some damage right there. Now, maybe if Chaos can get a cheese on Lewin, maybe. But they need to get a point soon. I mean, if you look at the Bretonnian points, 987 points against 447. So it's a massive, massive difference here, guys. It's pretty brutal. Foot Squires are ripping and tearing, chopping it up. So there they go down in the lines as the hordes of Bretonnia. It's funny because, like, you think like the Warriors of Chaos are like the horde faction, like the endless hordes of barbarians from the north, but really it's more about an endless horde of unwashed homies here, and that's going to be the case. Companions of Quenelles doing it to it. Foot Squires as well, and kind of just looks like the unwashed Bretonnian mass is going to be taking game 1 here. We do have a Chimera out. Chimeras are one of the most obnoxious monsters in the game to deal with. They're super strong. Using them to like bully Lewin or go after a Grey Relic here is not a bad idea, but god, man, Harambe just doesn't have probably enough to get it done. Harambe's exhausted, using the Crimson Juggernaut, doing the gorilla moves. Hopefully for Harambe's sake, it's not going to be 2016 all over again. Going after the caster right there, boinking that damsel, but now the chivalrous companions of Quenelles, who do have anti-large, by the way, going to be attacking into Harambe. Harambe getting a big rampage there. And the one thing about this game is, man, Silent Angfingrim has actually been very good. Been one of the only things that's been, I would say, very effective for this Chaos roster. A couple Marauder Horsemen going to be bullied away by the Knights of the Realm on that side. Chaos Warriors trying to fight, but Foot Squires are chewing through them too effectively. And it does look like Harambe is going to be going down once again. But yeah, with the triple cap happening, the third objective is going to be taken by the Chad Bretonnians. That's going to be bleeding out the Warriors of Chaos so quickly. And even though it says Ponti is up in value, you don't trust Creative Assembly's damage tracker. It's right like 60% of the time, 30% of the time. It's like Sex Panther from freaking... you guys know what I'm talking about. Yes, from Anchorman. It works 70% of the time, 30% of the time. Just like some stupid shit like that. It's just like there's some things it works for and other things it doesn't. And by the way, the Beastslayers of Bastogne, super good in this matchup. Yeah, about 1,000 value on these Chad polearms, able to hold the Monsters of Chaos at bay. Lewin able to get away, and the Chimera is just rage boner chasing, but I don't think it is going to be enough. All right, lads, moving on up here. Mounted Yeoman Archers as well as the Knights of the Realm. They surge forth, but 1,285 points, 1,300 going to be here in a second. And yeah, Chaos Warrior Halberds, they're certainly cute, but think about Chaos Warrior Halberds as they get wrecked by Foot Squires. Foot Squires will uptrade into them all freaking day from a cost effectiveness standpoint, so it is incredibly rough. Incredibly rough indeed. Knights of the Realm getting a charge, partially enveloping Silent Angfingrim as well as the big flyer there. The Halberd's going to be just tied down most likely by the Beast Slayers and by the Grey Relic, and Foot Squires, I would wager, will be called back in. Chaos Knights once again being a disappointing one, that's for sure. Turn, the word is 60% of the time it works every time. Yeah, that's like the actual quote, right? I couldn't remember off the top of my head. Beastcaster is coming back. You know, it's only 700 gold investment, so getting that Beastcaster back is a pretty easy thing to do. Nice little breath attack there on those bad boys, while King Lewin Leon Kerr going to be diving on Harambe and maybe getting the job done. We're going to have to see. Chaos Knights, though, going to be disruptive. Lewin's hitting at 1,200 HP. But this is basically just like a ceremonial victory for Chaos. They're just trying to get like one kill on Lewin, but I think he's actually just going to get away here. So, yep, that's 1,480 points. And, yeah, GG. That is going to be game 1 in this best-of-3 series, going to the champion of the lady, going to Bretonnia. The lady wills it. Pope Patty bringing the righteous fury of the Pope here. and getting it done. So, 2,800 on Lewin. Foot Squires were huge. And Beast Slayers, too, did really good. Yeah, countering those chaos. The Roddies, they just didn't... Not only was he fighting the Bretonnian backfield, but yeah, the Bretonnian army was mostly infantry. So the Rot Knights just gave up a lot of agency on the battlefield out of the gates. But yeah, it was still very fun to see. GG, well played, guys. And let's go ahead and get our next match going. See if there's any admin stuff I need to do. And all right, so where are we at? So here we go. Tournament standings as they currently are. Let's see what they look like. Gondel, the patient, still waiting for his opponent over there, which is pretty troll. K-Nate and Darren Dimwitz playing on the round of 8 up there. And Gondola is going to be playing the winner of Rogue AI and Kartoffel. And actually, a lot of the games here are still going. So Adler waiting in the round of 8 also to face the winner of Alexander Big Nuts and Michu. So yeah, tournament's progressing nicely, guys. We're making some good progress, having a good time and hanging with you all. And once again, thank you all for joining. Okay, so back to the tourney. Next matchup is going to be what? It's going to be a Vampire Counts versus Dark Elves. Now, we saw this earlier. We saw the Dark Elves get wrecked. Now, what will Ponty do differently? You know, what are his adjustments going to be? Perhaps he watched the game earlier. I don't know. And it's go time. Project Spartan. That's fair. I will be playing in some soon, man. I will be playing in some soon. I figured I had been uploading so many videos, Spartan, of me like playing live ladder games and versus tournament players that it would be cool to cast some other games as well and get some like casted games in there. The Pathwater paid off, yeah. They paid the price for it, man. They paid the price. Good. Outstanding. Okay. All right. I think we're all set. Yep, no admin stuff to do. All's good in the realm. So maybe Hydra? Charybdis? The play of the game? I don't know. We'll find out. Ponty, of course, is a off-meta player. He's very good, but he tends to play builds that are a little bit off-meta. Sometimes can be his downfall, but sometimes he can surprise you. Double Hydra would be really funny, but I feel like Hydras just get surrounded by chaff units and poked by spears. You usually have a bad time there. Cavalry is a micro-tax. It is. Yeah, it is. Chaos Knights are a very niche unit. They're not like the worst, but like if you just throw them in, you can't just like throw them into a fight. Because they do have a lot of counters across a bunch of matchups, but there are times where they can be really, really nasty. But it's rare that you see Chaos Knights just like fold shit up. Yeah. You know, they should give Chaos Knights with Sword and Shield anti-infantry. That'd be pretty cool. I don't know, like Blood Knights get it. Why can't Chaos Knights? Like if Chaos Knights with Sword and Shield had anti-infantry, that'd be pretty epic. Yeah. That'd be pretty cool. Although I guess if you did that, it kind of takes away the unique purpose of the Bulldog Cav. But again, those are like a marked unit. They're not like a Chaos Undivided unit, so hard to say. No Greasus games yet, Fist. Yeah, no Greasus games. And said Scourge Runners to begin and Executioners to finish. Yeah, he did say that. That is what's his name does. Danikin. So Danikin is probably the best Dark Elf player in the entire world. Former world champion. He beats Vampire Counts using, yeah, like Scourge Runners and late game Elite Infantry. I actually don't really like love doing Elite Infantry early on in that matchup, but late game Elite Infantry and Elite Cavalry can really shine, like Fireborn, Chaos Knights, you know, things like that, because your opponent is often doesn't have all their tools anymore. In the beginning, like, people are prepared for such things, but when the battle is chaotic in the late game, that's when, like, elite stuff being called in can sometimes overwhelm your opponent. Not always, but that's where you see those units start to, like, shine and feast and do well, right? All right. See any admin stuff? Doesn't look like it. Nope. Oh, I do have a message here. Okay. Looking fine, and looking fine. Cool. Okay. Just doing one last adjustment of the website here real quick. And looking good. And there we go. All right. Hello, brothers. What up, man? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, wait till they spam their Winds of Magic, right? Like, wait till their magic's lower, their elite units are a little bit more worn down, or their anti-elite units. You also get time to remove and soften the counters. Exactly. Yeah. Very well put. Very well put here. No, no, no. What are these banners? Stop it. No, they picked the same banner. Oh. Ponty, switch the banner. Come on, dog. Oh, Chad Ponty. He switched banners. Now that is a man of the people right there. That is a true pierogi king of Poland. I love it. Okay. Oh, look at this disgusting sweat from the Vampire Counts versus this Chad Witch Elf Crone Hellebron build. Oh, that build's going to get wrecked so bad, though. The White Kings are basically going to hard counter all those infantry. Oh, my God. You saw that, right, Anticity? He did that shit on purpose. He literally switched to a mirror banner just to troll. Oh, you dirty dog. All right. Well, understandably, it is a competitive tournament, so we are going to be seeing Pope Patty going for the sweat, which I completely respect. Do you think DAO release date will be affected by GGI? No, I have no idea. Hey, Turin, would it be OP to give Loki or AP on foot? Probably would make no difference in the meta whatsoever. Yeah, probably be fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look at the armies of Pope Patty, it's going to be an extremely sweaty meta vampire build. Skeleton Spearman Zombies with Corpse Guards, the classic, backed up by Cryptors, Double White King, and Manfred von Baldstein going to be unleashing his Bald Fury. And, yeah. Yeah, Pope's going for the win. He is. And the Dark Elves have a Kane build, so it's going to be Crone Hellebron on foot, which, I mean, in theory, she should be able to bully White Kings. Charybdis, a Burning Head Caster with Flaming Sword as well as Fireball, and then a whole bunch of half-naked angry ladies. Yeah, give all Footlords full AP, not much changes. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with him. And that's it. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think, man? It's going to be a good little battle right here. Certainly favored for Vampire Counts, but, you know, Ponty is a man of mystery. He can just win random games, but Scabscrath is going to be so painful. It's going to be so painful. I would 100% practice playing with similar banner colors if I played... Oh, dude, how dare you. It's like the most troll shit ever. When people, like, play... Like, you would barely be able to differentiate their units from far away. You remember the Crone game from a month ago? Yeah, no, Crone can put in some work. She can go bananas. I mean, 80 melee attack is no joke. That's an obscene amount of melee attack. But Manfred's probably going to start Spirit Leeching her right now. Yep, that's the normal play. She's a very squishy character, so, yeah. But, you know, every Spirit Leech on the Crone Boner, it means less Purple Suns on your other units, so there is that. Is the Crone Bone going to rush the position? I don't hate the idea of, like, rushing up here, actually. Just going full court press, and maybe you could just resummon the Crone Hellebron if she gets low. We'll have to see. All right. So here comes the Crone Boner. Oh, she's on horseback, actually. Okay, I thought she was on foot. I was like, is that the Mask of Slanesh with how quick she's running? But no, she's actually on horseback here. And is going to be getting ready to engage against the zombies. We see the full court press coming. And I think this is actually smart, going for a full court press on the vampires, because you know you're going to lose the value trading, so you might as well just go all in on trying to win on objectives. And it looks like that is what the case is going to be. Granted, this point is probably going to flip. The zombies with the White Kings are going to be able to get that. Doomfire Warlocks being called out. And here comes the Charybdis. Oh, yeah, dude. Let's go. Spirit Leech round 2 on the Crone Hellebron. Very exciting stuff. And Witch Elves are now rolling. Charybdis is going to be trying to get in to engage against the Cryptors. And yeah, now it's time to start ripping and tearing. So, yeah. Here comes the half-naked Witch Elves. Some people pay a lot of money for this kind of stuff. And the zombies going to be getting chewed up. Meanwhile, the Sisters of Slaughter with the Charybdis actually engage against the Cryptors. And Scabscrath is going to be coming here in a couple seconds. Burning Head activated as well. Really nice one. That was hit quite a bit of stuff there. But yeah, the Sisters of Slaughter do have 58 melee defense. They do quite a bit. And what is the Crone Hellebron going to be doing right now? Ponty not engaging here, although could he? There's only one Cryptor, so it might actually be a safe engagement. Doomfire Warlock's going to be finding another favorable engagement right there. Scabstrath comes in and does some great damage. Meanwhile, Manfred von Baldstein going to be unleashing his Bald Fury, and we do see another Spirit Leech once again on the Crone Hellebron. I don't know why Crone Hellebron isn't over here trying to kill like White Kings and stuff. I feel like that would be a little bit stronger. Some AFK Witch Elves back here, and it looks like these Witch Elves are going to be surging up the battlefield right there. All right, so the Crone Boner is in there. She does have her Mortis Engine, the Cursed Blade, which is a pretty good Mortis Engine, actually. And she does use the Gaze of Cain to steroid everybody up here. Charybdis trying to fight it out with the remnants of the Sisters of Slaughter, who I would wager have gotten a fair amount of kills. Let's see their value right now. About 500 right there. Not bad at all. Witch Elves popping the Witch's Brew. Gonna give them some of that sweet crunk juice. And yeah, the Crone Hellebron getting killed is very, very rough. She's an incredibly squishy character. Normally you see her on her altar. The altar is much safer. She has a lot more HP, higher armor. Scabscraft right there was pretty good. Not like game ending or anything, but pretty damn good. And we got a couple Witch Elves coming around the backside, outmaneuvering the Vampire Count army, but the Crone Boner is going to need to do some work. She's going to need to beat up Manfred somehow or get some sort of a good engagement here. In the meantime, the Elite Infantry of Flaming Sword of Ruin chewing where they can. The Charybdis is doing the work of the gods. But Ponty needs to be a little bit quicker with his Witch Elves around the back of the formations. He needs to get there like right now. There he goes. All right, and get that flanking engagement. And Crone Boner losing to Manfred. Yeah, Manfred von Waldstein a little bit too strong, and that is going to be rough. Now, there is going to be a Burning Head, another great one. Resummoning the Crone is definitely on the cards, but yeah, he was pretty reckless with Crone Hellebron this game, like diving into enemy lines, and the Charybdis is also being dragged down. So very ambitious build, but alas, I don't think it's going to be enough. Now, what do we have in the middle? Sisters of Slaughter. Yeah, they might be able to solo a lot on this point. We'll have to see. Back over here, the half-naked ladies are running out of gas. The Doomfire Warlocks, after killing a Cryptor, are kind of gassed out, and the Charybdis is now running for the hills. So yeah, Grandma not having a good time, and it looks like that's just GG. I mean, the Vampire Counts build is about as sweaty and meta as you can get, and that's not to say the Dark Elves couldn't have done better. I think he was a little bit reckless on some of his engagements, and that cost him. But yeah, Crone Hellebron needed to be used in a very conservative start. So, Sisters of Slaughter, 147 kills, 800 value. Witch Elves here, ripping and tearing. Charybdis breaking is pretty disastrous. If that thing were to come back, it would be a huge boon for the Druki. And maybe there's a world where we see the Crone Hellebron get resummoned. Hard to say. Sorcerers of Fire, going to be sitting here waiting for Manfredo to descend from the skies and cause some drama. So Manfred duking it out. Look, if Manfred were to be surrounded and killed by a bunch of Coldon Knights, like that is a way that the Dark Elves can get back in the game. But other than that, I don't see too many modalities for a comeback. Flaming Sword of Ruin here is pretty Giga Chad. Manfred is trying to escape right now. Oh, Purple Sun, won't you come? Yeah, it's really nice there. It's really, really nice. That's going to be chewing through about 60% of the HP on those Golden Knights. So Manfred just the master baiter right there. You know, baiting them in and getting the big Purple Sun all over the face. Dark Rider's not going to be able to do much on the point. I mean, some of the Elite Druki Infantry are still fighting. Burning Head response does do some okay work. Manfred loses about 20% of his HP, but at the end of the day, I think he's still chilling. Witch Elves there, and the Charybdis, has it rallied? No, it's still being broken and chased off the battlefield, so it is paying the troll toll. So I don't see Ponty saving up for the Crone Bone anymore. I don't think that's going to be the case. Sisters of Slaughter and the Witch Elves still grinding it out in the middle, doing what they can. In the meantime, the Dark Riders are going to be wheeling about face and getting ready to do it to it. All right, Objective 3, owned by Vampire Counts. Objective 1 by Vampire Counts. Sorceress going down, another big element of the Elf army that is going to be in the trash can. He's actually legit trying to save his Charybdis right now, which is hilarious, but don't think that's going to work out. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for him. Any Dark Elf presence here? Sisters of Slaughter and Golden Knights trading reasonably well. Might be able to get a flank and maybe crumble some of those undead. And yeah, I'm honestly not hating the performance of the Sisters of Slaughter. 1,200 value on them into Vampire Counts is pretty good. You know, especially considering a lot of what they're killing is actually chaff units, you know. On the backside, Colin is going to be another Sister of Slaughter. They will be able to salvage this point eventually, but they probably will go to the Vampire Counts right now. Elite Infantry still grinding here. A lot of bodies to get through. 700 value. Sisters of Slaughter just getting those incremental value trades. I personally think taking all your cab and just like collapsing this position would be really strong. And what do the Dark Elves still have fighting here? Not a whole lot. Really just being ground down. Really, really ground down. Well, Blast, if you saw the previous series, those games were all very contested. We had some solid ones, but yeah. It is the nature of the beast. All right, so Hex Wraiths coming in. Doomfire Warlock's going to engage them. It's a great fight for Doomfires, but they are in death's bed, so not going to matter too much. Ponty has a bit of a habit of not leaving games even when he's completely dead. He tends to fight to the bitter end, for better and for worse. But this game is 100% over. If I could like get like a coat hanger and pull him off the stage right now, I would, because this game is 5,000% over. Sisters of Slaughter, how are they hanging? Yeah, 164 kills. But that's a lot to get through, and that is going to be it. GG, well played. Yeah, nice try by Ponty, man. Just a little bit reckless with Grandma, and also his build was not the strongest against the build he was facing. You would, to beat a Vampire Count build like this, you would need to go very meta. Yeah, so that's going to be a 2-0 victory for Pope Patty, ladies and gentlemen. Von Baldstein is strong. He's strong. Manfred is a very strong character, actually. Crone got 100 value. That's devastating. So the two big carry pieces, 124 value here and 500 value. Very rough. Very rough. Manfred just got a casual 3,500 value. He probably got more value than the entire Vampire army. All right. So let's refresh this. Yes. And see what we got. Kartoffel and Gondola. Let me see if those guys are playing. Kartoffel. You two start yet? And then we got Freya versus Pope Patty, which we can do. Let me see what Freya's factions are going to be. Okay, so scrolling up right now. Let's see what Freya is playing. Freya is playing Norska, Kislev, and Tomb King. So, okay, they wouldn't be mirror matches at least. So that is an option. Let's go see what games we can find. Are they still chilling in here? Maybe so. Okay, so that game is now freed up. And we will most likely just follow the players we just watched. Alexander Nuts and Adler are going to probably be finishing in a second, so we can go down there, actually. So Adler, yo, lobby code, please. I think you two will start soon. Okay, and then Freya and Pope Patty. I'll get the lobby code from them, too. Thank you, I appreciate that. Does the boy want to watch? Let's see what this lobby looks like. Oops. And spectate. Awesome. Yeah, we had a Wood Elf game earlier. So now we have another best of 3, which is going to be Pope Patty again. We're just going to follow his career with great interest. He is going to be doing Bertonia. Oh, I was about to say Bertonia. Pope Patty versus his opponent is going to be Freya. I don't know if I've seen Freya play too much. This will be fun. Freya's going to be on Norskis. We have the classic, like, yeah. Well, I think the Bretonnian Errantries, I don't know if they go up into Norska, although King Lewin does end up fighting him a lot in campaign, so, yeah. Brad Nasty, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you, boss. Thank you. The boy who watched, yes. That is us. Tournament's coming along nicely. We're making good progress here today. Let's go ahead and go look at the current standings. There we are. So Kane and Darren are going to be playing up here. Kartoffel and Gondola. Freya and Pope Patty, and then Adler down here as well. Okay, so they're all coming together. Let me see if K8 and, let's see, did you two? And then we're going to K8. We might cast a different lobby just to get some different matchups. But we will see. Gonna see what is going on. All right, guys, one sec. I'm gonna go refill my water. I'll be back in about, I don't know, a minute or two. BRB. All right, what's going on, party people? Let's see. All right, no problem. And there we are. Great. So yeah, we'll just cast this for now. I think it'll be fun. Bretonnia Norska is really cool. And then I think it would be Kislev Vampire Counts in the next match if they play. Kislev can defeat Vampire Counts. It's hard, but it's possible. And then, yeah, so this is a big one actually for Freya. Freya needs to win game 1. Because Kislev Vampire Counts is definitely count favored. Vampire Counts have a couple hard counters. Tzeentch is pretty good against them. Demons of Chaos, Nurgle is okay against them. Those are probably the 3 matchups that Vampire Count players want to avoid. But aside from that, they're pretty much good everywhere else. Those are their only bad ones, yeah. The boy who watched. Oh my god, I love it. So there was a gentleman hanging out in chat with us a few weeks ago, and he entered like his own homebrewed beer into a beer brewing competition. And his beer, he called it "Let the Boy Watch." It's so good. I love it. And like the announcer read it out. Oh, so funny. Hey, Turn, is the game mode Footman Frenzy still a thing? Yeah, it is, dude. People still play that. Like, you can go into Warcraft 3's client and see it. You can absolutely see it. It's hilarious. Yeah, Hydras are way cooler than Cribdus, honestly, yeah. Cribdus is more for leadership. Shenanigans. Hello, Chesht. Yakshemash. Chesht. I'd taste that beer. Yeah, me too. I would definitely be an enjoyer of it. Maybe he's still around. Maybe he'll be lurking here today. Bretonia is ready. Curious what angle Bretonia is going to be taking here. We will find out. Here's the cool beer, I know. Okay. Okay. And there we are. Okay, so it's going to be a knight build. It's going to be a chivalrous knight build. We have a whole bunch of knights of the realm teamed up with a big air force. Wow. So this is more like the classic Pope Patty style. And it's going to be Throg the Troll King with anti-large. Hero of the people. Getting it going. And so it begins. The great battle of our time. Let us know your predictions. Who you're rooting for. Do you want the Bretonians to win? Or do you seek the glory of the Norskins in the north? The Scandinavians versus the French. Here in a fantasy setting. So, breaking it down here for the build of Freya. Freya has a lot of Great Weapons, which makes sense, right? Because Great Weapons can trade into the Foot Squires, the Halberds. They also have a little bit of armor piercing to fight cav units. So generally, the Great Weapons against Bretonia are the preferred option, in my opinion. We got a Final Transmutation caster for Freya, and the Lord is going to be Big Pimp Throg. Now, Throg is solid against big stuff. He's got his boinking stick, and he can definitely lay hammering down on a multitude of big targets. You know, a little bit vulnerable to being alpha struck, but, you know, he's a man of the people. He is doing it. Famir Great Weapons in the back, Norscan Warhounds in the bushes, and it is going to be double Famir Great Weapon, which are good choices here. They're very good against cav units. I have done that, Banana. So you ask, have I considered hosting my own Warcraft 3 community tournament? I did that a while back. Yeah, we had like a fun invitational, but maybe someday. I don't know. All right, lads. Over here, the armies of Pope Patty. It's going to be a very, very Bretonian-themed army. Obviously. Knights of the Realm everywhere. Royal Hippogriff Knights in the sky. Alberic with his trident, and also the Braids of Bordelot. And then he is going to be rocking with Pegasus Knights here. All right. So it begins, the greatest battle of our time. Yes, the Norskins are going to want to leave. Probably what you do with Norska is you just leave like 2 Great Weapons and a Famir on the back objective, and then take everybody else to the middle. And then you kind of just bounce between the 2 objectives and try and keep your opponent honest. We'll see if it works out, man. We'll see if it works out. Surprised they never released Bertrand the Brigand. Yeah, he's like the Robin Hood character, right? Warhammer Fantasy. Pretty cool stuff, man. Famir emerging from the shadows of the meta. Yeah, they've been good questions. Yeah, we've seen a lot of Famir play. We've seen a lot of Famir. I mean, they've been popular for a while, to be fair. They're resilient. Not the best base leadership. 70's okay. But they do have a missile resist of 25%, which gets augmented up to 50% when their leadership's high. So Bretonian Peasant Archers basically do no damage against them. With the 110 armor plus the dreaded missile resist. It's pretty freaking foul. And, yeah. That is that. So the boys are moving. We do see the big dog Alberic circling about. I don't know why he's jumping around the map right now. I think he's... Are they waiting for me? Am I crazy? Usually players don't start when I'm like not noticing something. I got the scoreboard, yeah. I think we're all set, and there we go. I'll root for Bretonia if they don't bring the Green Knight. That's low-key cheating, yeah. The Green Knight is a menace, just like he is in Tabletop. For any of you guys who've ever played the Tabletop game, Green Knight is one of the most oppressive models in the game. He is a pain in the ass to fight. Poison Warhounds, I wonder what their thing is. I think they're just hiding in the trees here to hunt down trebuchets. So if there's a trebuchet, these guys are going to be swooping around and trying to get a big old ambush on them. All right, Knights of the Realm, and Royal Hippogriff Knights are now going to be surging forth. What shield level is equivalent to... Okay, so silver shields block 55% of missiles. And bronze shields block, I think, like 30 or something? I can't remember off the top of my head. Let's check. It's 35%, yeah. The gold shields are pretty high, but gold shields don't exist normally. You can't. I don't think there's any unit in multiplayer that has a gold shield without using a spell that like improves their ability or something else. Yeah. All right. So Norska is going to be getting objective 1. Meanwhile, Pope Patty is going to be sitting on the other objectives, calling in more yeomen. Yeomen are really good against Marauder Horsemen. They have 125 range, and the Horsemen only have 80. So the yeomen can actually skirmish with them very, very effectively. All right, so on the backside, coming is the Damsel of Life. If you're going to be going Alberic and elite flying cav units, you need to have frickin' Lore of Life. Now, what is the Norska Unga Bunga going to be doing here? That is the question. They're sitting very cautiously. You know, myself, I usually like to be more aggressive and get up on the points quickly. Granted, that often can be my downfall. I'm impatient, but yeah, man. I mean, a giant? An Etten could be interesting. Yeah, like a big Chad Etten just to like raid boss. I don't know, man. What's up, Jeff? Yeah, man. I'm going to be having tournaments throughout the week. Tomorrow, we're probably going to do the new patch for Heroes Might and Magic Olden Era, but then we'll have another tournament after that. And we're getting back into the tournament swing of things, so. Yeah, Steam Tank does have the high shields, yeah. But casual skirmishing right now, the Norscan army is very scared to advance out because they don't want to get anything picked off, right? That's the problem about playing against like a Bretonnian army like this, is like one unit is off on its own, like one out here, it's just going to get swarmed by this massive air force, right? Pope plays super patient game versus Norska. It's quite good. All right, so Pope knows what he's doing. Okay, the goat inticity here. Calling it like he sees it. Knights Errant are cruising up. Yeoman Archers just kiting and poking with the skirmishers. And the Knights of the Realm going to be charging back into the Riders of the Mighty Serpent with Alberic as well. The Serpent Riders are able to get away from them there. Norska is saving up a ton of resources. So what are they going to call in? 2100, 2200, yeah, those supplies are building. So Norska has got some schemes. Double Giant would be interesting. Yeah, Giants can actually be pretty good against this type of play because they anchor points for you and they're really tough to kill. Although I would wager that Pope Patty probably has some peasant archers waiting in the back to, you know, pop out and cause some mischief. We'll see. We'll see. But the Riders of the Mighty Serpent getting punched in the dong pretty good. And Norska is just saving up supplies. So Norska looks like it's going to just save a bunch of supplies and then do like a big push all at once. Of course, Jeff, I remember you, dog. I remember your name. We'll get you back in the game, man. We'll get you back in some tourney scenes. Yeah, should be good. Although you're going to have to use control groups or else I think you'll struggle. Marauder Bearman getting poked by the Mounted Yeoman. Again, cost effective. Shooting unshielded, lightly armored infantry is always good for the soul. 3,000 value from Freya sitting in the bank. Hey, Rad Nasty, thank you for subscribing, man. Sorry I missed that. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. All right, I want to know from you guys. Who do you guys think is, or what do you think is going to be the call-in for Norska? Are they going to just call in like 4 Kurgan Horsemen, a bunch of Familiar with Great Weapons, Armored Skin Wolves, Marauder Champion Great Weapons? I don't know, man. I don't know. We're going to have to see what it is. We're going to have to see. In the meantime, yep, this is the Bretonnians just sitting and holding the objectives. The longer they get to do this, the better chances of winning the game. Norska does not feel confident in its army, so we'll see what Freya decides to do. But yeah, I don't know. Ettins would be cool. There was so much talk about Ettins. You remember that when the DLC came out? Yeah, they were like, oh man, they're gonna. I mean, they are really good, but like they see like no play. I haven't seen any Ettin action like whatsoever. Like they just do not do it. What are they doing? What are they doing? All right, so let me explain it to you. Basically, the Norscan army is not confident that they can advance without getting punished by this army. So they saw their opponent's army. They don't like what they see in terms of the matchup. So they save up a shit ton of supplies, and then they try and alpha strike their opponent all at once with a ton of units. So that's what's going to happen right now. Yep. Mass anti-large called out. And it is going to be Skin Wolves, Mere Warriors with Great Weapons, and more Skin Wolves. And now the Norscan Unga Bunga is going to be going in full effect. So the Barbarians are surging down the hill, backed up by the Troll King. Very cool cinematic there with like the big old towers in the background, or the Sentinels, which look super. Are those? Imagine if Terracotta Sentinels were actually that big. Holy shit, that would be so cool. Just like these giant titans. Okay. And yep, they got a lot of anti-large here, but they're bleeding a lot of points. They're going to need to get up and get that objective now soon, and it looks like they will be able to get it pretty quick. What's going to happen is Pope Patty is going to envelop him. He's going to come around the back of the army. I know what you guys want. I know what lurks in the hearts of man. I got you. So he's going to get this unit here, this unit right here, and he's going to charge around there, and then, you know, spray all over the back of the formation there. That's going to be the game plan. But yeah, the Norskins do move up, and they are able to get on objective dose. So that will go to them. But now the question is, Pope Patty's going to be using his mobility to go into the backfield, just like we talked about. Trying to pull his opponent apart, be very annoying. I played against Pope Patty's mobility play with my Chaos Dwarf several times. It is always very, very tricky. The Forbidden Rod, yes. Fear the Forbidden Rod. All right, on the backside, Knights Errant, the Companions of Quenelles, Questing Knights, all of the ladies chosen. So this is like a ping pong build, you know? You're rallying the ball, your opponent rallies it here, you rally it back this way, and then it's just a constant rally back and forth. It's very troll. Now, Norska could go for the home objective. They could send a couple units over there to try and triple cap if they want to, which wouldn't be terrible. But the Air Force is here, the Bird Force 1, Royal Hippogriff Knights, Pegasus Knights here. Questing Knights going to find a freebie. Going to be charging these, but then they get countercharged by Skin Wolves. So actually kind of a bad fight for these dudes. Oh, Plague of Rust. I love that. That's really nice. Yeah, Bretonnia cannot let this abide. They got to come and win this fight. These Questing Knights are getting shreked. But the Pegasus Knights of Bretonnia are in. There they go. Beautiful charge. The champions of the lady are there. And the Knights of the Realm, the mighty Arthurian-inspired Knights, do get in. And honestly are a hard counter against these Norscan units. It's like that meme of like, call an ambulance, but not for me. That was basically exactly what happened right there. As the Norskins, you know, came in, but then the ambulance needed to be called on them in the end. As this is Bretonnian's forte. Like, if you let Pope Patty get these picks like this, you're going to be suffering so freaking bad. The rest of the army's trying to move and grab what they can, but yeah, Pope Patty gets a big value trade, picks off a bunch of Skin Wolves as well as some Hound units, and should be able to retreat before things get ugly. Knights Errant charging downhill, intercepted by Skin Wolves there. Freya with a really nice intercept, using the Condom Wolves to intercept those Knights Errant, so that's good. And looks like Pope Patty is going to need to retreat. Trident is activated. Throg the Troll King has actually trapped Alberic in a little bit, but Alberic does use his Splish Splash there, and more Knights of the Realm going to be flanking from the other side. Basically a desperate effort to free up your boy Alberic, who is trapped and in the danger zone, or he's on the highway to the danger zone. More units getting hunted down back here. The Bretonnian Cav units able to swarm these Norscan Wolves. Meanwhile, the Ungabunga infantry are on their way in. The Worshippers of the Crow, the Grey Opens are all waddling, and we got a big old pit fight. But tons of anti-large, and this is why Alberic is so cracked. He gives an anti-large buff to everybody around him. So all these units, including the Royal Hippogriff Knights, have anti-large. And yeah, now the battle went from being very cagey to devolving into more of an old-school land battle type situation where it's just like an Ungabunga fight. And oh, man, he did steal this objective, you dirty dog. So Pope Patty was able to steal the home objective of Norska. And in the meantime, the Knights Errant are going to just sit and keep the Norscan Warhounds from grabbing that point right there. Okay, what witchcraft is this? Is this a final transmutation going down by Freya? Really good. Okay, that's a game-changing play. So Freya cast a huge final transmutation, and it hit everything. It hit everything. Okay, Norska might be back on the menu, ladies and gentlemen, as Alberic is struggling to get out. You know, a lot of the Knights are trying to free him up here, you can see, but they are battling Grey Opens, and they're also battling Famir as well. Two things which are very, very rough right there. And now we have a Trouser Snake coming out, so the Dreadmaw is going to be cruising over and dropping its fat schlong on the face of the Bretonnian Blob, so we're going to see how that works out. Yeah, big value swing right there. I mean, that's, you know, if you bait your opponent, Anticity's really good at that. He always baits people into big magic and AoE punishment. Definitely something you see at the higher level quite a bit. But Alberic is steady. He's trying to get away. This blob fight has been very rough for him. T-Rex, thank you for being a member for 48 months. Oh, song for Falling to Zinj, Highway to the Changer Zone. Oh, that's so good. Highway to the Changer Zone. Highway. Oh, I love that, dude. That's so freaking good. All right, but Bretonnia, despite having a hard pit fight here, maybe Norska getting back in the game value-wise, they have been able to get the objectives here. So Bretonnia secured their back objective. They've stolen this one, and they're camping this objective as well. So even though Norska is starting to maybe trade well in this fight, they're not fighting on an objective, which is a big problem. And you can see that yeah, it's getting rough. Those points are bleeding, and that is the danger of how Freya played. Freya played a very cagey defensive game and didn't play the objectives quickly. So now you're suffering for your sins a little bit, in the sense that you're bleeding on objectives really, really badly, right? All right, so the Norscan Ungabunga still getting in there. The Trouser Snake is in the mix, and the Trouser Snake is a really good AP fighter. Tremor's all up in this game. Oh, dude, the Trouser Snake is so cool. How do you gotta love the Dreadmaw, dude. That thing's sick. Bretonnia, though, didn't hear no bell. Alberic is still alive nearby, and Norska is actually kind of breaking a little bit. So despite that Magic Swing. Is there going to be another final transmutation coming down? So it looks like Bretonia just ground that fight down. Alberic giving anti-large to all these knights. Questing Knights and Hippogriff Knights are kind of a hard counter against the infantry anyways. And now Throg the Troll King. The die has been cast. The tables have turned. Oh, dude, yeah, absolute slaughter. I mean, look at the carnage, just the bodies. This is just, they just met in one spot. Just unga-bunga this. Throg is now getting shanked, and Alberic's anti-large, and everything else here doing anti-large is rough. Here it comes, another final transmutation. Oh, was that something? No, it was a Plague of Rust. Okay, I got very excited for another final transmutation. I don't even know where the Norskin caster is, to be honest with you. I have no idea. But yeah, looks like Pope Patty's just going to win this game. He is most likely going to be cleaning this game up here as Alberic gets the job done. The Dreadmaw is being dragged down, and Throg is wavering and broken, and that has got to be it, man. I mean, Norska, on the precipice of getting its home objective back, they need to keep their hounds here and not run off the point. They need to get that back if they want any semblance of a chance. But yeah, all the Norskin infantry are pretty much broken. We do see Riders of the Mighty Serpent looking to do some back pressure here. He doesn't even get his point here. It's very unfortunate. And these Norskin Ice Wolves are going to be karate chopped by the Armored Cav of Bretonia. Yes. So there they go. The Bretonian's looking very, very cool. I love the yellow. I think if I were to paint a Bretonian army, like that's why I like Musion's color scheme so much. But wait, is that a Musion? Like Knight of the Realm? Is that what that is? No. That yellow and black scheme, or is that like another one of the Bretonian cities? I don't know. I don't know which one that is. So Hound's coming out. Desperation. Throg the Troll King fighting with his Trouser Snake, but he is going to be broken by the mighty Duke of Bordelot. And that's going to be that. Frostlight, Warhammer 3 seems, it has some balance issues, but it's better than other RTS games at times, for sure. But there are some balance issues. Vampire counts are pretty OP. A few other ones, too. Yeah. Jeff, thanks for becoming a channel member, big dog. Yes. Victory for the ladies chosen. Pope Patty has done it. And the next matchup, I think, is going to be Kislev versus the Vampire Counts, which is winnable for Kislev, but it's very, you really got to know what you're doing. Throg did good. 3,000 value on that final transmutation caster. But yeah, he basically got enveloped, got surrounded. It was very tough. All right, guys. GG, well played. Very fun game. And now we're going to be going on to game 2. Yeah, it was a cool one. It was. And I got pinged for something. Let's see what this is. Admin time. All right. And perfect. Alrighty. Outstanding. Warhammer 3 has got to be one of the hardest games to balance relative to like Co 3. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. It's hard. I mean, there's 25 playable factions, right? Is that what it is nowadays? I don't know. I can't remember. We're going to have Gondola wait for me over there. Gondola, wait for me to cast your game. Thank you. And then we're still waiting to see who's going to be getting through on this side. Yeah, like, dude, like, Co 3 has, like, some serious balance issues. Like, with the Africa Core, dude, I've been playing a ton of freaking 1v1, and Africa Core is just so stupidly easy. Holy shit. They're so OP. But it's so funny that, like, a game that has, like, 4 simplistic factions just, like, can't be properly balanced. Whereas, like, we get close to balance with this game at times. We do, but, there's still a couple outliers, but, like, a proper pick and ban system can usually solve that. Granted, today today's more relaxed, but for the next best of 3 tournament we probably will have proper picks and bans. Yeah, we'll do that. All right. Cool. I'm very excited for 40k though, man. Probably myself will be maining Guard and Space Marines out of the gates until we get Chaos factions. Yeah. Orcs don't really call to me too much. Eldar could be, I think I'm too old man playstyle to play Eldar. Like, I am somebody who likes to take a small piece of ground, hold it, push. Small ground, take, push. Like, very much trench warfare is my style in RTS games. Whereas Eldar is like, you know, you need somebody like Anticity playing them, I feel. Yeah. For Dow 4, I'm definitely going to main Space Marines out of the gates. Yeah, they're I think, the most forgiving. Are we going to get more Co 3? Dude, yeah, Co 3 is one of my favorite games. I play it all the time. We'll do a stream this week. I don't know when. So today is Total War. Tomorrow is Olden Era, most likely. And then Wednesday might be RTS Variety. Then Total War again. I want to have at least 2 Total War tournaments this week, if not 3. Dawn of War 4 in a bit more than 2 months. And you know, we're probably going to get freaking Dawn of War 4 a look at it earlier. I would wager Dawn of War 4 will do an open stress test beta in August. Like, I think end of August, we're going to be playing multiplayer in that game. Jeff, better than they were back in the day, man. Yeah. You know, I've had several surgeries to help fix it, but it's still, you know, not 100% better, but... Bold of you assume that Dao 4 will have Eldar? Yeah. I think Dao 4 will probably get Chaos and Eldar pretty quickly. Maybe Guard as well. Guard as well. Not quickly, but if the game does well. Oh, God. Evil. Extra evil. Vampire Counts Kislev. Gates of Ekrund. This is a blob map. This map's all about blobs. Necrons in Dao 4 could be a faction I'm interested in. Yeah, 100%. Necrons are very much like a slow push type faction typically in most games, so that would, I think, would suit my style. As a man who remembers the ancient text of Dao 3 release, I will not... Oh, I know. But it is a different company, to be fair. Which is... Man, it's a shame. Like, Relic does some great work, you know? Like, they get a lot of flack for things, but, like, dude, I love Co 3. And, like, the old Dawn of War games are so good. Like, Dao 1, Dao 2... Like, if they just made if Relic had just made Dawn of War 4 like a copy pasta of frickin' Company of Heroes 3, but like with a better launch and you know, better functionality, like that could have been a great game. Now, King's Art Games is a bit of an unknown, right? The guys who are doing Dao 4. It looks good. I really liked Iron Harvest a lot. Iron Harvest was frickin' I thought it was fun. It got shit. I saw a lot of people shit on it, but like I really enjoyed the multiplayer of Iron Harvest. But I also came like 3 years late, and you know, yeah. So I wasn't there probably during the epicenter of like balancing issues and things like that. Yeah. Relic nowadays are mainly mobile games. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. What I think Relic should do is a Trench Crusade game. I think Relic should do a Co 3 World War I Trench Warfare RTS objective control game with Trench Crusade. I'm telling you, that game would kill it. That game would absolutely kill it. If it was done properly with like the grimdark, using the Company of Heroes 3 engine but with slightly updated graphics, dude, that game would print money. Like a proper World War I RTS trench warfare, but with like a little bit of magic, a little bit of monstrous stuff, like demons and, you know, like it would be awesome. You could have battle groups. The battle groups would just be frickin' New Antioch, Red Brigade, you know, the various sub-factions, right? It could be super cool. It could be super cool. Anyways, that's my boomer rant for the day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game 2 between these mighty gentlemen. It's going to be Pope Patty once again on the Vampire Counts against a very unorthodox build here for Freya. So Zargard spam in the front, backed up by Kossars of Spears. Now, the idea of this build is that the Zargard will kill the infantry and the Crypt Horrors will be countered by the Kossars. But easier said than done. Fellbats, zombie summons, diving backfield pressure. It's very, very nasty. All right, guys. Ice Witch of Ice. So we got Frostblades and we have an Ice Maiden's Kiss as well. And yeah. Ice Witch is really good in this matchup. She's really, really good. And honestly, a decent kit of spells. Although, typically, you should not bring the sword thing is okay, but I would recommend bringing the Death Frost, the snare ability. Yeah. For Count Chocula, they're going to be doing a big old lane pushing strategy. So we got zombies, skeleton spearmen, corpse carts, as well as Crypt Horror. So extremely meta. Double White King to Scabscraft the Chaff units and Manfred von Baldstein unleashing his pent-up Bald Fury. With the Purple Son of Xarius on top of the Zargard, which he's probably going to get like 3,000 value. Yeah. It is go time. Ice Witch waiting in the trees. I like that the Horse Archer here is able to grab this objective for free for Kislev. Vampires are all in on pushing Kislev back in their lane here. And honestly, Kislev should just hold its home objective and then really heavily contest over here. Like, make sure nothing steals this. Because not having to push the vampires is a huge win condition all of its own, right? So right now, Kislev is going to be getting a double cap. Now, one thing I don't like about the Kislev formation is how close the archers are to the front line. They should be deeper set. It makes it much harder for the White Kings to get in range. It makes it harder for zombie summons to be dropped on them. You also want to stagger their formation so they're not lined up for Winds of Death. There's a couple different things there. So, yeah, really, really nice Ice Maiden's Kiss by Freya. That was a beauty. Really good one. Yeah, taking down about 150 value on that. Not terrible. And now the Ice Witch is going to move in and attack those guys. Looks like the Cryptors are going to be sent packing. They're going to flee the scene. The will of the Necromancer compels them. Definitely just probably leave that Horse Archer over there just to guard it against like Crypt Ghouls. You got to hold that side point. If Kislev loses objective 3, they're probably cooked. This is their best way of winning. It's just Helm's Deep holding here, getting the 2 objectives. No, you got to hold this objective. I cannot reiterate how important it is for Kislev to hold that point on the side. It is a game changer. Anyways, the lines of the Kislevites, they're there. A lot of bow fires going down. Stream of Corruption, beautiful. Not Stream, excuse me. I'm used to Nurgle. Ice Maiden's Kiss, very clean. So they're going to be crumbling. So that's really nice. 2 spell casts and you get rid of a chaff unit. Double doggies are on the way out. And the archers are now shooting in full effect as the lines have been sent to clash. Zargard going to be doing a lot of damage. Need to make sure all the archers have proper targets. Yeah, shooting at the Cryptors. And they are just going to be yielding that outside objective. 1 Winged Lancer, 1 Polish cavalry unit would be able to hold that down. Now, that's going to be a brutal purple Son of Xarius right there. It's going to really, really hurt. But they are spread into a wide formation, so could be a little bit worse for them. In the meantime, double Scab's Wrath, just being OP as usual, does nail those Kossars down and do some big damage. They are very light armor, and they're very tight formation too, but they're still going to fight for a while. Being Kislevites, they will hold. Beautiful Ice Maiden's Kiss right there, nailing that formation down. And value trading's not terrible. I'm telling you, if Kislev had found a way to hold on to that objective 3, they would probably be in decent shape right now. But losing that, now the bleeding is on them. They're going to be bleeding 2 victory tickets, right? That did not need to happen. Zargard fighting it out. Manfred sweating with his bald head as he is chased down by the Ice Witch here, anti-large. But Manfred is very slippery, so he's going to be able to weasel away from that. Honestly, the mainline fighting not going terrible for Kislev. They are going to need something to deal with these Crypt Ghouls diving on top of their archers in the backfield. That's pretty disastrous. What you would want to do is get the things in the woods and wheel them about and have them deal with those things. That would for sure be the case. Griffin Legion going to be jumping on objective 3 and reclaiming that, so at the very least that is going down right there. Ice Witch able to get some good DACA, or good DPS, not DACA, into Manfred, but he's obviously going to be able to heal with his hunger. Cryptors blocking up the Ice Witch right now as Freya calls in more things in the woods to help deal with the infantry. Archer line here doing well, and there is going to be another Purple Sun Won't You Come. There is time to partially dodge it for Freya, but it looks like Freya is not going to dodge that. And the Purple Sun is going to come and karate chop a little bit right there. So yeah, letting your archers get tied up by Crypt Ghouls is pretty disastrous. Definitely need to peel those guys off. Get those guys over here, come save those archers, and get them shooting again, right? That is what needs to get cooking. Ice Witch duking it out, and Vampires calling in waves and waves of unit. Really unfortunate to have to leave a friggin' 1,250 gold cav unit over there to grab this objective for so long, whereas he could be making a huge difference in the fight over here. Ice Maiden's Kiss activated once again on the Skeleton Spearman, but Scab's Wrath continues to just do brutal, brutal damage. Things in the Woods going to be intercepting the dogs, which is a cost-effective fight for them. They are an anti-infantry unit, so they'll be very good against the Hound units, and you can see they are ripping and tearing pretty damn effectively right there. So those guys are getting chewed up. Who let the dogs out? Well, we let the dogs out, and the dogs have flowed like the salmon of Capistrano, so they do chew those guys down. Kislev still managing to hold on to their objective. Now, here's the thing. If Kislev didn't lose their outside objective, they would be at like 600 points right now, and then they could start looking at alternate win conditions. But instead, they waste 1,200 gold unit having to hold that. And yeah, now he needs to bro charge all the way over here. So that was a little bit of an unfortunate rotate. Ice Witch, though, crumbling quite a bit. Horse Archers still hanging. Archers online here. And the White Kings are kind of getting wrecked a little bit by the awesome, awesome Chad Zargard. So I love to see that. Now, the Griffin Legion needs to set their sights on the Crypt Ghouls. Crypt Ghouls are something they can kill very effectively. Zargard able to win most of the frontline fights. And guys, we have a kind of a pitched battle on our hands, that's for sure. Tyler, yes. Hound units typically are considered infantry size. You can click on units and look at the tooltip here and see that's infantry right there. They're a small entity and they are a large entity. Norskin Ice Wolves are an exception, and the Fleshhounds of Khorne are considered large as well. So not all hounds and dog units are small, but most of the basic ones are considered small. All right. Hey, Manus, thank you. Blood for the Blood God, but yeah, who let the dogs out? Thank you for the donation, man. Appreciate the euros, brother. All right. So Griffin Legion going to be going for the Vampiric back objective. They could run interference and do a little bit of cycle charging. Definitely unfortunate. Some lapses in micro from Freya maybe going to be costing them the game. The Zargard, if they were on the point, it would not be flipping. It would actually probably be in the favor of Kislev. But alas, the Zargard are just kind of AFK over here, not being used. But it's easy to forget those things. Griffin Legion running interference on zombies. I don't hate that. I think it's kind of a cheeky play. Kind of cool. And we do have more Griffin Legion on the way in. Meanwhile, things in the woods and the Patriarch fighting it out. The Patriarchy going hard here. Ice Witch going to be wheeling about, looking to maybe isolate some of these characters and go after Manfred. We'll have to see how that all unfurls here, and that's for sure. Zargard still AFK. Very unfortunate. They would make a huge difference. That's like a 1,000, 1,200 gold infantry unit that just isn't doing anything. All right, you didn't know this game had tournaments? Yeah, they're really good. The PvP scene in this game is very fun. And we have like years and years of tournaments for you to go through if you enjoy it. There's a lot. All right, the Griffin Legion are going to be surging down the hill. In the meantime, a beautiful purple Son of Xarius right there, right on top of that Griffin Legion unit. Many of them going to be getting sucked into the warp or the abyss. I don't really know where that takes you, but yeah, did the Kislevites remember their Zargard unit? They did, and it looks like the Zargard unit is actually going to be going to contest the back objective of the Vampire Counts. Now, the problem is that Vargeist are a hard counter against Shock Cav. They're freaking brutal. Huge armor-piercing damage. They are one of the biggest problems in this matchup for the Kislevites. Over here, Winged Lancers come up. The Ice Witch is going to be able to finish off that White King right there. And the Griffin Legion here currently, has seen better days. That Purple Sun really, really did quite a bit of work there. All right, so Zargard advancing up. The Griffin Legion is going to be retreating. Will Kislev be able to find a way to get its home objective back? Oh, Manfred. Okay, no, that was the wrong health bar. I was looking at the Crypt Ghoul health bar. I was like, oh, Manfred looking a little bit rough over there. But, yeah, no, he's hanging in there. One White King is down for the count. Looks like, it actually stabilizes with Invo, maybe. A little bit hard to see what's going to be cooking right there. Griffin Legion coming across, and the Zargard are going to be cutting through zombies all day, every day. More and more Winged Lancers on their way out. Things in the woods could be rallied right here. An opportunity for the Ice Witch, daughter of Kislev, to show her worth. And she is continuing to boink these characters. One White King is going to go down. That's a nice little pick right there. Griffin Legion getting a nice charge into the Vargeist. Looks like somehow they got caught on the charge. And a big Griffin Legion countercharge is going to be coming in here. And the Zargard might be able to play a factor in this game. If they're able to farm on this objective, maybe clean that out. We'll have to see. All right, so Kislev is on the way back to getting their objective here. The Winged Lancers have seen better days. The Purple Sun, incredibly devastating damage. And Ice Witch will be able to beat a White King. It's going to take a while. So there's probably better places for that character to be. Yeah, I like this, though. I really like the Zargard fighting on this objective. When the Freya finally remembered the Zargard and just has them, like, occupying a ton of chaff units and troops, it's taken the pressure off objective 2, which Kislev has now got. Now, Kislev can win this game. Freya just needs to make sure that they don't lose objective number 3. There needs to be, like, a very keen eye on that point. Because holding the home objective here is totally doable. But yeah, losing that outside objective could be a disaster. All right, Zargard Grey opens, just powerful Giga Chad Slavs getting in there with their big cleaving swords. They look super cool. I love the curved sword. It's kind of like I don't know about the history of that. Were those curved swords? Is that like a Cossack thing, or is that something else? Or a little bit more of like a Middle Eastern inspiration, I suppose. I don't really know. They look really cool though. That's one of the things, that's a common criticism that gets levied towards like Warhammer Fantasy Battles. I've heard that like, well, it just steals everything from the real world and from, from other IPs. But that's kind of what I like about it. Like, I love seeing historical influences in like fantasy games and like seeing like references to like Tolkien and like, I just personally, I like all that stuff. I understand the criticism, but for me, like I like that more actually. Yeah, they look like a Dacian. Okay, I don't know what that is. You're going to have to explain. Curved swords. Yeah, all day, every day. Yeah, White King is getting battered. He'll probably be going in the trash relatively soon. And nobody's contesting objective 3. The Zargard are going to go out on their shields. That's for sure. Yeah, they are going out on their shields. So the two-handed ones are just fantasy, but otherwise, yes. Okay, got it. So you're saying these two-handed swords are more like fantasy-inspired? Yeah. Have you ever seen the Warriors from Curved Swords? Oh, I don't know that reference. I do not know this reference. Okay. So in the mix, we have the Ice Witch. Going to be boinking into the White King right here. But White Kings have really, really good melee defense. And the Ice Witch is an anti-large character with only 34 melee attacks, so not going to be the most effective. Vampire counts are kind of on the docket here to have to push. Now, this is what I'm talking about. You got to pay attention to this objective. This is your win con for Kislev. Because the vampires are going to push you here. They might be able to get you off. But then, if you hold it long enough and just Helm's Deep on objective 3, that is how you win the game. Yeah. So moving on up are the Zargard to hold back the legions of the dead. The Winged Lancer is going to be getting it here, but you need to get your Patriarch and your Ice Witch to fight those. Oh, God, there's more Purple Suns. Manfred is such a Winds of Magic Chad. He's got so much, and that's going to be doing a ton. Also ripping through some of the skeletons, but that's what it's all about right there, you know. That's what it's all about right there, boy. All right. So we begin. Zargard with the Great Weapons doing it. Ice Witch still battling that Patriarch. And don't lose this objective. Okay, nice reaction. Freya sent some horse archers out there, but you're going to need more than that. You're going to need some dervishes because this back point is looking a little bit sketchy. All right, Griffin Legion have gotten to the mix. Maybe by a little bit of time. Thankfully, Zargard are just such raid bosses leadership-wise. And the Kislevites have the Fire Blood class. I can't wait for Kislev to get a tabletop army, by the way. That would probably get me back into the tabletop game. Although I don't have any homies near me to play with. It makes me sad. Yeah, I love playing tabletop games, man. Oh, it's so good. Zargard ripping and tearing, and yes, the Ice Witch is going to be tail whipping. 272 right there. HP crumbling down. Kislev, will they endure? The dervishes get chased off by the direwolves. You got to hold this point. You got to hold it. That can't flip. Okay, a couple Griffin Legion are coming across. That's pretty big. They might be able to get that. Manfred probably has like 3,000 value right now, I would guess. Let's look at his bald head and see. So, Manfred is sitting at, we'll check later. It's kind of hard to tell when he's like embroiled. 4,400 value. Jeez Louise. That is so much. Dude, he's just a raid boss, bro. He's like fighting the dragon too. Oh my God. All right. So Kislev is holding its outside objective. They're very, very close here. The Patriarch needs to come and help fight Manfred. Manfred is starting to take some big hits. The dragon is about, ooh, Salak's Lullaby. Very, very clutch. Don't run. Keep fighting Manfred. Get the Patriarch to help. You got to do it. Oh my God. So heavy cab on the way across. And it looks like Kislev does stabilize that objective. They cannot afford to lose objective 3. If they do, it's game over. Kislev needs to get the cab up on objective 3. Don't lose that. Oh, move your cab units. Okay, go and just launch the giant dong. You got to do it. If they stabilize that, they might have a chance of taking this to game 3. Manfred, oh my God, another Purple Sun. The reason why he gets that is because of the sword. The Sword of Unholy Power. So when Manfred fights in combat, he generates Winds of Magic. It's incredibly strong. So that is how Manfred has been able to get that. Okay. So, yeah, Dragon trying to help out versus the Cairn race. The objective is in flux right now. And it looks like the Kislevites are going to be enduring and holding this objective. The Vampires, out of desperation, are moving up with a lot of chaff units, which the Kislevites would be able to hold at bay probably for quite some time. Kislev does win on one objective now. If they can manage to hold with just one, they somehow will get it done. Manfred chasing. Manfred's kind of low, though. That Patriarch put in a little bit of hurt there. Kislev most likely going to lose this point, though, with the Cairn race arriving. I mean, you got 2 Cairn race on the point. Kislev has, like, no capture weight. So Kislev probably wants to route everything over here to this side. Like, run your dragon, run your cab over there. This one looks like it's going to be flipping, yeah. One big mistake, yeah. Well, Hoxamiska is so good against vampire counts. It's kind of hard not to bring it. All right, we got a close game, guys. We got a close game. Here comes the Legions of the Dead. And yeah, nice. Good instincts by Freya. Very good. Hold that objective. Rotate everybody over there. I mean, the Ice Witch is probably going to go down to Manfred. Manfred is a menace. He's at about 2,200. But Kislev, as a faction, doesn't really care too much about losing its lord. Move the Zargard back on this point. Move these archers and the Patriarch. And then you have like 9 capture weight right there, guys. Oh my goodness. He needs to hold for 100 seconds, give or take. So that's going to be 1 minute and 40 seconds here, guys. Oh, man, it's going to be tight. All right. The Griffin Legion, though, are very Chadly. The Purple Suns have been super devastating. But overall, really, really nice play on both sides. And yeah, look at that. There's still a little bit of cap weight here. And this is good because it's keeping Manfred and the Cairn race over here to deal with this, you know? All right. The Armies of the Dead. And, oh, man, the wife and I, we just rewatched Army of Darkness the other night. That is such a fun movie. Army of Darkness is goated. Remember the scene when the skeleton tries to, like, poke him in the eyes and he does that, like, eye protection thing with his hand on his nose? It's, like, just shit like that. It's so funny. All right. So, around 1 minute to hold. We have archers coming. Oh, don't you dare disconnect right now. I swear to God. That would just be... Okay, I would have to review the replay if that's the case. If one of the players is disconnected here, I would have to do a replay review. Granted, I do think Kislev wins. There's no way for the vampires to win, I don't think. Because, like, you have 4, 5, 8, and 10 capture weight. plus another 5. So that's 15 capture weight. And then that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 11, and 15. But it's close with a couple dogs nearby as well. But the unit quality for Kislev is better. So I would probably just give this to Kislev. I think they win this game. Somebody disconnected. I don't know who it was. We're going to find out in a second. Yeah, let's see. Checking there. And it looks like Freya has dropped. It's still... Or maybe they both dropped. Sometimes they both drop at the same time and it says it. But that probably to me is a victory for Kislev. I don't think the vampires have any chance of getting that side objective in time. Because Kislev just calls out dervishes and mobility and they just hold that point. Like the zombies aren't going to be able to get through it. So probably for me, I would root that. If they're willing to, of course. Let's see. Yeah, sounds good. I think Freya wins too. Okay, so Pope Patty being a good sport, actually saying, I'm going to give that game to Freya also. Because, like, the typical rules are, if there's a crash late game, you can usually give it to the person who didn't crash, unless it's, like, really obvious who was going to win. That was, I think, pretty clear. Kislev was going to get the win. So in that case, we will go to game 3. So, Manfred got 6,000 value, apparently. Freya... on back. Really good sportsmanship by Pope Patty, though. Some people would, you know, in a sweaty tournament would cockfight about that, but that's I think that was a Kislev win. Yeah. GG, well played. Kislev getting the dub. It was a blue ball, but it was like kind of just over. Black. Yeah, it was kind of over. Kislev, like, there was no way you're going to get through all those Griffin Legion and those good units. Like, there was Griffin Legion, there was Kislev infantry coming, and it was mainly zombies and dog units, which the Griffin Legion could just push off the objective, so, yeah. Let's see what happens. So we got a 1-1 series. Baldfrid got 6,000 value, guys. 6,000 value. Just absolute insanity. Absolute insanity. All right. And so it begins. Yeah, Kislev passes and a slow vampire. Yeah, that game was pretty over, I think. I would have ruled it that way if it were like a super hyper sweaty tournament anyways. Probably would just give it to Kislev, but yeah. Hard to say. 6,000 value Manfred. Yeah, he really... I mean, that's lore accurate, though. Vampires are, like, known for that, right? Like, being carried by, like, their vampire wizards. Yeah. And now that we got some more people here as well, we're going to talk about the event coming up. So Freya will be on their way back. They just had to reboot. So on July 11th at 10 a.m. my time, so for Europe, you know, 7, 8 p.m., More Warpstone, the Total War channel, is hosting a Minecraft event. They created a custom server themed around Total War, and 5 YouTube people are going to be having teams. So it's a nation battle, basically a faction war. And yeah, it's going to be really fun. So the idea is to be the last nation standing or to control the most territory, because there's capturable cities. There's no traditional crafting or resources. You can craft in a very minor way in the cities, magical items and whatnot, but it's going to be bonkers. So if you guys are interested, we're looking for more people to fill out our team of 60. Although it's going to be kind of the Wild West on the day of. So, but even if our team fills up, there's other teams that you could play for as well. So I'm going to show you guys the server at the end of the stream too. We're going to show you all that. Yeah, and there's the Discord link. If you're interested, just check the announcements and select the role for yourself. Yeah, I'm basically playing as Karl Franz. Yeah, I'm the Emperor of the Empire. So we have the Greenskins, the Empire, the Greenskins, Empire, Vampire Counts, Wood Elves, and there's one other faction I can't remember. Yeah. Yeah, More Warpstone's doing it. Yeah, he is. He is indeed. Turn, are you going to work center? I work in a youth center. And so Peg is saying, Turn, I work in a youth center. There's a band camp on, and the kids are playing Limp Bizkit, bunch of 16-year-olds. Oh, I love that. That is so awesome, dude. The future is bright, you know? The future is bright. That gives me hope in humanity. 16-year-olds listening to Limp Bizkit, you know, that's how you know we're good. I did see the new Ogre models. They're pretty cool, Menouche. Yeah. Or Menus. Yeah, they would be great for Old World. That's for sure. Great proxies. You're just building a new Commissar Yarrick many as I watch, wondering if he'll be able to hit them with his sword and tank mount. Probably, yeah. I don't see why not. All right, and there we go. Do people still play land battles? Yeah, there's a small community of people who play land battle and conquest. So domination, we have our community here, but land battle and conquest kind of got split a little bit. There's still some old school players who prefer the rules and the land battle stuff. And then there's a lot of them went to go play conquest too. I don't know which one is bigger. Like Dov Plays does mostly conquest stuff, and then Human Boy will do land battle stuff. So if you're interested in either of those, you can find those on their channels. Yeah. You're going to see the new movie, Evil Dead. Dude, I love the Evil Dead movies. The Evil Dead movies are some of my favorite movies of all time. I love them. They're so good. The recent Evil Dead was really fun. The one in the apartment building. That was a great one. And obviously all the Bruce Campbell ones are fun. The TV show was Ash vs. Evil Dead was really haggard, but really fun too. They're great. Yeah, I forgot to switch the title, Ava. Yeah. I forgot to switch the title. It's all good. We'll fix it later. Originally it was going to be a mono faction tournament, but I changed it to get more faction diversity at the end. Yeah. Conquest is like land battle, but with objectives. Or an objective. And just one objective, yeah. All right. Oh, of course we'll watch all the Evil Dead movies. Yeah. Tucker and Dale versus the Evil. Yeah, I've seen that movie. It's a fun one. It's a good one. The new Evil Dead movies are... it's pretty wild to go from like the old school, like Bruce Campbell Evil Dead movies, like to see the modern one. The modern ones are legit scary. Like the Deadites are... They're freaky in those, they're scary. Whereas in the old ones, they're still scary to an extent, but they're a little bit more memey, right? Yeah, Kobo, I might try that someday. Yeah. All right, guys, Tomb Kings versus Norska. We got Freya on the Tomb Kings facing off against Pope Patty on the Norskins. Gonna check the brackets real quick and see how we're looking progress-wise. So Darren and Gondola. Yeah. We'll do that. Cool. Here we go. Okay, so for Pope Patty, it's going to be a whole bunch of Marauder Bearmen, backed up by Famirs with Great Opens. Now, the reason why you bring Famir is to battle against the big constructs. So use them against the Ushapti, the Kemrian War Sphinx, all that kind of stuff like that, right? So it is going to be a Shaman Sorcerer of Fire, the Undead hate fire, so Burning Head, very good there. And we do have more Marauders to go get the high ground objectives, but really the epicenter of the build is going to be the Famir with Great Opens. Yeah, Jeff, absolutely, man. All right, we're back on the commentary now. We're going to focus on it, and we will begin chatting again after. But yeah, Ushapti Great Boners, I mean, pretty awesome unit. Even though Famir do have missile resist, they still hit really hard. So dropping them to help drag down the Famir is not bad. Ark of the Black with Purple Sun and Spirit Leech. Screaming Meme Catapult to help clear infantry. Nehekar Warriors do beat basic Marauders, but probably do lose to Bearmen. Although I'd have to see. Maybe they would have a chance because of their bonus versus infantry. Aside from that, we got Ushapti here and Ushapti here. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna be it. Advance on Legions of the Dead. And no Cetra, unfortunately. He's not ruling today. Although Ark in the Black was probably the meta for Tomb Kings for most of Warhammer 2. And then it kind of switched off a little bit. Kotep became more meta in Warhammer 3 in my anecdotal experience. Cetra made some appearances in the meta. He occasionally sees a little bit of play here and there. But yeah, it's a good time. Hey, Random, thank you for subscribing, man. Appreciate the support, brother. Thank you. All right, so Ark in the Black. Where's he going to go? Probably Spirit Leech spam on the Great Shaman. Just try and bully him a little bit. The Bone Daddies are moving fast, and by fast, I mean very slow with 28 movement speed. Probably what you want to do is, I don't know, contest the side objective first. Like, concentrate your Bone Army over here, and then slow push out afterwards. You can't let the Norskins triple cap you. I mean, you can, yes, but it's going to be pretty rough to come back from. And, yeah, the Catapult's doing great work, though, against the Marauder Bearmen. Screaming Skull Catapults are really good. And they're also very good in tabletop, too. In the tabletop game, Screaming Meme Catapults are incredibly punishing. All right, so what do we got? Oh, the Dreadmaw. The Trouser Snake is here. He's under the ground, dude. He lurks in the pants of Norska, waiting to emerge at an unexpected time. Another Screaming Skull Catapult. Now, that is a cool play, but also the danger of that by Freya, which I don't love, is that it gives up a lot of ground. When you have two artillery pieces here against, like, an infantry swarm, you're going to be getting triple cap for sure. Yeah, we'll see. So the big old Ushabti are in, Nehekar Warriors. The Ushabti Great Boners are shooting into the Famir with Grey Opens. The Famir might try and push into the backfield. The Necropolis Knight Halberds would be a good call as well to try and deal with those. But yeah, so far, catapult value trading, very, very defensive stuff. Going to be tough to deal with these Famir. Something needs to try and lock them up. And we do see these Sepulchral Stalkers coming out. So these are one of the premier anti-large units in the roster. And yeah, they will shoot frickin' laser beams out of their head while the Ushabti Great Bows are going to continue scurrying away. Burning Head activated. What a beautiful Burning Head there by Pope Patty. God damn. Nailing both of those Nehekar Warriors, literally instantly getting like 800 value. So now there are some Hound units coming into the backfield. You got to call out some Light Horsemen to deal with this for Freya. The Sepulchral Stalkers are actually defeating those Famir Warriors. You cannot lose this catapult to some random doggies. You cannot have that happen. Sepulchral Stalkers are going to rush over, and that Screaming Skull catapult could be in trouble. All right, Freya calling out the Horsemen. Good play right there. Meanwhile, in the front line, some decent fights for the Boners. We see the Nehekar Warriors and the Ushabti beginning to chew through the Marauder Bearmen and some of the basic infantry. They should be very, very good right there. And yeah, the Famir do get pushed back by Arkan and the Ushabti Great Boners, and it looks like the Norscan Ice Wolves do successfully take down the catapult. It might rally, but most likely not. And oh god, dude, the dreaded Dreadmaw. It is underground, and it is coming for that catapult piece. And you have to just ignore the Dreadmaw. Chasing it is always like a losing cause. But the Boners in the front having a decent fight. That is, oh, the Giga Chads, the Kepra Guard. Kepra Guard are amazing. One of the killier infantry units here. So those bad boys going to be ripping and tearing. Looking very, very nice as they waddle on in there. Yeah, looking good. Eyes of the Desert coming up now that they've secured the backfield. But the Dreadmaw has emerged, and it is going to be popping up on the artillery in the backfield. You could summon something to try and stop it, but the Dreadmaw will take a while to kill this. So probably your best bet is just ignore the Dreadmaw and try and move the catapult, like waddle it over here instead. But, yeah. Oh, the other catapult stabilized. That's pretty massive. So that catapult is hanging right there. Okay. Nehekar Warriors, Skeleton Warriors, and Kepra Guard are ripping and tearing in the middle pretty well, while the Ushabti Great Bows have stabilized. So Freya kind of getting back in the game a little bit in some ways. Granted, Freya is very down on objectives, so it's going to be one of those games that if Freya can come back, it's going to be all about the late game triple cap, you know? Yeah. All right, so over here, the Eyes of the Desert moving across to attack the Dreadmaw. This is a mistake, in my opinion, because what a good Dreadmaw player will do is they're just going to burrow it back into the ground and wait for you, and then you're leaving like 2,000 gold back here just to keep an eye on this guy. It's not cost effective at all. Boone, we can't get into that, yeah. We'll hopefully soon we'll be able to talk about all that. All right, Kepra Guard is duking it out. Ushabti in the mix, and the Great Boners. What kind of value are we seeing on them so far? I would wager about 700-800, give or take. Skeleton Horseman called out, and the Dreadmaw is back in business. It burrows into the ground, exactly what we're talking about. Now it's going to be keeping a ton of your attention back there, right? Like, so instead of like allocating assets to the front line, you're spending way too much time babysitting this catapult, and then you leave to go do something else, right? You're like, oh, I'm going to go fight somewhere else, and then it just pops back up and kills the catapult. So at the end of the day, ignoring Dreadmaws is often the best bet, unless you really have like something nearby that can punish them and like kill them quickly. You just ignore them and just, you know, let them be a pest. All right, now Nehekar Warriors will beat Spearmen, and these Warriors will trade well into those units as well. So the Tomb Kings do have a little bit of milk. They've managed to stabilize the catapult, but it looks like it's going to be crumbling anyway, so not truly stabilized, I suppose. And the Dreadmaw is now back here, just popping up. Sepulchral Stalkers also should use their melee and not their shooting, because they're having a little bit of a line-of-sight issue with their own catapults. But yeah, is what it is. All right, so back in the mainline fighting, the Ushabti are getting worn down, but the old elite infantry, I think, are still in the mix here. Let's see if they are. Yep, Kepra Guard is still rocking it like it's 1999. Value on them is probably not bad. Yeah, Kepra Guard about 700 value, so it could be worse. The Boner infantry, you know, approaching in numbers. Sepulchral Stalkers were really needed in the front line. Although, look, if your opponent makes a big mistake like this and just lets the Dreadmaw die, then yeah, it ends up being worth it. But again, Pope Patty could just use deep burrowing and go hide in the trees. Like, there's no reason to even take all this damage. But ends up being a reward for Freya. So Freya, you know, ends up getting away and getting some value. Not getting away with it, but getting some value there, which is not bad at all. All right, so Arc in the Black, big purple suns here would be huge. Dropping a fat purple sun on this Norscan blob would make me probably a little bit erect. Not fully, but it'd be like half chub. It'd be a pretty nice one. Chosen to the Gods, still unleashing on the Famir Warriors, who are -24 on the armor. Yes, yes. Tomb Scorpions moving up. Whoa, is that a Tomb Scorpion? What the hell is that? What is this thing? Oh my god, look at that. Who uses Tomb Scorpions? What year is this? I feel like we've time traveled. Okay, half chub, purple sun there, really good. Both Marauder Berserkers going to be losing a shit ton of HP. That was a beautiful purple sun, by the way. Really, really nice cast there by Freya. Car Horseman going to be trying to chase off those Famir. And on this side, the Tomb Kings do look like they're doing okay. Granted, Skeleton Spearmen will counter these Nakar Horsemen pretty well. So we'll keep tabs on that. But as it looks, Norska does have them on a shutout. And that's the problem with indexing into catapults in your starting build. Typically, catapults are really good in this matchup, but you want to bring them in later. So you want to use your bigger army initially to secure the objectives before then calling in catapults, you know? Having double catapult out of the gates against like a Norscan onslaught is very, very risky. And that's, I think, what ended up like... Because like a lot of the fighting for Freya was like back here instead of like contesting the objectives, you know? All right, so up in the point, we see a Ushapti summon. The Trouser Snake does emerge, and it will be helpful against Ushapti. It's quite a menacing fighter. It did waddle all the way across the battlefield here, and we'll see how that objective goes. The Tomb Kings finally starting to move up in the middle a little bit, and we do have the throwing axes getting attacked by the Tomb Scorpion, so super cool to see that thing in action. I use them in tabletop. In tabletop, I run triple Tomb Scorpion, like in almost all my Tomb Kings lists. They're very, very good. They have like a really nasty rule called Killing Blow. And Monsters Killing Blow, where if you roll a 6 to wound, you can like auto kill a dragon. It's like, yeah, it's very low probability, but like when it does happen, dude, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, pretty awesome. They're fast, they are hard hitting, really cheap on the point spectrum, so what's not to love? All right, lads, Marauder Spearmen hanging in there, and it looks like the Tomb Kings are probably going to be losing this fight over here. Granted, they get the middle, right, which is nice, so they do manage to break open the middle fighting. And Freya's going to have to find a way to get, you know, a triple cap here, which is going to be incredibly hard. These Ushapti Great Bows should probably start softening up the Skin Wolves here. That would be a good target for them. And, yeah, the capture weight still belongs to Norska. Norska is going to be able to hold that one down when they move a couple more units on the objective there. So Boners get one objective. His opponent is going to be reaching 1,300 points in just a second. That's a tall freaking order. Although Nehakar Horsemen are a really, really cool unit. They're they actually have amazing combat stats. The 38 weapon strength on a light cav unit is awesome. So yeah, they can probably defeat a basic Marauder, but not a Spearman. A Marauder Spearman will win. Although with a Scorpion there, maybe changes the dynamic of that fight a little bit. All right, looks like Marauder Horsemen going to be contesting the middle, while the two boys going to be hustling over that way. More and more infantry there. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. But a big misplay here by Freya, charging into the spears. No reason to do that. You're just feeding the Norskins value. What you would want to do is charge into the shielded infantry and then get the other one around the back and have the Tomb Scorpion come in and terror out everything. That's exactly what you would want to do. But little misplays here and there certainly can cost you. Tomb Kings coming across, the Skeleton Horsemen and making a play. Norskins, though, kind of rallying a little bit in the middle. Their Frost Doggies and Skin Wolves are doing very good. I actually don't even know what happened to Ark in the Black. It looks like Ark in the Black got killed by something. He got killed off camera. You know, not an important character, apparently. And the Norskin Lord has been able to survive with 700 HP in the bushes. So I don't know what happened to Arkin. I lost track of that. Tomb Scorpion chewing here, but guys, it's kind of over. I don't think there's any way the Tomb Kings can get it. A good game. Tomb Kings were scrappy, but they fought in their own backfield too long. You know, yeah, for an analogy for the World Cup, right? It's like when you're playing the ball too much in your own backfield, it's like, you know, what kind of an offense are you possibly going to mount? If you're, you know, playing back there and kind of the game is centered around that part of the field, you're not going to score. And it's the same analogy here as well. Got killed by Skin Wolves when I wasn't looking. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. GG, well played. Pope Patty with the steel chair. Going on to the grand finals, or semifinals, I think. Certainly deserve it after that good sportsmanship. I appreciate that. So some good stuff right there. And we will update that to be a 2-1 for the big Pope. Arkin was like, nah, I'm out. Yeah, it was honestly not a bad build. Just maybe like either the Great Bows or the Catapult. And call the Catapults out later. The big thing about the Tomb Kings was their deployment. They needed to get one objective out of the gate so they didn't bleed as much. They bled way too many points. But if they had consolidated their entire army on one objective, that could have been a different game. All right. Burning Headcaster got about 1,500. So GG. So let me go look at the tournament real quick. That's going to be... We'll do Darren Dimwitz versus Gondola the Patient. So that's going to be good. We're coming over here to cast this game now. So it's going to be fast. Chud Lord's Rise. Oh my god. Gondola the Patient is a pretty ridiculous character. Pretty awesome. His name... his name is Gondola the Patient. His name is also... Sex Haver, 420, 69 Minecraft. And then also the MILF Hunter is another one of his names. So he goes by many names. All right, so let's do this. Let's get this scorecard updated for the next game. And it looks like it's going to be Greenskins versus Vampire Counts. This is a cursed matchup for Greenskins. So that's going to be Gondola. And he is facing off against Darren Dimwits. This is a cursed matchup. Yeah, I'm hosting this tournament, correct, yes. So let me message Popatty. Go ahead and play your next opponent. See you in finals, maybe. All right. So if the Greenskins can find a way to win this, I'm going to be super, super impressed, honestly. Yeah, it's going to be great. Pone says, hell yeah, dude. Nice. Yeah. All right, so let's break down the army of the Greenskins. This is what's interesting to me, because how the hell do you win this matchup? I mean, Vampires just spam ghost units, and you just kind of lose, because Greenskins don't really have enough magic damage. But it's going to be Savage Orcs, and some Orc Boy Spears, backed up by River Trolls, Ruggled's Armored Orcs with Error Boys, Grom the Paunch just to be a general disruptor, and Grom the Paunch can kind of own White Kings too with his anti-infantry chariot. This is what we all aspire to look like, by the way. Grom is such a Chad. That's kind of what I look like right now. But yes, we do have a Orc Shaman in the back, and yeah, so just a classic Savage army with some Troll support and some Archers. For the Vampire Counts, it's exactly what you would expect. Ethereal maxing, because Greenskins just don't have a good answer for that. Banshee, Strigoi Ghoul King, Karen Race, and Double Corpse Cart in the back. And yeah, that is going to be nasty. So what do you think, Anticity? If you had to say what the win ratio is in this matchup, I would say that Vampires probably have an 80% win rate at a high level in this matchup, with the Greenskins maybe having like 20%. But again, I'd be curious to hear your anecdotes, because you've been a little bit more active lately and Total War competitive. So you're very curious to see. Let me just confirm here. All right, so they're going to play. And Pope Patty and his opponent are going to play, and we are going to go straight to the grand finals after that. Paunch maxing, I know. It's the English guy. Yeah, it's the English soccer fan, dude. Oh, we could do that. Oh, that would be such a good Grom the Paunch thumbnail. You guys want to do a thumbnail together after this? So you can see how the sausage is made? Yeah, we'll do it. Okay. So, Karen Race are coming. There they are. They're going to get that objective. The Greenskins, of course, have to bring some magic spells, so they do have Fist of Gork. I personally really like the Death Hags. But it is going to be an Orc Shaman and a double Orc Shaman. Okay, so he does have Fist of Gork, and then he also has Fist of Gork there as well. Behind the scenes. Score some goals, England. They scored 3 goals yesterday. That, oh man, the guy who scored 2 goals, I forget his name. I don't know the soccer player super well, but he was a beast, dude. That guy seems solid. Anticity says, at a high level, I think I'd really not want to play on the Greenskin side versus an equal player. I'd say Maximilian Marabitu 80 to 90% of the time in this matchup. Yeah, I agree. I think an 80% win rate is very apt. It's just so hard. It's so freaking hard for the Greenskins. And it's just because of the ghost units, really, I think is the hugest thing. But getting good shots into the Strigoi Ghoul King, that's a feels good start. Looks like a zombie summon to the Orc Air Boys. That's not a big deal, honestly. Oh, unless it's a Crypt Ghoul summon. Okay, that's kind of curious. I don't hate that. So Savage Orcs versus Banshees. Banshees, they could probably take, like, Bellingham is his name, yeah. No, Harry Kane didn't. He scored 1 goal yesterday? Yeah, I think it was Bellingham who scored 2. Yeah, that name sounds familiar. All right. So, yeah, in the back, the battle is on. The Strigoi Ghoul King going to be landing on the Savage Orcs versus the Crypt Ghouls. Savage Orcs are a little bit cheaper than Crypt Ghouls, actually. And it looks like the Savage Orcs are just going to be Unga Bunga going forward, while the Archers have been mostly stabilized. Crypt Ghoul Summon did a shit ton of damage against those Orc Air Boys, though. Talk about good value. Rugloods and the Shamans are moving up to support, and the Orc Boy Spears are going to be trying to prison shank down the Strigoi Ghoul King. Can we see the Greenskins defy the meta? Oh man, is it going to be hard. We got a bunch of Karen Rays coming in just to swarm the fields. Over here, Dim-Witted One, Grom the Paunch, as well as his Trolls going to be trying to fight. And we do see Fist of Gork activated. So that's going to be giving him magic damage, but it's just like so little. Yeah, and the arrows shooting into the Karen Race is good. Trolls coming across to help. And do we see the Banshees even taking damage? The Trolls are putting a little bit of hurt down on them, but Banshees still have good combat stats too. They're kind of 45 melee defenses. Hard to get through. Strigoi Ghoul King up in the sky, doing it to it. Dim-Witted One pulling a bit of a value lead. It looks like that is going to be a Ghoul Summon again. So Homie summons the Crypt Ghouls onto the Orcs. And Grom the Paunch thinking about coming back there to do what he can. Can race here are getting worn down. Yeah, they're a little bit low actually, but dealing with this pressure back here is going to be tough. One nice change I think would be is if Creative Assembly made it so wizard characters just did magic damage, because then you could use the orc shamans as like combat sticks to fight the ghost units. I think that'd be a really nice change. All right, the battle is on. Vampire counts have not gotten this objective yet. The trolls are doing some good pounding. We do see some of the undead units getting taken to Poundland or Pound Stretcher. So they are getting in there and doing a little something something, but the scariness is not what trolls like. They get terrified very easily. And there is a massive amount of terror right there, so a good luck dealing with that. Now, for the Greenskins, one of the most essential elements of having a chance in this game is going to be holding your back objective. You gotta be able to hold that if you can. Back here, Broken Tusk Mob engaging versus these guys. Savage Orcs are on their way up, and Grom the Paunch being a fat chungus, popping the wall right now. So the Greenskin army is going to be on boner steroids right now, and they are taking those gas station boner pills, and they are ready to go. And it looks like the Shaman, one of them is on foot? No, they're both on foot. Okay. So Wah is active here. Shaman's going to be piling in to fight those characters right there. Meanwhile, the Ghoul Summons causing a lot of disruption to the backfield. Hey, Sai, thank you. Big fan of your work. Keep up. Dow 2 tourney. We'll do a Dow 2 tourney this week. I'll talk to the Salty Scarab and we'll see if we can work something out. Okay, so Savage Orcs are up in the mix, and on the backside, it is going to be Pumps hauled in. Pump Wagons are still really good against Cairn rates. Even with the damage mitigation of the ghostly stuff, they still, I think, can do some considerable damage if you can isolate them. Grom the Paunch, though, getting trapped by an anti-large dragon character is pretty much as disastrous of a situation as you can get for the Greenskins. So even though the game is, like, close in many ways, I think the Greenskin player may have just thrown it by having Grom the Paunch get isolated and killed here, but, we'll see. So, Fist of Gork on top of the Savage Orcs is going to give them big damage against the Cairn race. We'll see what kind of DPS they can do. They are partially fighting skeletons too, so it's not just all going there. Is Grom going to be able to escape? He's getting Spirit Leech, he's getting hammered. He does not have his Lucky Banner active at the moment, but it looks like his mobility scooter was able to get away from there. Meanwhile, on this side, Pump Wagons, man, looking to be real good in the meta lately, running over that Skeleton Spearman. And from here, they should be able to wheel about and maybe rear charge some of the Cairn race and get the job done. All right, so Grom does survive. He's broken, but is he going to be able to rally? If he runs, the game is basically over. If he comes back with his healing, there still is going to be a fighting chance probably for the Greenskins, albeit a very small one. All right, River Trolls on top of the Cairn race here. A couple Savage Orcs are on their way in. The Pump Wagons have gotten away from the fight and now are going to be charging into the wraiths. So pump up the jams. There they go. And yeah, that is going to be something. Anti-infantry bonus with the Wah active. So they're there. The war is here. And the Greenskins are getting pressured on their objective, but should be having something come up. Yeah, Savage Orcs. I don't know if they'll get there in time. The Vampires might have a chance at sealing that. But the one thing that the Greenskins have done very well, despite probably being on the losing side of things, is they have been able to hold their back objective. Not relinquishing that so far has given them time to try and trade and do whatever they can. All right, Baconator's getting the Fist of Gork, so that's going to give them magic damage. Unfortunately, they're charging right into spear units, which is pretty disastrous. Over here, the Pump Wagons, they kind of get routed by those Cairn Race. Unfortunate for them. Yeah, Cairn Race are really nasty. They have great AP too. Savage Orcs are bro sprinting over here, trying to get to this objective. There they go. So they are hustling. Will they get there in time? Now, if you guys are new to the multiplayer in this game, there are units that are considered expendable. Skeletons and zombies are. They only have 2 capture weight, whereas regular infantry have 5. So this one unit will out-capture both of these units. You'll see in a second. He flips the capture weight back. So that is something, it's kind of hard to tell which units are and aren't, but like Bretonnian peasants, orc laborers, goblin laborers, goblins, those type of things are usually considered expendable. So CA used to put it in the tooltips, but they don't put it in the tooltip of everything. It's a little bit wild. Yep, Grom the Paunch getting hunted down. It's an incredibly brutal matchup. Unfortunate that he ran into it, but, that is... When you're picking factions for this tournament, you need to take into account what the meta is going to look like and try and, pick around that. And picking Greenskins into a meta of Vampire counts is dangerous. But, to be fair, it has gotten him this far in the tournament. He's gotten all the way to the semifinals, and this is only game 1. There's going to be more games to be played. Savage Orcs are basically born and bred to annihilate zombies. They are going to be ripping and tearing on those guys. Over here, Grom the Paunch does rally in the woods. But yeah, Ruggelad's Armored Orcs, insanely good unit. Probably setting over 1,000 value, I would wager. 1,200 value on them. Now going to be compromised by a lot. And the Savage Orcs trying their best to clear through. But man, there are a lot of undead on the battlefield. Skaven army, yeah. So for Skaven, your expendable units are only your Skaven slaves, actually. So Clan Rats have full capture weight. That's one of the few strengths that Skaven have, is that they can bring 5 million capture weight onto the battlefield. However... the staying power of that capture weight certainly leaves you wanting quite a bit. It's not, the rats don't stay and fight, for a long time. Whereas like with like Vampire Coast, for example, their zombies have full capture weight because they're like more elite than regular zombies, but they stay a bit longer because they're undead. So, all right, bit of a pit fight going down here. Gondola looking to put his clamps on the game here and try and end it. We will see how that goes. Savage Orcs fighting versus Skeleton Spearmen. Wraiths getting crumbled down, but yeah. Man, Gondola would have to mess up so bad to lose this game. Like, he would have to, like, throw his Strigoi Ghoul King in the trash. The Greenskins, though, a little bit resurgent in some ways. I mean, they still have Grom, they still have their Trolls, some Bacon Cav coming, and they do have Trolls fighting over here as well. I mean, this is an interesting match. A lot of the damage that the Vampire Counts do have is tied up on Grom the Paunch and just has been bullying him, and he's still alive, so it's kind of like dead weight value a little bit. Savage Orcs engaging versus the Vampire Count Blob here, but there's a freaking Corpse Cart supporting all these units. And the Devils of Swarzhofen come in the back and are going to get a beautiful flank charge on them. So that is going to be very, very rough. Elsewhere, Grom is going to be fleeing. Very low, 1,000 HP. Dude, Grom didn't hear no bell whatsoever. Greenskins are fighting on the back objective pretty freaking hard. These Savage Orcs have been hustling all day. The Shaman needs to get in fight. He's a good fighter. Shamans or Orc Wizards are not the weakest fighters. They actually can throw hands, unlike the Empire Wizards, who are just like totally wimpy. All right, so yeah, this game's, I think it's over. I think it's just pretty much cooked. The Greenskins are routed on this objective, but I have to say, considering how horrifically difficult this matchup is for the Greenskins, very, very good attempts by our boy, the dim-witted one. But it's also game one. So the next matchup, I think, is going to be, I can't remember what Gondola has. I think he has Slaanesh or Wood Elves. He went pure sweat today. He's picked 3 sweaty factions. But yeah, he's going to be probably going for Slaanesh or Wood Elves. We'll see. Don't the rats eat their dead too? Yeah, probably. I mean, Skaven should have like a trait where they can eat their fellow dead allies in the battlefield and heal. That'd be really funny. Yeah, classic meta Ghost Rush against Greenskins who just don't have many answers for it at the current state of the game. Yeah. In like season finals, grand championships, this is a matchup you would pretty much, always want to avoid there. Yeah. It feels like Turin is sad this game watching it. Yeah, no, it is sad. I'm a big underdog guy, so. Empire for Dim-Witted One. Now, if you guys remember, Dim-Witted One is the guy who won with the Empire Luminarch play earlier. So we'll see if he can get back in the series. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. Gondola is really, really strong. I'm so excited about Putrid Blight Kings. Are they coming? Did they show them? If they are, I'm hyped. They're one of my favorite models. I love them in the end times models from Fantasy. Haunted Vale is a big open map, pretty good for the Empire. This is a more even matchup. Empire versus Norska can go either way. It can go either way, so we don't know how this is going to unfurl. We have no freaking idea. All right, let me check something here. All right. And so it begins. Yes. Good, Anakin, good. Let's do that. Check there. All right, you love to see it. And we are moving and we are grooving. So grand finals after this. We're going to be casting that best of 3 as well. What are some good Skaven books? I haven't read any Skaven books. I've only seen the Skaven from the perspective of the Empire, from Gotrek and Felix. So let me read the factions for the players. So we got, scrolling up. So Gondola is playing Vampire Counts Norska Slaanesh, and Darren is playing Greenskins Empire Chaos Dwarves. Okay. Empires definitely can beat Norska. It's not unwinnable. It's hard, but it's like a 55-45 matchup. Yeah, man. Yeah, they showed all 3 variants. They look so good. Awesome, dude. Can you use enchant archer units with magic weapons? Yeah, you can. I believe it affects their magic arrows. Yeah, it just gives them general magic damage, but it's still not that effective. Probably just like Fate Abuna on them is your best bet. Just get like a Hag and Fate Abuna on them when they get a little low. You think there's going to be another round of rejection letters before Doubtful beta? I don't think so. I think they're going to have an open beta next. Because they already had their multiplayer playtest, and then I think they've done single player too. This isn't a mono faction. I forgot to change the title of the stream. Yeah. Yeah, I screwed up. I screwed up. I'm sorry. Forgive me, Anakin. All right, so let's see how we're looking. Not much adminning to do. We've come to the final hoorah of today's tournament. Darren and Gondola, Pope Patty and Adler battling it out down there. And we will see the two sweatiest of them all battle in the grand finals here very soon. But good showing. A lot of great players showed up today. So shout out to all you homies for coming and hanging out. Let's do it. Norska versus the Empire. Only the best in production value. I know I'm terrible at that. How could I do this? I know, I'm sorry. This Carl Franz background is so good, by the way. It's great. I'm going to be going to medieval times. How many of you guys have done that before? Although I know a lot of folks are not from America, but I don't know if it's like an international thing. But medieval times is like, it's they take you, they have like an arena and they have like jousting and like medieval like show, you know, horsemanship. And I went to medieval times like 35 years ago. Yeah, it's still around. Oh, you took your 9. We loved it. Yeah, it's very fun. You get like a big shank of a chicken leg, and then like, yeah, it's ridiculous. Hell yeah, I love medieval times. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. It's gonna be fun. Like the place in Cable Guy? Yes. Like the place in Cable Guy. Oh my god, as a kid, it probably is so exciting. Medieval times mentioned. Yeah, we did. We have something similar, but I've never been. I would know. It's not a fair. Medieval times is like an indoor thing. You go to this building and it's like an arena. There's jousting tournaments in Europe. I'm not surprised. Yeah, you guys got all the old school stuff. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break it down. Taking a look at the armies here of Gondola the Patient. It's going to be a mouth-breathing Norskin blob, which is how you beat Empire. You just swarm them. But grenade launchers can hard counter this. So Mass Marauder Bearmen, a great Shaman of Metal, and then we got a couple great weapons out on the wings with a mobility core of a couple Horsemasters and Horsemasters here, Horsemen. For the Empire, it's going to be Boris Chadbringer, soon to be eating very, very well. And on top of that, we do have Spearmen, backed up by more Spearmen. And how is he going to deal with the Norscan infantry? He's got to have something. He's got Huntsmen and Huntsmen. So Huntsmen are out, Flagellants and Halberdiers. I like that on the side point. I think that's a cool combo of units that are kind of hard to deal with. And there's got to be grenade launchers. Oh, great cannons. Whoa, interesting. So double great cannon. That's, will be good against the horsemen, but against everything else, like against the infantry, not super effective. T-Rex says, I'm convinced the U.S. isn't a real place, just some magical made-up land where weird shit happens. Yeah, no, I mean... We got a lot going on in this country. It's some wild shit. You're not wrong. The things that I've seen, I feel like the android from Blade Runner. You wouldn't believe what I've seen. You know, C-beams off the whatever of Saturn. I can't remember his exact quote, but yeah, no, that's like Walmart. You know, you wouldn't believe the things I've seen in Walmarts in the South. I have family in Texas. And, you know, various other, couple other southern states. And some of the stuff I've seen at Walmart's is truly unholy. Not for the faint of heart. But yeah, the cannons immediately hammering the horsemen, which at the very least is nice. So they are able to blast those Marauder horsemen. And I don't know what they're shooting at now. They're going to be switching their sights onto something else. And yeah. Just use the grape shot. I don't think they have that. That would be cool, though, if they did. I think some other Total War games do have it. All right, Marauder Horsemen getting wrecked by the Huntsmen. And the Empire is going to be able to probably get a couple objectives back here. Knights of the Black Rose, Blazing Suns. A lot of good choices here to fight the Norscan Bunga. Yeah, grenade launchers are a little bit more meta, but honestly, the cannons are putting some hurt down on these Marauder Horsemen, which isn't bad. But the Marauder Infantry just outtrade State Troopers so hard. And what I'm really nervous about for the Empire player is that he's playing so wide. The Empire player is playing all 3 objectives, which to me is pretty much an auto loss in my experiences, because you need to play more tight as the Empire. Play 2 objectives, not 3, because individually the Norscan units will beat your units. But if your army is like high and tight, you're getting a lot of gunfire, you know, grenade launcher support, that is where you feast. Right now, he's just going to lose a Flagellant unit for nothing. It's just going to die. A couple Halberdiers going to die for nothing, and, you know, that is very, very unfortunate. All right, Boris Todbringer looks like he's hunting the Icehorn Marauders. The Hawk and Long Rifles and Huntsmen have gotten in position and are shooting at shielded infantry, which doesn't feel great. Like, if those units were just forming a flank denial right here, and then the guns and bows were value trading, that's how you win the game, you know? That's how you win the game. All right, so the great cannons are shooting at the infantry, and I mean, I guess shooting at ROR infantry could be worse, but cannons are, like I said, not exceptionally good against these type of things. You would want to reposition the cannons, like move them over here and have them provide fire support down the alley, or move them like up right here so they can hit all 3 objectives, you know, something along those lines. Holy shit, is that a Ruin Caster? Oh my god, it's an Etten Rune Caster. I haven't seen one of those things in ages. So Big Pimpin', he's the guy from Scary Movie. He's like, give me a strong hand. He's coming in, and yeah, I mean, against state troopers, he'll be able to boink. He has got a strong hand, and Homie is getting it done. In the back, Knights of the Blazing Sun have come out. Spearmen are trying valiantly to hold the lines here, and the Blazing Sun Knights will be pretty good against the Marauder Bearmen. They will fold them up. Flagellants fighting and dying as the rest of the armies do clash and prepare to meet. Hawk and Long Rifles, good DACA into the Bearmen, but there's a huge vulnerability here. If the Empire player is not paying attention, he's going to get wrecked really bad by these Frost Doggies right now. So we'll see if he is. And the big man is here, the Cursed Etten Rune Caller. What is he going to be doing? Some sort of Searing Doom from the Shaman, while Boris Todbringer is going to be attacking the Etten. The Etten Rune Caller doesn't really have good AP, so Boris Todbringer can fight that a lot better, but he is being boinked by a lot of the Marauder Weapons right here. In the meantime, the Blazing Sun Knights are going to be turning about face and attacking into the Etten, but... Oh, not like this, bro. Oh, God. Oh, not like this. He was so slow to react to that. And he calls out a Light Wizard. Oh, no. That's game over. That's game. It's over. Yeah, that literally is a massive throw. That's going to be 2,000 plus gold just for free. I mean, a Light Wizard call out too? I mean, what is that going to do? He's going to net something. That is a disaster. All right, if the Empire comes back from that, I will send him an Applebee's gift card. Nope, he taps out. GG. All right. Yeah, you can't have your entire backfield killed by one Hound unit. It just cannot happen. Yeah, and he taps out knowing that's over. Yeah. It's a shame because it was kind of a cool game up until then. But victory for Gondola the Patient. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we go to the grand finals. Not much to look at there, really. All right, so finals... finals. That was an army wipe and a morale break. Shout out to Darren Dimwitz, though. That guy's a Chad. He's a great player. He made it all the way to the semis today, and he's a really nice guy, too. So that is fine. So we're going to get Gondola. Gondola the Patient. Finals. And let's go see what's going on the other side between Pope Patty and Adler. Adler. The series going. We can also go cast some of the games there. Let me know when in between games. All right, cool. I said he would get an Applebee's gift card. If the Empire player managed to win after losing his backfield, I was going to send him an Applebee's gift card, yeah. That was the plan. Lore accurate Danes landing on British force shores. More like Danes invading Central Europe. That like, because the Empire is like heavily inspired by like German, like, you know, Holy Roman Empire kind of, you know, German culture a bit. So yeah. What is the best fast paced food and the most haggard one? Oh man, okay. I'd have to think about that. I really like the hamburger habit. But I mean, In-N-Out is amazing, but Hamburger Habit I think is a secret goat because they like will actually put like more stuff on your burger. You can get like guacamole, you know, bacon, right? Whereas like In-N-Out is a little bit more anemic on their burgers. Yeah. Dave's Hot Chicken. I've never had that. Never had it. We just loaded into game 3. Copy. That kind of fun. All right. So the other side of the bracket is on game 3 right now. So they're 1-1 in their series, and the winner is going to be coming to play us. So we have a little bit of time, actually. Let's see if we can fire this up. Hold on. Hold up. Okay. Can I get this going right now? You guys want to see? We'll take a quick teaser right now, because it's going to be about 10 minutes, probably before that match is over. So we're going to fire it off here. Subway is just bullshit now, dude. Subway sucks. It's just like, you pay like $14 for just like a shithouse sandwich. It's like, oh my God, it's the worst. Okay, one sec, guys. Let's fire this up. We're going to show you the Minecraft event server. Yeah. Dude, Subway sucks. Yeah, it sucks. I've been so disappointed by it. I go to Subway if I'm desperate and there's no other options. But other than that, it's like, yeah. Yeah, Jersey Mike's, they're definitely a little bit better. Okay, here we go. Okay, one moment. Okay, I need to figure out how to get my screen to capture this, so give me 1 second. So we're going to go here and do a game capture. Just drag it over. I've never, yeah, I don't know where the Minecraft client is, so I assume it's this. See if that works. Okay. So this is, whoa, hold on. Where the hell am I? Yeah, this is the Minecraft server. And let's see if I start with anything. Server selector, yeah. Lobby 1, lobby 2. I'm not sure how to do this. But they've designed like cities. Hold on. This is one of the cities, I think. I don't know which one it is. But anyways, let's do this. Lobby 1, yeah. So you are here now, and then lobby 2, unable to connect. Okay, got it. So something's a little bit off. Normally you start, you're going to be starting with gear, like a horse and a few other things. I don't know who this is. Let me see. How do I type in this game? Hey, how do I type in Minecraft? Yo. Is my horse and gear. I started with it. Hold on. Thank you. How's it going? Oh, you need to right click on your eye. Okay. And then sudden death, click to join now. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Okay, we got it. Yeah, sure, it's fine. So I got to do the resource pack thing. Okay. Now we got it. So when the event starts, this is how it's going to work. You're going to have your nations. So you have the vampire counts. You have the elves. You have the dwarves, and then you have the men, which is my faction, and then you have the orcs. So you're going to basically go and join one of these factions, and when you right click it, you're going to join. So this is Altdorf. This is our capital city, right? And our goal is going to be to defend this city. You got a blacksmith, you got a banker. So like you can drop off resources in these various areas, but this is Altdorf city. I think I have a horse. Let me check. Yeah, so there's a bunch of different commands. You can call your horse. The orcs look like Mario, yeah. Yeah. So this is a capture point in one of the cities. And you can use your compass to find, yeah, like the capital city of like the elves, the dwarves, the vampires, and you can just like right click on this. And now we will do a little bit of that. So we have our trusty steed. So yeah, this is our capital. You can see there's a couple things we can interact with here, like the blacksmith. Yeah. And if you want to like craft this, for example, you're going to need iron ingots and 20 souls. So souls you get from killing enemy players, and ingots you get from mining. Now, mining can only be done in this game in a captured city. So if we take our horse, what we can do is we can go use our compass. There's also a map, which I don't have. But we can do the Carrickdorn. Yeah, the nearest iron city. We can look and see what the nearest cities are here. So we're going to go to the city here. So now our compass is going to guide us to that city. Oh, shit, I don't know about fall damage. We're going to see. And, yeah. So this is the city. The nation of... Yeah, I think I should right-click here. Or no, I got to hit this to get out, I think. Yeah. There we go. So that's going to raise the drawbridge. So now we're out in the open world. Now you'll notice there's no resource gathering in the world. You cannot break blocks. The only way you get resources for your nation is... I got to probably find this compass. Oof, I feel like I'm gonna die just like running off the cliffs in here. No, I played Minecraft a lot back in the day, so I do know the basics. Yeah. But I haven't played in maybe 15 years. Okay, so you can see the compass. When we're playing in the event, you can use that to guide to cities, right? So the only way to get better gear is to by kill enemy players and capture the neutral cities. So the compass is taking me there. I'm 193 away. Okay, we're creeping in the shadows. Almost there, almost there. And here, I believe, is one of the cities. Okay. So this is a neutral city. It's not owned by a faction, but if you capture it, it gives your faction the ability to basically mine resources, I believe. Yeah, let me try and find the way in here. Is this a city? I think it is. Maybe I'm... Oh, is it like an underground dwarven thing? Oh, I think it is. Oh, here we go. Okay. So it's like an outpost. Okay, so we get this city. Here it is. Here's the gate. So this is a town gate for this elven city. We open it up, and we should be able to go in, although there we are. Okay. So now we're in the city. And to capture the city, we come, we hit this, and now the town is under attack. So this city is going to belong to our nation in 23 seconds. So every city that you capture, it makes it so if you own a neutral city, you cannot be attacked in your capital city. You cannot. Okay? So what that does is, though, is now we have a mine. So our faction has a mine, so then our players can come down here. I don't know how to get off this horse. How the hell do you get off this thing? Is it E or is it Shift? There we go. So now you can come into the mines, and you can mine. Oh, we don't own the town yet. Okay. Oh, I thought I grabbed it. Oh, I didn't capture it. That's right. You got to like stay near it while it captures. Okay, that's the elven statue. Okay. All right. So yeah, we need to capture it. All right. So basically, you can see the scoreboard on the right: men, orcs, vampires, dwarves, and elves. And this will give us one of the victory conditions. So basically, if you own an exterior city, people can't attack your capital. But if they attack your capital and they capture your main city center, it kills everyone on your faction. You're just all... So with that being said, we now have... oh, it gave us victory because we were on the showcase. Yeah, that's not how it's going to work on game day, though. But yeah, now what I can do is I can come into the mines and I can start mining. So now I'm getting this. Yeah, sorry, that was really loud. I'll adjust it for the stream. Okay, so now we got some iron ingots, right? So we can go to the blacksmith. And oh, it just put me in here. Oh, what the hell? Okay. But there's a couple other things. Let's go to the sudden death town again. Although we'll look later. Yeah, we'll look at that later together. Yeah. I'm sorry that was loud, Dovakin. Dovakin. We're still waiting in the finals, but essentially, when you get a city, you can teleport from your capital city back to the controlled cities. So once you get control over a city, you can teleport from it to your capital or to any other city. So it really affects the tactics, right? So I'm gonna make a tutorial video probably for our alliance, because unfortunately only the leaders of the factions can get on and play right now and learn. But I will make a tutorial video for our champions, and I'll share it in our Discord. Yeah, if you guys want to play on the Alliance of the Empire and help me try and win that event, join our Discord channel, and we have a section for it, which is titled The Hall of Glory, Minecraft Hammer, yeah. But it's going to be PvP. You can craft magical weapons. You can craft like legendary bows and spears, and I think there's guns as well. There's a whole crafting system of advanced weaponry. Yeah. We're gonna load in after this grand final and look at that as well. But yeah, join the Discord and go to the roles area or the announcements, and you should be able to join from there. and get the footman roll is what it's called. But yeah, our goal is to, at the 3 hour mark, there's three thresholds. There's each hour, there's an escalation where more resources are had, different things happen on the map. So basically, our goal is to conquer as many towns as possible, get as good of gear as we possibly can, and then destroy the other nations. So there's going to be strategy. I'm probably going to organize some sort of a chat in Discord where we'll make like squadrons. We'll have like sub commanders, who can lead like assault groups, and they can go on different missions and stay like focused. It's a 3 hour event only. It's 3 hours. After 3 hours, the last team standing or the team who has conquered the most cities wins. Yeah, that's how that goes. So yeah, I could use your swords. We're just waiting on the grand finals right now, guys. So thanks for your patience, and sorry it's taken so long, but we will get there in a moment. I'll lower the volume too when I get in there. Yeah. Champion of Sigmar, yeah. I'm trying, dude. Orange Pass, you should come play, man. I know you're sweaty. You'll get in there and sweat. So Gondola, we know his factions: Vampire Counts, Norska, and Slanesh. And we have yet to see what it's going to be on the other side. Vampire Counts versus Bretonnia is a fun matchup, actually. I think Patty would probably know how to play that, assuming he makes it. The nation calls. Make it 72 hours. Oh my god, no. That would just be pure pain. Was in MC. They are probably almost done. Probably going to watch the US game tonight, see how that goes. I could. It's on July 11th at 10 a.m. So I don't know what time that would be in Korea, but it's only 3 hours, though. It's a short event. It is a short event. Let me see what factions the other homies are playing. We can kind of start talking about it. So Adler, let me check. Okay, and that is going to be tournament chat here. So Adler's factions are where? Bretonnia, Nurgle, and High Elves. Oh shit, he's got a wild-ass Nurgle in there, dude. Okay, for selfish reasons, I might want to see Adler. Patty's factions are Bretonnia, Vampire Count, Norska. So yeah, in that case, right now they're playing High Elves versus Norska. That's interesting. I don't know who's favored there anymore. I think Americans are vibing with the football a little bit more. Yeah, I would say so. I think a lot more Americans I've talked to, and the city I live in, like the local bar is like filled up for every game. It's like people in there, even the non-American games. Like our local bar has been, or it's like a cantina. They do like food and beer and stuff like that. It's been packed to the brim for like every game. Yeah. Yeah, I have to say, like I'm enjoying the football a lot, soccer. I'm enjoying watching it quite a bit. Yeah, it's been fun. I have the European wife who's gotten me into it a little bit. She used to watch a lot back in the day as well. All right, cool. Yeah, I see a couple of you guys have joined the joined the Hall of Glory here. All right. Okay, so Adler is here, which means we're guaranteed a Nurgle game. Oh yeah. Nurgle, it's Nurgle time. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So around 5 maps, which are going to be the Jade Tomb for the first one. All right. And cool, so we got Nurgle. We got it. That's right. Dude, how wild would it be if the US won the World Cup? That would be the weirdest shit. That's how you would know we're in, like, the Matrix. Like, the real world ended when Harambe died, and we're just, like, in the simulation. If we end up winning it, I mean, yeah. We gotta use the Haggard sports math. Be like, well, technically, France only beat Paraguay by 1, and we beat them by 4, so therefore we're better than France. Just like the stupid logic. Will you cast any soccer games on live television and draw huge dongs in the grass? I mean, I would. I don't know who would want to watch it, but I would. Yeah. U.S. culture builds the strength of the national. Yeah, so you're saying soccer's been like growing with our like national the leagues we have in the country. Yeah. Give it 8 years or so, and you never know. Yeah. There was some. Man, that Mexico England game was great. That was a fun one. That France Paraguay game was so dirty. It was. It was just nonstop. Oh, dude, the flopping thing is so haggard. That like trying to bait fouls. Oh god, it's the worst. The referee for Paraguay didn't do much to stop it. He was very chill, not in a good way. The referee though for the for last night's game for Mexico and England was pretty solid. That dude was like he was not taking shit. He like gave people yellow cards for like trolling and like yeah, he was solid. I think I could be a sports commentator. I don't think it'd be hard to adjust to that. But I don't know football or soccer, so I'd have to learn a lot. Yeah. People aren't signing their kids up for American football, so soccer in it. Yeah, like, yeah. If I were like a parent and we're choosing a sport, I would probably not put my kid in football. I played football for 8 years, but like dude, the amount of concussions and injuries you get from that, like, sure, you get injured in soccer too, but like, yeah, like an ankle or a knee or something, but you're not getting like traumatic brain injury, you know? Like to me, that was, yeah, that was like something I would heavily consider because, like, you know, I remember getting bad concussions playing football and just being sent back out to play right away. You know, like 2003, right? Who the hell's thinking about that? Yeah, it's just it's not worth it. Yeah, you're like, oh, the British guy jumping over the wall who broke his arm. I saw that. That was horrible. Poor guy. Wait, Adler's on Bretonia? What? That's his first pick? Could have sworn he was on someone else. Huh, okay, I guess he's Bretonia and then Nurgle. I did miss that. So it begins. 2003. I was playing football in 2003. Is that when you were born? I feel like that's the case. All right, guys, welcome to the grand finals. This one's for all the internet marbles. You know, this is for the big marbles here. Okay, so we're going to update the player names. That's going to be Gondola on one side versus Adler on the other side. Great. Yeah, I love football, but wouldn't put your kid in it. Yeah, it's rough, man. It's like, oh, God, so many, pretty much, I still hang out with a lot of my football buddies from high school, and, like, they all have, like, bad backs, bad knees, and, like, had a lot of concussions. Thankfully, we were in, like, a small school league, so we weren't playing Terminators. It wasn't as bad, but, yeah. Yeah, no way your kid plays football, but Total War 40K, though. There you go. There you go. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and take a look at the armies. So, once again, we've seen Gondola be going undefeated with his vampires today. He's won every single vampire count game he's played, which is an absolute menace. He's got 2 White Kings who are going to be there with Scabscrath, and then he does also have probably his beloved Manfred von... No, it's actually a Blood Dragon Lord. Winds of Death, Raise Dead, and Invo and the Helm of Discord to win blob fights. Oh, Blood Knights versus Grail Knights. It doesn't get any more erect than that, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta love the Blood Knights. They're so cool. I feel like Blood Knights should get the Grail Knight treatment. Have, like, less models and be more elite. It'd be really fun. All right, guys. So for the Bretonian army, it's going to be a Battle Pilgrim battle line with Grail Reliques and Réponse de Mayonnaise. So she's going to be putting mayonnaise in the hair of her opponents. And, yeah, she does have the Flare de Lis banner, which is really good. It's an insanely powerful item. And yeah, it's just going to be a combat stick. That is pretty much it. Peasants, peasants, and peasants with some spears and a Heaven's Caster going to be dropping the Fat Wind Blast. But yeah, this army is going to be very weak against Scabscrath. That's the one thing that it does have a glaring weakness to, I would say. Trebuchet's shooting at the characters here is hilarious. Will they be blessed by the lady? Find out on today's episode. Oh, a little bit of a lady blessing. Does like 100 HP damage there. So funny. Anticity says, I'm going to give 60-40 vampire count versus Bretonia. Okay. Is that your wager on how it's going to go? Or is it what you think the matchup is like in general? Yeah, no, I think this Bretonian build is incredibly off meta and probably not favored at all here. Réponse Mayonnaise is going to have to run. Yeah, and she's going to have to flee from the Blood Dragon Lord as well as the 2 White Kings, so. Evil overpowered vampire counts. Continuing to be a menace of the meta. As long as they can avoid Tzeentch, Demons of Chaos, and a little bit of Nurgle 11, they usually are pretty happy. And, yeah, you know, Tank, I'll set something up like that. I need a system like that. I don't have it. So Scabscrath, pretty good hit. Yeah, solid. And then the Halberds are going to get in and chase away the White Kings there, not really doing too much damage in the process. But yeah, the Bretonnians are definitely going to be able to hold the objectives longer than you would expect. And it looks like a zombie summon is activated here. Very annoying. Very, very annoying zombie summon. Trebuchets dropping rocks from downtown and going after what appears to be the Spearmen. I think that probably is the best bet. Just target Spearmen methodically and call it a day. Vampire accounts get this. There they go. And he is going to be sitting right here. With 9 capture weight, Bretonnians are going to be getting 5 capture weight plus another 5. The Battle Pilgrim line's advancing, ready to fight for the lady, tooth and water. Rapunzel is going to be buffing the stats with their Flare de Lis banner. You can see currently these Battle Pilgrims have really high stats. Trebuchet shots are boinking from downtown, and that is one weakness of this Bretonnian build. They don't really have an answer against all these characters. Rapunzel mayonnaise can get in, and she can definitely take on a White King. She's a good AP character, but all 3 of them, it's going to be tough. All right, so the objective is in the process of flipping, and now we do see the Knights of the Lionhearted coming out. So Elite Cav for Bretonnia has hit the field. There they go. And Rapunzel is in Mortal Kombat trying to get on the Blood Dragon Lord and does make a little bit of contact there, while the Knights of the Lionhearted going to be looking for blood. Rapunzel maybe. Nope. I was going to say getting a pick there, but it looks like Homeboy was able to escape. Rapunzel gets in, gets a rear charge, but it looks like is not able to break through the melee defense of that particular unit. All right, the Lions are preparing to clash. The Bretonnians with their unwashed masses. Beautiful Wind Blast right there. Able to get a triple tap, hitting 2 or 3 units. And the Peasant Archers will be very good at chewing through zombies. It's kind of what they were born and bred to do. In the meantime, Battle Pilgrims in the front getting wrecked by the White King characters. And now the Knights of the Lionhearted have had enough. And they're going to charge in and will be very good against these Vampire characters. Anti-large bonus is quite substantial and also will be good against the advancing units of Cryptors. But look at that. Knights of the Lionhearted supported by Rapunzel. 54 melee attack on a Knight of the Realm. Rapunzel's banner putting in heavy lifting, and it looks like Mayonnaise is going for a duel against the Blood Dragon Lord. Yeah, kind of trying it. Battle Pilgrims are actually going to win a ton of their fights. Holy Wardens of La Montessal are putting in some damage. Meanwhile, in the back, the Peasant Archers are shrekking into the Cryptors pretty damn effectively. So the Cryptors are getting melted. Rapunzel Mayonnaise is getting the Blood Dragon very, very low, and the Knights of the Lionhearted are still at 53 of 60 models, while a little bit of a field trebuchet fire does come in. Bretonnia actually not looking terrible in this fight. As you do get the engagement, Companions of Quenelles with their anti-large great weapons, their big claymores, will be able to boink and engage against the Blood Knights and as well as the Cryptors. They'll be okay against both of those. All right, a little bit of witchcraft going down here. Don't know what it's going to be. Uranus Thunderbolt. Whoa! Uranus Thunderbolt sniping the Blood Dragon Lord a little bit. Some pro gamer play, man. Look at that. Damn, dude. I'm loving that by Adler. Archers, in the meantime, mowing down the Königstein Stalkers. Couple spears going to be chilling out in the back. Up in the front, Rapunzel Mayonnaise. Establishing dominance, flexing on the Blood Dragon Lord here, while the Companions continue cycle charging with a little bit of Pilgrim support. Not looking too bad, and yeah, the Bretonnian Archer line is generating really, really good value. It's melting Cryptors, getting quite a bit of DACA in there, and the value trading overall is pretty even. Granted, Rapunzel doesn't have healing, so they need to be ahead of the Vampires for this truly to be an even game. Another great Wind Blast. Removing the spears out of the equation is quite good. Holy Wardens of Montesal, yeah, able to take down another zombie, and perhaps have an opportunity here. Ooh, but another Blood Knight coming around the wings from Gondola the Patient. The Knights of Red Keep are going to be surging forth, looking to penetrate into the Archer lines, but there is a response. Knights of the Realm going to come forth and meet them. Going to be an ugly fight, but should be a fun one. Rapunzel still going full mayonnaise mode here, guys. Cutting through zombies, but more importantly, she buffs the blob. Like, she's buffing this entire blob with her banner. And these Giga Chad questing Knights actually grinding down quite a few units in this. And yeah, this is the correct play. Oh, Wind Blast to slow the speed so they won't be able to get away. It blunts their charge. And then the double Knight of the Realm engagement. This could be a game-winning play by the Bretonnian player, getting that big 2v1 right there. And also he has got a bunch of spears in the mix, while the other Blood Knights come from the other side. But the Cav do greet them in combat. And the Companions of Quenelle is going to be disengaging and using their anti-large great weapons to great effect here. So yeah, really, really clean stuff so far. We'll see if Bretonnia can maintain this momentum or if they're going to start faltering. But they are pulling ahead in value as both Blood Knights get absolutely hammered. And I have to say, I'm really impressed with the decision-making and the spell micro of Mr. Adler. He's been very, very impressive so far. But again, is that going to be enough to overcome a player like Gondola? It's hard to say. Holy Wardens engaged versus the Blood Dragon Lord, actually doing some damage. They hit really, really hard. And the Blessed Trebuchet still doing its thing. The big thing is the Archers have been online the whole game. They just kind of been cackling all frickin' day. Rapunzel is coming across to finish off the Corpse Guard. That's a huge pick. Getting rid of the AoE support there would be very nice. And the Holy Wardens, fire damage, really good against the Cryptors, and it looks like there is going to be a Uranus Thunderbolt onto the Cryptors. Not bad damage, while the Blood Dragon Lord's hitting at about 1,000 HP. What are the archers shooting at right now? I think they're just free fire shooting. The objective in the process of flipping, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like that one is going to be going to the Champions of the Lady. As we do see the vampire counts on the back foot. You know, I have to admit, I did not think this build was going to be as effective as it has been, but yeah, Adler has been playing Bretonnia like a true champion here, and I can see why the Bretonian win rate's higher. It seems like some really good players have kind of picked them up. All right, big cav in the back. Blood Knights eating a little bit of archer fire, also poisoned, and the Companions of Quinel's, they've got their giant claymores out for the lady, and, well, I don't know if they're claymores, but they're big, great weapons. And they do clash, and the lines collide, and the Blood Knights probably a little bit healthier overall, but probably will lose because of the Peasant Archer support. And the Lady Champions do manage to wrestle the objective. Meanwhile, the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is in weak binding. Dude, Mayonnaise is going bananas. She's actually hunting down the Blood Dragon Lord right now. I mean, she has insanely good combat stats, typically, although she's tired and probably poisoned right now. But, yeah, nasty stuff. And the Bretonnian Infantry Corps winning the fight against the Undead here in the pits. The Knights of the Realm and the Halberds and the Battle Pilgrims able to grind it out. For the Lady, indeed. Yeah, the Bretonnian Archers are just putting in so much work. 700 value here. And 500 here, but they take down the Cryptors, right? And that's going to be a victory. The game was basically over. The vampires were routed. Mayonnaise getting the job done. Wow, I would not have expected that outcome in a million years based on that. But dude, that's what's so cool about Total War multiplayer is there's always kind of new shit coming along, and people figure stuff out. What a game. I did not think that Battle Pilgrim line with a friggin' trebuchet was going to hold, but it did. No, Bretonnia has really good infantry deadly. Yeah, they're very good. Corone impressed. Yeah. All right. That was fun. So, yeah, let's figure it out. Let's go into game 2, and game 2 is going to be on the Lustrian Narrows. This is a funky map. Probably not great for Nurgle, which is going to be Adler's pick, but it's kind of big. Oh, you have a home objective. That's good for Nurgle. All right, so now we have Nurgle versus Norska. Oh, boy. Let's see what's going to happen. The Lady wills it. Lustrian Narrows is the map. And one objective in the middle. Each player has a home objective, so Nurgle could just plant their feet down in the middle and say, come at me, bro. Which I suppose is good. Home objectives are always good for Big Papa Nurgle. And I'm excited to see Adler on Nurgle. Adler seems really, really strong. Those, like, spells and that, like, decision-making was, like, top tier from Adler. Yeah, excited to see them in the Championship, which is going to be mid-July, probably like July 20th, between the 20th and the 30th. I'm going to have another World Championship now that we're kind of back doing some Total War tourneys again. Let's see what the Rock was cooking, yeah? Can you dig it? So the current top 16 in the world, we have Anticity, Maximilianaire, Berserk, Daniken, Zablon, Ulrich Rahl, Charix, Evergarden, which is, Evergarden was the guy who won the last World Championship. Big Bees, Solmir, Blood Penguin, Zek Armin, Attack Speed Enjoyer, Flower, I don't know that player, Driver, and Martinius. So those are the top 16 players in the world right now, and you can see some of our community paint jobs here from some of the homies. They haven't been updated in a long time, but still there's some really, really nice ones to look at. Dude, that Ogre is so freaking good. That red is just like chef's kiss, man. Beautiful J Phoenix Scav right there. And yeah, once we get the frickin' website updated for 40K and for Dawn of War, we'll start posting like more. We'll be more active on the website. Like we're gonna have articles going up. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Flowers from ODM land or land battle and the main Dark Elves. Good for them. I'm super hyped to see the people crossing over. It's fun. I got to talk Meaty Dangler. I'm not sure exactly. I got to talk to the homies working on it. All right. So it begins. Norska versus Nurgle. Anticity with the evil 6 horsemen request. How dare you, dude? Wish that evil on us. We don't want to see more horsemen, dude. Ugh. I got distracted by the minis. I did. Which version of the Minecraft are we going to be playing on? Orange Pest, it's the Java one. Java edition, yeah. And then, yeah, I'll give you the server. Well, unfortunately, only the people who are the leaders are allowed on the server right now, but yeah. I'm going to put up a guide video on like what to do for our nation. All right. So it begins. Orange Pass, you gotta get real sweaty and carry us, dude. Yo, Turn, what do you think of the new Nurgle units? Dude, I didn't even look at them, to be honest. I'm so bad with like news and updates. I usually don't look at things till I get access to it, or there's like it actually comes out. You should ask Games Workshop for sponsorship. Games Workshop doesn't really sponsor people. I mean, they'll send you free products and stuff, but outside of that, yeah. Evil City strikes again. Oh, well, Martin, we'll see about that, big dog. We'll see. Could be going down. I'm out of the loop, dude. I'm in a Discord with like other people who do YouTube with like Creative Assembly, and like I will look like once a month and see that I missed like 7 pings of like things coming and updates, and I'm just, oh shit. I haven't followed for a while. How are things? The Tiger units are okay. Yeah, they see some play. Bashiva is good, and yeah, they have their applications. Yeah. Yes, good, Anakin. Yeah, in my experience working with like game companies, Creative Assembly is honestly pretty solid, like pretty damn solid. Like they communicate well. They usually give you a heads up. They support like events and things that you want to do. Like I've worked with a fair amount of different game companies, and they're just like, yeah, they have like a dedicated staff member who will like, you know, be around. Yeah. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's break it down and have some fun. So, the Nurgle army, Forsaken, Plague Toads, and more Forsaken. Pretty cool stuff there. We got Angels of Decay, which are there to counter the big monsters. And on the ground, it's going to be Kha'Zix the Befouled. Noxbringer is a counter skirmish unit. A pretty meta Nurgle build. Noxbringer to counter skirmishers. Angels of Decay to counter big stuff. Kha'Zix and Chaos Sorcerer to win the fights. And then just Forsaken to fight as the infantry, and the Toads to give mass so they don't get run over. Yeah. All right, guys. The battle is on. So it begins. Yeah, it's great, Martin. We'll definitely reset the stats, and yeah. I'll look into it. Yeah, I'll look into it. Because if we do get a new patch if we are getting a new patch in Total War soon, we can end the season when that happens, and then start a new season like with some new hype around it. I think that'd be very fun. All right, so the Noxbringer is going to be blasting, and does he get the shots? Oh, the poop bomb's got him, dude. Double direct hit on Gondola's Horsemasters. That's so brutal. So it drains a lot of their ammo. Nurgle going to be getting their own back objective and getting the middle right now. Oh, what the hell is this? Oh, shit. Double cursed Etten. Oh, my God. These guys are so haggard looking. I think the regular Ettins might be better against Nurgle, but we'll see how they do. Oh my goodness. Okay, so the double Rune Collar with a Skin Wolf Werekin to fight the big targets. Oh, I did not even see those guys. Yeah, so Marauder Horseman, Shaman Sorcerer, Final Transmutation, and double Etten there. Holy shit. Come on, come on, Norska, score some goals. Yeah, they're going to try. They're going to try. All right, the double Etten, dude. 2 good arms between them, I know. They got the, give me the strong hand. Angels of Decay are just going to hard counter these, right? And then when the Horsemen come out, the Noxbringer is going to shoot them. I feel like this is going to be sketchy for these Giants. We'll see. All right, so yeah, exactly like we talked about. The grenades hitting. But now the Noxbringer ripping shots as they pop out of the bushes and getting a hit. Not the best hit, but enough to drain a little bit of ammo. And now Homie is going to be retreating back. Nurgle's got its Forsaken and Battletoads in the trees, and it looks like a little bit of a skirmish fight over here. There's going to be some Poison Hounds from Mr. Adler, because the Norskin Horsemasters will dominate the Nurgle Horsemen pretty bad. So yeah, you don't want any of that smoke. All right, a bit of a pit fight here. Kha'Zix and the Nurgle Sorcerer Lord going to be going fisticuffs with the Condom Wolf Werekin, the big dog. They should win that, but with the Etten Rune Collar coming in with his look at his little tiny hand. Oh, I love it. He has the Atomic Pimp Slap, that's for sure. That is a backhand worthy of the gods. Stream of Corruption catches those units well, and it looks like the Nurgle character core is going to be fleeing. Meanwhile, on this side, we just got a little bit of skirmishing going down. Forsaken popping out, and the Angels of Decay are now going to be throwing here. Oh, the Rune Collar Flock of Doom. Did he just double Flock of Doom? I can't tell if he did. That was one flock right there, but that hit pretty much everything. So Battletoads are up, Forsaken pushing. Angels of Decay getting some good value against the Etten Rune Collar. And Nurgle is able to stabilize its objective on the flank, it looks like. Yeah, with their hounds and their various pieces. All right, so Chaos Sorcerer pulling back. Kha'Zix the Befouled could go start backstabbing here, and I think that's exactly what's going to be happening. Noxbringer going to be setting its sights onto the Horseman, whereas this Etten should probably turn here and shut down the Noxbringer if it can. Angels of Decay getting some good grinding value against the big dog, and then we do also see Kha'Zix the Befoul doing his thing. But the Etten with an atomic pimp slap on this Nurgle Sorcerer. Dude, he is just slapping the base with that giant hand right there. Look at that. Oh my god, they have really exaggerated slaps. Final Transmutation, very, very nice. Also able to hit, I think, did it hit Kha'Zix? It kind of tickled him a little bit. Yeah, he's kind of getting a little bit of that the last second. But if the Nurgle Sorcerer breaks and gets chased off by the Werekin, that's going to be absolutely be a loss for Nurgle. And he is broken! Oh man, there's a long way for him to run though. So Nurgle will have an opportunity to rally those guys, that's for sure. Alright, so the Nurgle Sorcerer getting broken and sniped there is about as bad as it gets. Homie's going to have to call something out of the woods to protect him. And he does. He calls out the Plague Toads of Nurgle, which should be able to stop that Skinwolf Werekin from getting into the cookie jar. Dude, it's Professor Pond at a hot dog buffet. It's so true. That's 100% facts right there. But yeah, man, the big slaps coming in from the Ettins, that's some good stuff right there. Meanwhile, though, Norska's mobility is kind of picking on Nurgle a little bit. It looks like they are going to be able to steal Nurgle's back objective. Meanwhile, the Plague Father just holding on to the middle. Forsaken have pushed all the way back here, but being kited, Horsemaster should be able to get behind them and put some good damage in, although a second Forsaken is going to be arriving. And the Nurgle Sorcerer does rally, so now the game is not over. If that Nurgle Sorcerer had gotten picked there, that probably would have been GG, but it looks like Homie does manage to rally. Angels of Decay trying to do what they can. One of the Ettins has been getting hit by the unholy hand grenades of Nurgle all freaking day, and yeah, that is doing a whole lot of damage. This Ettin is should have healing. Yeah, they do have passive healing, but Toads, Kha'Zix, Noxbringer, a lot of single entities from Nurgle are going to be pushing the tempo and seeing if they can shut that down. In the meantime, this back objective taken by Norska definitely gives them a late game win con by having the objective advantage there. Angels of Decay moving in, attacking into the Norskin Wolves, and the Nurgle Death Star is kind of gross. Yeah, Ettin here sitting at 1900 HP. Kha'Zix is a hard-hitting character. He's basically an anti-everything. He's good against most things. But the Ettin at 500 HP, -1 leadership. Their base leadership is 100, so trying to break it Ettin is very difficult. But it looks like he's like, help me, I'm too weak. Give me a strong hand. And he goes down there. So he gets boinked by all the Nurgle characters. And now the other one could be in a little bit of danger as well, as the blob of Nurgle starting to really pay some big dividends. Forsaken and Furies also winning on the back objective as well. Marauders getting chewed up. Yeah, not bad at all. Those Forsaken are looking mighty good like. And Battletoads, we saw how good Battletoads can be in... oh man, a crash here would be very unfortunate because this game is... Oh, come on, hold for Sigmar! Okay, somebody's internet was struggling there for a second. They were chugging, but I think we have done it. So Toads got really popularized very heavily in the last World Championship by the gentleman who won, Chosen. He was using them super well as like a mass blocking piece. Not so much like an anti-infantry piece, but just as like a roadblock. And yeah, the Toad Tide is getting it done. All right, Objective 2 and Objective 3 belong to the forces of Nurgle. And Nurgle's probably going to send like a Nurgling or something to go grab that point here relatively soon. But the other Ettin is getting it. Yeah, it's being surrounded by Kha'Zix and by that Chaos Sorcerer. The Skinwolf Werekin, this where he can make a heroic play here by taking down that Nurgle Lord. We'll see if he's going to be able to. But yeah, it's a fearsome cockfight, guys. Game could still go either way. Toads pushing the Hounds back. Couple Forsaken there. Noxbringer still getting beautiful ammunition drains, by the way, on all these horsemen. It's just been chef's kiss. And now there's an opportunity for the Forsaken to engage against Berserkers and for them to wheel about face and get a nice charge right there. Not quite about face, but in the ballpark. Furies probably want to bring them over to chase. Back in the pit fight. Let's see. Oh no, a final transmutation here would be so good by Gondola. That'd be so good. Holy shit. If you got the Nurgle Lord plus the Noxbringer and Kha'Zix all in one, that would just be chef's kiss. All right, so the Skirmishers are back online, getting hit with the Stream of Corruption. Noxbringer not able to shoot them right now. He's a little bit trapped up. The Skinwolf Werekin getting bullied. He actually gets taken down by the combined arms of that Nurgle force. Furies diving on top of the Horsemasters. The ammunition drain from the Noxbringer has been so freaking good. And back here, it looks like the Berserkers are getting chewed up by a combination of Furies and or Forsaken. Although Horsemasters from Adler? No, Horsemen of Nurgle. Okay. So that's going to be securing that objective for Nurgle right there. That is for sure. I'm just kind of waiting for another big final transmutation to come out. We haven't seen it. Kha'Zix is hunting down this Great Shaman. The Great Shaman definitely needs a little bit of milk. He's got to be super, super careful here. But both Ettins, I think, are offline. I would be really curious if Gondola was doing the Ettins as like a meme or if he thinks they're good. I'm always curious to hear about the inner workings. Gondola, like, picked, like, three super sweaty factions, like degenerate factions today, but also, like, bringing double Ettin. It makes me wonder if he's, like, memeing a little bit. Maybe he feels bad about it. I don't know. Like, the psychology of, like, a memer, you know, even when you pick a good faction, you're drawn to the haggardness of it, you know? All right, Kasich probably going to be hunting down the Shaman. Norska is triple capped right now, so Nurgle was able to get his back objective with some Pestigors. Very, very nice. But yeah, Nurgle's got that full court press going, man. The two Ettins being down is brutal. And Nurgle is going to be getting that fat points lead, guys. Currently up to 757 points, so looking very, very nice right there. As the Nurgle character in Kasich going to be going after the Great Shaman. Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, doing their thing. And Final Transmutation! Could this pull the game back? Really, really nice. That's going to be right on you, and it's going to be hitting Kasich as well. They both, of course, have means of healing, but that didn't do as much damage. Maybe that was not overcasted. I think that was an undercasted one right there. But Norska getting a little bit of momentum in the middle. Back objective there is chilling. Over here, it looks like the Chaos Furies chased away those units, but nothing really defending objective 3. Norska might be able to get that one back. Battletoads running a roadblock, but they do get wrecked by Skin Wolves, so it'll take some time to wreck them, though, of course. And what are we going to be getting? Going to be Forsaken? No, looks like it's going to be more Plague Toads coming up to reinforce. Kasich the Befouled fighting these bad boys, and Norska is going to be piling everything on the objective just to try and wrestle this one out from them there. All right, so call-ins, Skin Wolves, and on the other side, Nurgle is going to be calling in more Plague Toads. The Toads are certainly feasting. Low HP, though, on this Chaos Sorcerer. Yeah, he doesn't want to break again. If he does, he's going to be in danger of shattering. If a unit breaks 3 times, they just shatter, which is obviously very backbreaking. Noxbringer being a terror-causing single entity, fighting well there. But now Nurgle is going to be charging in with all of its horsemen, trying to save that Chaos Lord right there, and it looks like he is going to be saved. So what do we got here? Furies coming across to help. Nurgle holding on to the back objective there. Nurgle does win on just one objective now, so they could easily just relinquish this middle objective and rotate to the other side. Probably what you do is you take your horsemen around here and use them to hold objective 3 while calling in reinforcements to hold that objective there. Dude, it's still going to be a long time, though. It's going to be a long-ass time before Nurgle's able to get the dub. You know, it's going to be a tough hold right there. As Gondola is kind of scrapping back in the game a little bit. He's putting up a fight. Skin Wolves coming out. Pestigors trying to get to the middle point. They did rotate from objective 1 to try and get that before it did flip. But yeah, the Plague Toads are just getting annihilated by the Skin Wolves, man. The premier condom brand of the old worlds. All right, Forsaken and Forsaken. On the backside, what do we see? Not a whole lot going down over here. In the meantime, Marauder Horsemasters broken, and the Nurgle character with the Filth Mace. Is he going to turn and fight? He might even be able to put up a fight against this guy, honestly. It's better than running, I think. Because that Sorcerer is faster than you, but if you just turn and fight, you probably won't have the leadership penalty. Definitely a mistake by Adler. I think just turning and fighting there, because that Sorcerer is such a wimp in combat that you could probably even have a chance. All right, the 2 Forsaken arriving, going to be pretty tough, and the Sorcerer is still running. But he has Battletoads coming out. He's really low, sitting at 6 leadership, and the Toads do push back that character there for sure. All right, so Marauder Horsemen and Marauder Horsemen are going to be Netflix and chilling. Pestigors and the Noxbringers holding on to the middle, and if that objective flips, probably going to be GG. Norska has not sat like a basic Marauder here. Nothing. I am surprised not a Hound or Marauder to go get that objective. That would have been something. A little Searing Doom coming in from the Sorcerer there. Not bad at all. In the meantime, the Nurgle Sorcerer popping out of the bushes. And we do have Poison Hounds coming across to get on the Horsemen, which will be a very good counter against them. They'll be able to chew them up pretty good like. And the Skin Wolves now heading over towards objective number 2. Looking very good for the Plague Father as we do get into the later stages of the game. Norska did kind of rally back there, but it looks like the true value lead of Nurgle was like kind of shown here. When they called in extra reinforcements and Norska had to call in mostly horsemen and like support pieces just to survive. But that's going to be a win for Adler. So Adler winning today's Sweat Lord tournament with Big Daddy Nurgle. Who had that in their bingo card? Certainly I didn't, but everything kind of performed, right? 2300, 1800, 1800. Like everything in Nurgle did its part, you know? Whereas the Ettins, yeah, kind of, they were a little bit weak. I think maybe the combat Ettins could have been stronger, but very cool build by Gondola. Shout out to our boy for making it fun. But yeah, GG well played, guys. So that was a fun little stream today. And now what we can do is, yeah, I probably will just record a separate video on the Minecraft thing. I already kind of showed you guys, but if you're interested in playing in the Minecraft event, it's on July 11th at 10 a.m. Just join our Discord and make sure to get the appropriate role so you can get the announcements. You can join the Empire. It's a Total War themed one. It's going to be streamed from More Warpstone, myself. I'm sure Sotek and the other individuals, Cody Bonds and all them might stream it as well. So yeah, we'll do it. GG guys, see you around. Take care of yourselves. I had a great time hanging with you all today. For those of you guys on YouTube, please do drop a like. It helps out quite a bit. For all of you homies on Twitch, consider following or subscribing if you enjoyed what you really saw. All right, see you around. Take care. That's it. And do vidania, my friends. Get some rest. And I'm going to go watch a little bit of World Cup action here in a minute. Cheers.